Amen. On ouvre les portes. Let the doors be open. Tabling of documents. It is my duty to inform the House that a vacancy has occurred in the representation. The Honourable John McCallum, member for the electoral district of Markham-Thornhill, by resignation effective Wednesday, February 1, 2017. Pursuant to subsection 25(1)(b) of the Parliament of Canada Act, I have addressed my warrant to the Chief Electoral Officer for the issue of a writ for the election of a member to fill this vacancy. Tabling of documents. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Monsieur le Président, au nom de la ministre...
Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the Minister of Foreign Affairs, and pursuant to Standing Order 109, I have the honour of tabling in both official languages copies of the government's response to the third report of the Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs and International Development, entitled The Agenda on Women, Peace and Security, an Opportunity for Canada to Become a World Leader. Thank you very much.
Dépôt du projet de loi émanant du gouvernement.
Introduction of government bills. Statements by members. Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Presenting reports from committees. Introduction of private members' bills. First reading of Senate public bills. Motions.
Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. If you seek it, I believe you'll find consent for the following motion. That at the conclusion of today's debate on the opposition motion in the name of the member for Louis Saint Laurent, that all questions necessary to dispose of the motion be deemed put, and a recorded division deemed requested and deferred until Tuesday, February the 7th, 2017, at the expiry of time provided for oral questions.
Part of this. Okay. Is it agreed? Agreed and so ordered. Presenting petitions. Présentation de pétition. That's unusual. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I would ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Is it agreed? Agreed and so ordered. I have notice of
I have notice of a request for an emergency debate. The Honourable Member for Rimouski-Nejet-Témiscouata-Lebesgue. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I will try to be brief. As you know, this week I asked two questions in this House about the government's actions concerning the current crisis in New Brunswick, more specifically in the Acadian Peninsula. This has to do with the people affected by the ice storm last week. Unfortunately, the answers that I got both from the Minister of National Defence and Public Safety were not satisfactory to me. There was a lack of action on the part of the federal government, and this is a situation that has affected more than 130,000 homes. In fact, 10,000 homes are still without electricity, and this is February. This is a situation that particularly affects me because I was in Montreal in 1998 when there was an ice storm there. I wasn't personally affected at the time. We were lucky enough to have gas heating and not electrical heating, but we did welcome several people who were affected in the area. We hosted them at our house, and so that they could have shelter. If we look at what's happening in the province of New Brunswick, we can see the plight of the people there, but unfortunately we don't have any information about what the federal government is going to do specifically, apart from responding to a request last Friday to have troops deployed to the Acadian Peninsula, particularly in Miscou and surrounding areas. So I believe it's necessary to have an emergency debate on this issue so that we as parliamentarians can know more about what the government is doing and will do relative to their commitments. And we want to see how they're going to work with the province of New Brunswick. And also, we want the people of New Brunswick who were affected to know what the federal government has done for them. the federal government reacted very quickly in the case of the fires in Fort McMurray and the flooding in Calgary and in Saint-Jean-sur-Richelieu, which happened in the last 5 years. So we hope that they will respond the same way, and I respectfully request that you approve my request for this emergency debate so that the House can debate this extremely important issue and provide a response. I thank the honourable member for having raised this question and this issue, which affects the province which is neighbouring to my province. However, I do not find that this request meets the requirements of the standing order.
Orders of the day.
Government orders, business of supply, motion de l'opposition sur l'imposition des régimes de soins.
Opposition motion on healthcare and dental care, standing in the name of Mr. Deltel. Mr. Deltel, seconded by Mr. McColman, moves that given that the average middle class Canadian is already overburdened with taxes, the House call on the government to abandon any plans it may have to in any way tax health and dental care plans. The honourable member for Louis Saint-Laurent.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Je vous
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll tell you straight off that I will be sharing my speaking time with my colleague, the member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
is right. Alors, Monsieur le
So, Mr. Speaker, we're here this morning to talk about the question of the management of public funds. For the last 15 months, since they've been in power, this government has shown itself to be a government that has no control over public spending. They promised only a small deficit of $10 billion, and in reality, they are running deficits of $30 billion. Furthermore, they promised to balance the budget by 2019, but that's not true. We're looking at balancing the budget in 2055, and that's without even looking at Canada's debt. If nothing changes, we will have a debt of $1.5 trillion by 2050. So this is very irresponsible management of public funds. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, this government has shown itself to always create new taxes and fees for workers and also for companies who should be encouraged by the government to create wealth and jobs. But on the contrary, this government is taxing workers and employers even more. On December 2nd of last year, John Ivinson at the National Post informed us that the government was considering taxing personal insurance plans of Canadians, so dental and health plans.
December the 1st, I right up here in the House, asking the government, give them a chance to say yes or no. What is your plan about that? Would you like to tax, to invite, to create a new liberal tax and to tax those who have that kind of protection? At that time, on December the 5th, it was my first question, the Minister of Finance dodged the issue, didn't answer the question. I'm getting used to that, Madam Speaker, to tell you the truth. It was not the first time. But this is a trademark of this government. When they have no answer, when they think of that, they dodge the issue, they have no answer. Same thing for the zero deficit. I asked 15 times in the House when this government will get back to zero deficit. No answer. And read my lips, Madam Speaker, I will get back with la 16e fois, not so...
For the 16th time.
Madame la Présidente, at this...
So, Madam Speaker, 10 times we asked the government, when will you decide if there will be a tax on health and dental plans? And 10 times we didn't get an answer. Colleagues, like my colleague for Oshawa, Roberval, and like the leader of the official opposition, we all asked the government 10 times, yes or no, will you be going ahead with this liberal tax? And they always dodged the question. But, Madam Speaker, you know, sometimes things work out nicely. Yesterday morning, the government was informed that we would be debating this issue today in the House. Because this is an opposition day, so we tabled our motion, we informed the House and all parties and parliamentarians that this is the issue we would be discussing. The government learned that we would be debating this today, and yesterday the leader of the opposition asked the Prime Minister what his position was, and at the very end of his answer, he said, "Oh, don't worry, we won't be dealing with this, we won't be touching the dental plans." But we need to be careful, Madam Speaker. Just 2 weeks ago, the same Prime Minister said that this was the last time just a little while ago, the Prime Minister said this would be the last election under the first-past-the-post system, and today he says we're going to maintain our electoral system. The same Prime Minister said he would be running a small deficit of $10 billion, and now we're looking at $30 billion. The same Prime Minister said that he would be balancing the budget by 2019, and it turns out we'll only be balancing it in 2055. So, Madam Speaker, when the Prime Minister said yesterday in the House that he wouldn't tax dental or health plans, you have to understand that we're a little bit suspicious. This is why we are giving the opportunity and the privilege to all parliamentarians, particularly the Liberal members, to vote and to say, no, we will not tax health and dental plans. As the official opposition, the Conservative Party has been asking us to do. So why create a tax on health and dental care plans when it's such a bad idea? Let me explain why this is a bad idea. 13.5 million Canadian workers currently have a health and dental insurance plan. Since we're talking about health care here, there is also family members who are affected as well. So it's not just 13.5 million workers, but also their families. We're talking about 24 million Canadians who are affected. That's quite a lot of people. And this would represent an average increase of $2,000 per family. Furthermore, over the last 2 months, many people have been telling the government about the dangers associated with this. Robert Blakely from the Construction Workers Union in Quebec, or of Canada rather, said in a letter to the Minister of Finance, he said without these benefits, our members would have to require public funds to replace these private plans. So, furthermore, Madam Speaker, there is a province that already tried to tax these plans, and that's the province of Quebec. This happened in 1993, nearly 25 years ago. What were the conclusions of this experiment in Quebec? Well, there was a study conducted by Annie Frickelstein from MIT. It was published in the Journal of Public Economics in September of 2000. And in the conclusion of the report on page 34, it says that
in workplace coverage of about 1/5 and correspond to an elasticity of coverage by employer provide supplementary health insurance. Donc, Madame la Présidente.
So, Madam Speaker, when this happened in Quebec, 1 out of 5 workers that had their insurance plan lost their insurance plan. And in 95% of cases, they didn't get it back. So what does this mean? This means that if the government goes forward with this, millions of Canadians would suffer. And that's without even mentioning the long-term effects on public health that this would have. If we're talking about dental health, if you don't take care of your teeth, of course, that leads to long-term problems later on. So, Madam Speaker, why are we concerned about the fact that the government is trying to tax Canadians even more? Well, since this government came to power, it has shown itself to be a government that directly attacks the tax credits that our government had put forward. Whether we're looking at the credit for arts, for sports, tax credits for education, school books, textbooks. This Liberal government abolished all of those tax credits that we had put forward to help families. And I'm not even mentioning the fact that last October this government imposed new rules for purchasing a house, for mortgages. And they did so without any consultation in Parliament, in a parliamentary committee yesterday. Many associations reaffirmed that they had never been contacted about this. This is a measure that affects young Canadians who want to buy property for the first time. There's also been a lack of sensitivity on the part of this government concerning small companies who create wealth. What has this government done? They've increased fees and taxes on for the CPP by almost $100,000 per worker. They canceled the tax cut, the corporate tax cut to 9%. They eliminated the tax credit for employment, and also the Liberal government has created the Liberal carbon tax, which represents an additional burden for Canadian families. it's estimated to hit them with about $2,500 in additional charges per year. This is the Liberal way of managing things. They run big deficits, and what is their solution? They cut help to companies, they cut help to families, and they create new taxes and take money straight out of the pockets of taxpayers. So what's coming up, Madam Speaker? Well, the government decided to look at the 208 tax credits that are currently valid under this administration, and they're worth around $100 billion. But the government wants to analyze them individually. Well, there's no problem with that. But if we look at where the government is headed, does the government want to directly attack and abolish tax credits, as it did with the tax credits for arts and culture, for textbooks, and for families? That's the real danger, Madam Speaker. If this government decided to go forward and cut even more tax credits, Canadians will have to pay more. So there's no problem with the fact that they want to analyze the tax credits, but we're worried about what lies behind that. And as the Canadian Federation of Taxpayers said so clearly in an article published in The Sun,
there were worrying signs that the Minister of Finance real intent is to use simplification as political cover to hike tax by stealth for millions of Canadians. Donc, Madame la Présidente, c'est une très...
So, Madam Speaker, it's a bad proposal. We're offering this government an opportunity to say no.
Excuse me, le temps est...
I apologize, but the time is up.
Mais peut-être le député
But perhaps the honourable member
pourrait continuer son...
will be able to continue his remarks or his thoughts, express them through the question and comment period.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I suspect the member across the way feels a little bit uncomfortable in the sense that under this Prime Minister and this government, what we did, one of the very first initiatives we did was to give a significant tax break to millions of Canadians from coast to coast to coast. A tax break to the middle class in which that member and the Conservative Party voted against, Madam Speaker. Oh. Now, having said that, and I'm very curious, and I'm sure Canadians are curious, when the member stands up and talks about giving a break to the middle class, there's only one party inside this House that has delivered on giving a break to the middle class of Canada, and that's the Liberal Party, Madam Speaker. We are the ones that have actually delivered the tax break. It was the Conservatives that voted against that tax break. My question to the member is, as he tries to give the Government of Canada advice, why should we believe that the Conservatives know how to give a break to the middle class when they voted against the middle class?
Here, here. L'honorable député de Louis Saint-Laurent.
The honourable member for Louis Saint-Laurent.
Because it's time to give the right figures. The right figure, Madam Speaker, is that this government talk a lot about the middle class. The reality, Madam Speaker, this is $45,000 and less people who have that money, who have no change of all. And this is what we're talking. We're talking about the middle class. But who is the big winner of this so-called new way to help the middle class? Those who earn between $145,000 and $200,000. And this is a conflict of interest, Madam Speaker, because we are all of one of them. I earn $171,000 a year. But I'm the one who is the biggest winner of this so-called new way to help the middle class. This is all wrong, because the middle class, because with your new rules, 65% of Canadians got no interest of that, nothing better than that, than what we have. So, Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, this is a...
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. L'honorable député de Rimouski.
The honourable member for Rimouski, Nejet-Témiscouata Basque. Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for his very interesting comments. It's always entertaining. Now, in Quebec, we've often talked about the fact that in Quebec, benefits such as private health and dental benefits were taxed. Back in 1993, there was a significant drop in coverage, including 50% of SMEs that offered coverage that didn't after that. So I'd like my colleague to give me an estimate of the impact of that and the impact of that on the Canadian economy, and especially when it comes to small and medium-sized businesses. The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Thank you, Madam Speaker. As I said, this was an investigation or a study by MIT in the early 2000s, and in Quebec they came out with figures showing that changes were made. 20% of Canadians have that insurance now, and they lost a great deal because they didn't renew their insurance, because for companies it represented additional costs. Now bear in mind, Madam Speaker, that 13.5% Canadian workers have those benefits, so it affects 24 million Canadians. So more than 5 million Canadians were affected who lost their insurance coverage. And beyond the financial impact, there are issues of surrounding public health, because when people don't have dental coverage, they neglect their dental care, and that causes problems later.
For Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. A question to the Honourable Member. Very interesting that the Conservative Party is now standing to oppose this proposal to impose a tax, and yet the leader of the member's party, the leader of the official opposition, actually commissioned an advisory panel on health care in June 2014, and that panel recommended this very measure. So has there been a change of heart in whose advice the Conservative Party is now listening to? Could the member please explain why all of a sudden the change of course?
Une très brève réponse.
A very brief reply.
Madam Speaker, did we do it? No.
Reprise de débat. The
Resuming debate.
member for Central Okanagan Shuswap. Sir Milkamy Nicola.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And it's always an honor to take part in debates such as this. And it is an extremely important debate. And why are we having it today? Well, I know I'm not alone. And when I tell you that over the past weeks, I have heard from a large number of Canadians who strongly oppose any Liberal tax grab on health and dental benefits. And to quote them directly, as you prepare for the 2017 federal budget, I ask you not to create a new tax on employer-sponsored health care plans, which would put the health care of 22 million Canadians at risk. Taxing these benefit plans will not simplify the tax code, bring more fairness to Canadians, or help grow the middle class. It will download complexity onto Canadian employers and leave many Canadians and their families and dependents without the care that they need, end quote. Now, I know every member in this place has been hearing the same from Canadians of all walks of life. We also do know that Liberals have repeatedly been asked yes or no if they would authorize this new Liberal tax grab. And likewise, we know that from the Finance Minister, he continued to refuse to say no to this new tax grab on employee-provided health benefits. Now, finally, Madam Speaker, we heard from the Prime Minister in this place, who, after probably consulting the latest polls, which show a strong, sharp dip in support of late, he changed his mind. Well, I guess loose lips not only sink ships, but tax credits, or in this case, this tax grab. Now, but why, Madam Speaker, has the Prime Minister's support and it dropped so far that he backed away from this proposal after leaking this through the media repeatedly? Now, let's stop for a moment and think about that. Here's a Liberal government with the #1 talking point suggests they're all about the middle class. Now, how exactly does taxing employer-provided health benefits help the middle class? Only a Liberal would dare to suggest you are helping the middle class by increasing taxes on the middle class. I mean, seriously, who thought that this would be a good idea anyways? And let's get serious for a moment. We know for an Ontario family earning $45,000 a year, this Liberal tax grab would have cost them an extra $1,167 a year. Now, that's a huge increase, huge. And while the Liberals love to boast about the so-called middle-class tax cut, let us not forget that Liberal tax cut didn't apply to someone earning $45,000 per year. You had to earn more than that to be even considered middle class by the Liberals to qualify for that tax cut. Yet, strangely, those earning between $100,000 and up to $199,000 are considered middle class and do qualify for this tax cut. So for Canada's most vulnerable families, there was no tax cut for them. But don't worry, there is a huge increase for employer-provided health benefits for them instead. Now, how can any member on that side of the House justify that? And I know there are many good people on that side of the House, Madam Speaker, and I would expect most of them would agree Tax fairness is not fair for those earning under $45,000 a year if they get hit with a $1,000 plus tax care increase and do not have any offsetting tax cut. So why are we in this situation? What did Canadians do to deserve a huge tax grab from the Ottawa Liberals on employer-provided health benefits? And here's the problem. This Liberal government was elected with the promise of running modest deficits of $10 billion a year with a return to balance in 2019. Every Liberal MP campaigned on this promise, and we know from that promise, much like the promise for electoral reform, was a complete fabrication. As many seniors in my riding would like to point out, Liberals once promised if elected they would eliminate the GST. Oops. Now, the reality is, in this point in time, that this Liberal government has absolutely no fiscal plan to return to balance. None. And we know that this Prime Minister has never had to balance a budget before and has no interest in doing so now. And already, Madam Speaker, we can see that the Liberal plans to spend their way out of trouble have failed. So what to do now? Reduce spending or raise taxes? We all know the answer to this question, Madam Speaker. Here's the thing. The Liberals claimed lowering taxes on one segment of society would put more money back into the economy so we could grow the economy. But of course, that isn't working. So now the Liberals are actually going to take that money back in new taxes. It may not be this one, Madam Speaker, but it will certainly be in another one. And not just from one segment of society, the proposed health care tax would apply to all segments. Now, I suppose in that sense, taking more taxes from everyone is the Liberal definition of tax fairness. But to be clear, I understand that Liberals have created a serious problem. They rolled the dice and gambled that their spend their way out of trouble plan would work to grow the economy. And to be fair, there are some experts out there who've encouraged the Liberals to do exactly what they have done. And those same experts are now saying, oops, that didn't work, we better find some new revenue. Now again, Madam Speaker, it may not be dental and health care plans being taxed, but eventually, and the Liberals have said that they are eyeing other tax expenditures, they will find something. Now, because many of those experts are often paid from tax dollars, they seldom recommend less spending. So how do we raise taxes, Madam Speaker? Well, the Liberals could be transparent and say, yes, we're raising taxes and this is why, but it's much easier to call it a tax fairness plan, where everyone pays Ottawa more money because it's fair in Liberal speak, and will help grow the middle class, of course, as of paying higher taxes always does. Now, of course, I'm kidding on all these fronts, Madam Speaker, particularly when we talk about applying a tax on families that are not earning more than $45,000. In fact, they were cut out of that middle-income tax that middle-class tax cut we talked about earlier. But, you know, Madam Speaker, it's not enough for me just to complain. I'm going to give a couple of ideas, because I believe it's important in opposition to propose and not only blindly oppose. People in the 100K to the 199,000 do not need a tax cut. A conservative senator recently tried to put through a proposal that would reverse these upper tax cuts and came up with a truly revenue-neutral plan that actually would better help with what most Canadians agree is the real middle class. Let's start there. Now, next, let's eliminate the plans for the so-called infrastructure bank that will be financed by private investment that will require a much higher rate of return and further put Canadians deeper in debt or hit their pocketbooks. And after that, let's expedite the health minister's idea to focus on bulk buying of pharmaceuticals. Actually, that idea was originally the former health minister, who is now the official opposition leader. Well, it's a good idea, so I think if both sides can agree on that, we should push forward on that. And it's not a perfect solution, but it is a start to putting more money back into the healthcare system in savings instead of putting taxes on the service it provides to Canadians. Finally, let us seriously reconsider the promised billions in fundings for other countries' climate change programs when many of these countries do not themselves have a carbon tax to pay for their own projects. These are just a few examples. The point being is to explore alternatives, but do not experiment with taxing Canadian employer-provided health care benefits or other important tax credits. Everyone in this room is receiving these daily messages of strong opposition. They will appear in on those other items as well. So let's just start listening to Canadians. And yes, I've heard arguments from some that why they think that this proposal or other proposals of taking away these tax credits is a good idea. Often expressed that somehow Canadians who do not have employer-provided health and dental benefits should not be paying or subsidizing for those who do. but they are not paying or subsidizing. The employer is doing that, and that is precisely the point. Now, the interesting thing about this whole argument, Madam Speaker, is we do have a situation in Canada where many taxpayers who do not have pension pay for generous public sector pension plans that simply do not exist in the real world. The real world, as in people who do not work for public sector. Strangely, the fairness crowd is always silent about that. On a similar theme, in what other universe but the federal public service can you bank massive amounts of sick days? That people with no bankable sick days pay for. Once again, the fairness crowd is silent. If the Liberals need to spend or need to raise taxes because of out-of-control spending habits, then they have the fortitude to tell taxpayers why they are raising their taxes and do it in a transparent way. And I suggest that they consider alternatives like balancing the budget by curbing excessive spending, by getting infrastructure out there, and growing the economy so that they can actually get taxes in that everyone doesn't mind paying for. Because again, growing the economy is how the government should be able to pay for important programs. And Madam Speaker, on that, I appreciate everyone listening to me. I'd like to move, seconded by the member for Oxford, that the motion be amended by adding after the words, and I quote, overburdened by taxes, end quote, the following, quote, such as taxes on carbon, savings, payroll, small businesses, and children's arts and sports programs, end quote. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate everyone's time and attention to my thoughts and concerns.
It is my duty to inform honourable members that an amendment to an opposition motion may be moved only with the consent of the sponsor of the motion. Therefore, I ask the honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent if he consents to this amendment being moved.
I do.
D'accord.
Seconded by Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Albus, seconded by Mr. McKenzie, that the motion be amended by adding after the words overburdened by taxes the following, such as taxes on carbon, savings, payroll, small businesses, and children's arts and sports programs. Questions et commentaires, questions and comments, Honorable Député de Gatineau.
The Honourable Member for Gatineau. Well, thank you, Madam Speaker.
Pleasure of serving on the Finance Committee for his speech. It's kind of a sheepish speech. They're presenting a motion that they now have to amend. Because, of course, the government has rejected any notion that what they're suggesting is going to happen is going to happen. He's also probably sheepish because the November growth rates for Canada and employment rates in 2016 show that the government's financial plan and the government's economic plan is indeed working. And more to the point, he's probably really sheepish now that the very thing he wants, would advise the government to do, tax fairness, is being accomplished by virtue of a middle-class tax cut and a tax on 1%, the 1% of Canadians who make over $200,000. So, given his amendment to this motion, would he agree that the government should not further pursue tax fairness by taking away those tax credits that now accrue to the better off in society and rather redirect those kinds of tax credits to those who need them the most? Thank you.
The honourable member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Well, I love, Madam Speaker, how members of the opposite side like to talk about tax fairness, yet they decide to raise taxes on those who are doing the best, and that's fine. But then they neglect the people on the other end of the spear, those making $45,000 or less. And you know what, Madam Speaker, I would appreciate it, just like I'm sure every member, we want to see good things happen in Canada. We want to see economic growth. So you know what, maybe the government should actually start implementing policies in a way such that it raises economic growth and that more money comes to Ottawa through coffers, which Canadians don't mind because they'll have the money to pay for it. What's happening, Madam Speaker, is they're targeting people and they're taking things away to pay for spending that they did not run on in the last election. That's what I object to.
Questions and comments.
The Honourable Member for Rimouski, Neige, Témiscouata-les-Basques. Thank you, Madam Speaker. We've said it time and time again. What the government is putting forward, or what the government is claiming they've done with their middle-class tax cut, well, it doesn't help the middle class. The member who just spoke from the Conservatives has said that those who earn over $45,000 a year benefit. But what's more is that the people who are earning $45,000 or $55,000 a year aren't getting the most out of this. It's the people who are earning over $90,000 a year. And those are people who are barely part of the middle class anymore. So I believe we need to continue looking at this Liberal broken promise, which was to give a middle-class tax cut, but at the end of the year, they've given a tax cut to rich people, people who earn more than $80,000 a year, and people who earn under 60 aren't getting much.
Central Okanagan, Similkameen, Nicola.
You know, I absolutely agree, Madam Speaker, is that, again, the fact is the Liberals promised that this middle class tax cut would be revenue neutral. It was not. The Parliamentary Budget Office confirmed that. And also, Madam Speaker, as I mentioned in my comments, the other place, and I hope the member would support that particular thinking, tried to actually make not only the Liberals' tax cut, so-called tax cut, revenue neutral, but to also make sure it was more inclusive of the people that needed it the most. It's really a shame that we have to depend on senators on the Conservative side to make this legislation better, Madam Speaker, because they use the majority to shut down every amendment that we put forward to try and make that a better bill. Madam Speaker, I agree that the Liberals have a lot to learn about how to make sure our economy is more inclusive. That middle class tax cut, Madam Speaker, is a bad example, or actually a good example of the work that they still have yet to learn.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honour for me to rise today in this House for the first time as Parliamentary Secretary for the Minister of Finance and to participate in this debate. Madame la Présidente,
Madam Speaker,
colleagues prefer to fight the last war by focusing on a measure that the Right Honourable Prime Minister said yesterday we are not considering. Nevertheless, I must thank my colleague for this opportunity to outline the important tax measures that the government has introduced to help middle-class Canadians.
The government has recognized from the beginning that even if recent years have seen low economic growth, we are in a strong position. We are in an enviable financial position. Our debt-to-GDP ratio is well under the G7 average. This means that we have room to maneuver, and this will allow us to realize our vision of ensuring that Canada's economy is working for the middle class. If the economy is working for the middle class, it works for everyone, Madam Speaker. Introducing measures to support the middle class is what the Canadian economy needs, and that's what all Canadians deserve. Canadians expect that we will continue to work for them. Since January 1st, 2016, the government is putting more money back into Canadians' pockets. This measure was not only the fair thing to do, but also the smart thing to do for our economy. The middle-class tax cut and the accompanying measures will continue to make Canada's tax regime fairer to allow all Canadians to succeed and prosper. More specifically, the government took the following measures. It reduced the second income tax level for individuals from 22% to 20.5%. It established an income tax level for individuals of 33% on taxable income over $200,000. It reestablished the annual ceiling for a tax-free savings account from $10,000 to $5,000. And
let me very quickly expand on what these changes have achieved. First and foremost, the personal income tax rate changes. Single individuals who benefited from the reduction of the second personal income tax rate will see an average tax reduction of approximately $330 every year, and couples will see an average tax reduction of $540 every year. Second, only Canada's top income earners are expected to pay more taxes as a result of the introduction of the new top personal income tax rate, that of 33%. As with other bracket thresholds, the top threshold is indexed to inflation. It rose to $202,800 in 2017. Finally, the government returned to tax-free savings accounts the TSFA annual contribution limit to $5,500 from $10,000, effective January 1st, 2016. Returning to the TFSA annual contribution limit to $5,500 was consistent with the government's objective of making the tax system fair and helping those who need it the most. When combined with other registered saving plans, a $5,500 TFSA annual contribution limit will allow most individuals to meet their ongoing needs in a tax-efficient manner. And indexation of the TFSA annual contribution limit was reinstated so that the annual limit maintains its real value over time. Une autre pièce angulaire.
Another cornerstone of the government's plan to strengthen the middle class is the Canada Child Benefit. The Canada Child Benefit will help parents better meet their children's needs. The Canada Child Benefit is more generous than the old benefit program that it replaced, and it is entirely tax-free. In addition, it better targets those who need it most. I have the firm conviction that the many parents who receive this help greatly appreciate it, and that it's necessary for them. This year, the Canada Child Benefit will get hundreds of thousands of children out of poverty as compared to 2014. Since the creation of the Canada Child Benefit in July 2016, 9 families out of 10 are getting more money than under the old program. On average, $2,300 per year for 2016 to 2018. Parents with children under 18 years old will receive an maximum annual benefit of $6,400 per child under 6 years, and just over $5,000 for children under 18 years. And these additional funds can be used to buy school supplies, for example, cover the family food budget, and buy warm clothes. Whatever, the Canada Child Benefit helps parents do what they need to do to raise their children. And, Madam Speaker, the Canada Child Benefit will be indexed to inflation starting in 2020, so that families can count on this additional support over the long term, and they will know that the benefit will increase with the cost of living.
Agreement with provincial governments to enhance the Canada Pension Plan, also known as CPP. This plays another key part in providing support to middle-class families, Madam Speaker. The government undertook this after the Department of Finance examined whether families nearing retirement are adequately prepared for retirement. Finance officials found that about 1 in 4 Canadian families approaching retirement, in actual fact 1.1 million families, are at risk of not saving enough to maintain their current standard of living. And the risk is highest for middle-class income earners. Families without workplace pension plans are at an even greater risk of under-saving for retirement. In fact, a third of these families are at risk. The government is aware of the need to help Canadians save more. Saving more will mean they are more confident about their futures and about their ability for secured and dignified retirement. There is a particular concern regarding young Canadians who tend to have higher debt than the previous generations and who in most cases will live longer than the previous generations. They face the challenge of securing adequate retirement savings at a time when fewer can expect to work in jobs that will include a workplace pension plan. This is why the government acted to strengthen the Canada Pension Plan. Madam Speaker, strengthening the middle class and creating conditions for long-term economic growth are the government's top priorities. Tax fairness is an important part of these commitments, and adjusting the tax system to ensure that it is functioning as intended and contributing to an economy that works for everyone. The basic Canadian value of fairness, Madam Speaker, is also why, as a part of our international effort to combat tax evasion, Budget 2016 confirmed the government's intention to implement what is known as the Common Reporting Standard. The introduction of the Common Reporting Standard for the exchange of information between national revenue agencies on financial accounts held by non-residents is an important global development. This multilateral initiative will help enhance tax compliance and reduce opportunities for tax evasion by those who seek to find ways to avoid paying their fair share of taxes. Under the legislation passed by Parliament last December, Canada is implementing the standard consistent with our commitment to the G20 and similar commitments by more than 100 other jurisdictions. Under the new standard, the Canada Revenue Agency will collect information from financial institutions on accounts in Canada held by non-residents. Tax administrations in foreign jurisdictions will likewise collect information from the financial institutions about accounts held by residents of other countries, including Canada. The CRA will formalize exchange agreements with foreign jurisdictions, having verified that each jurisdiction has appropriate capacity and safeguards in place to ensure the confidentiality of its information. The financial account information will exchange on a reciprocal bilateral basis. The budget also announced plans to implement a new requirement for country-by-country reporting. This is an initiative agreed to under a G20 OECD project that aims to address tax avoidance by multinational enterprises through base erosion and profit shifting. Under the new rules, large multinational enterprises will be required to file with tax authorities information providing high-level profile of their activities in each jurisdiction in which they operate. These reports will, of course, enhance transparency and assist tax administrations in performing effective risk assessments. Going forward, Madam Speaker, Canada will continue to work with the international community to ensure a coherent and consistent response to tax avoidance in multinational enterprises. In addition, Madam Speaker, Budget 2016 also included resources for CRA to address tax evasion and aggressive tax avoidance. This will enable CRA to enhance his assessment capabilities through the hiring of additional auditors and specialists in order to have the resources needed to ensure all taxpayers pay their fair share of taxes. Finally, Madam Speaker, our government is committed to ensuring that tax expenditures are fair for all Canadians, efficient and fiscally responsible. In Budget 2016, the government committed to undertake a comprehensive review of the federal tax expenditures, recognizing that concerns have been expressed regarding the efficiency, fairness, and complexity of the tax system. This work is ongoing, and at its heart is a goal of ensuring that we invest to grow the middle class and strengthening our economy. We do so in ways that preserve our enviable fiscal position for future generations.
Once again, Madam Speaker, one of our first measures as a government was to introduce the middle-class tax cut, which 9 million Canadians now benefit from. We also introduced the Canada Child Benefit, which offers more financial help to 9 out of 10 Canadian families, instead of using the Conservatives' plan to send checks to millionaires. And we've guaranteed a number of measures to ensure tax fairness. That's the responsible thing to do. These measures follow through with our commitment to help the middle class and those who are working hard to join it. We will continue to work for these Canadians to build a stronger and more fair economy for all families.
Our Prime Minister indicated yesterday and noted very clearly yesterday, this will not include a new tax on health and dental benefits. Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Comments, questions et commentaires. L'honorable.
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's with the pleasure that I listened to the words from the Parliamentary Secretary, who I salute and who I congratulate for her appointment as Parliamentary Secretary. And I will, of course, cooperate with her, but I will be very vigilant at the same time. Madam Speaker, she mentioned the fact that the Prime Minister yesterday committed to not increasing taxes on health care plans and dental plans. We'll see when the budget comes out. But will the Parliamentary Secretary commit to not touching tax credits that help workers, for example, tax credits for volunteer firefighters and for public transit? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance. I would like to thank my honourable colleague for his question, and once again, I am looking forward to working with him for at least the next year. Madam Speaker, our government has as a priority to help the middle class and all those who are working hard to join it. One of the main priorities, one of the first priorities that our government put in place was the Canada Child Benefit. This Canada Child Benefit is very generous, and it helps hundreds of thousands of Canadians and their families. I can tell you that over the Christmas break, I received a number of Christmas cards from people in my riding who are thanking us for the increased benefit that they've received, because that's really making a difference in their lives. It's helping them buy more groceries. It's helping them buy things that they need for their kids. And it's helping them make sure that their children can participate in, for example, dance or music lessons. That Canada Child Benefit is making a huge difference for all Canadians. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Rimouski, Neja Temiscouata, Les Basques. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I would also like to congratulate the Honourable Member, the new Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance, and I'm very much looking forward to working with her. I won't be too hard on her because I know she's just started, but this measure that the minister announced, the idea of taxing private health and dental plans, well, they threw it out there. They wanted to see what the reaction would be, and there was a very strong reaction to that, and now they've been forced to say they won't do it. But when the announcement was made that the government might be heading in that direction, they put it in a framework which was in the framework of an exhaustive study of Canada's tax system. It's something that we're starting to look at in committee, and it's something that the Department of Finance is already doing. So I'd like to know, how can a measure like this be sent out as a trial balloon without any context, without any other elements around it, and at the same time claim that it's part of a reform of the tax system? And my second question is, does she have a vision of what the tax system should look like? Because honestly, we haven't seen much from the government. We haven't really heard anything at all. Thank you. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And once again, I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. And once again, I'm very much looking forward to working with him in the months to come. Once again, our government has as its first priority to help the middle class and those who are working hard to join it. Our government, well, we said that we wanted to do a full evaluation of the tax system for everyone, and all measures are being evaluated, and no decision had been taken. And finally, our Prime Minister yesterday was very clear that the decision has been made, and that this is not something that we are going to be moving forward on. I would just like to remind the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to speak through the chair and not directly to the honourable members.
The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Madam Speaker, well, the member talks about the middle class. I think the reality is the government's only interested in the Prime Minister's vacation entourage and those working hard to join it. Can I ask about the tax-free savings account issue that the member raised? Because I think she knows, and the data is there on the Finance Canada website in terms of who are most likely to use tax-free savings accounts. And we know actually those most likely to use tax-free savings accounts, half of those who are maxing out their tax-free savings account are those with relatively modest incomes. And we know that because of the relative economic advantages that accrue to a tax-free savings account versus an RRSP. So when the government talks about helping those in the middle on the low end, why don't they actually do something for those who are making $45,000 or less, which they've done nothing for? Why don't they reinstate the tax-free savings account limits that were in place under the previous government?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I have to say I take objection with the comments that the member opposite. First and foremost, our government has taken several measures to help people that earn under $45,000 a year. When we look at the Canada Child Benefit Program, many Canadians have benefited tremendously by that program. If I give you an example, if we have a single mother that earns $30,000 a year and she has a child under the age of 6 years old, in her pocket at the end of the year, tax-free, she will receive $6,400 cash in her pocket. That is way more than what the other parties when they had their Canada Child Benefit Program. If we look at our seniors as well, single-income seniors in this country now have received an increase of 10% in their guaranteed income supplement. That is much better than the party opposite had done when they were in government. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Vancouver East.
Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for her comments. Today we're debating the motion about taxation of private health and dental care plans, and then there was an amendment to some of the taxation measures. But I'm curious, though, Madam Speaker, to the member, given the Prime Minister's track record, particularly in this week, where he has actually broken many, many promises and betrayed Canadians, starting with electoral reform, where he said that 2015 was going to be the last past the post voting system, and he's now reneged on that. How could anybody believe the Prime Minister when he says that he's going to commit to not imposing a tax on the private health and dental care plans? How can we actually believe him, given that he's misled Canadians over and over again?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, first and foremost, our Prime Minister, and I would say that our governing party, is truly listening to Canadians. We have conducted thousands of consultations across this country from coast to coast to coast on a variety of issues, and we are listening and considering all of their input. The Government of Canada believes that when we have an economy that works for the middle class, it truly works for everyone. We have evaluated many tax measures, and the Prime Minister has made it very clear that we are not moving forward with this one.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Bow River.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just received an email from one of my constituents. It says, I followed the rules all my life. I got a university degree. I worked hard. I've raised my children by myself for the last 7 years. I own and maintain my own home, and I've paid my taxes and a good citizen. There are programs in place to help low-income families, but I make too much to qualify for them. There are tax breaks and benefits to help middle-income families, but apparently I don't make enough for those. Where do families like mine fit in? We fall through the cracks. It makes no sense that people who work hard, stable job-holding contributor to this country still fight for a decent standard of living. I should be an example to my children, but being able to provide for them and to help them to aspire to be good people. But at the end of the month, I can no longer make my monthly payments. They're falling through the cracks. Madam Speaker, how are they helping these people with what they've done?
Good question.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Once again, Madam Speaker, our government's priority is to help the middle class and those that are truly working hard to join it. Our first priority was to cut taxes for middle-class income earners, and many millions of Canadians have benefited from those tax cuts. I do acknowledge that some Canadians have not perhaps benefited from that measure. However, from those that are even lower income earners, we recognize that the Canada Child Benefit Program has helped thousands of children and families get out of poverty. And again, as indicated earlier, when we look at our low-income seniors that receive their guaranteed income supplement, they have actually received a 10% increase on their supplement. And in actual monetary number, that's approximately $90 more a month on their check. That is a significant difference because we want to ensure that we help our middle-class people and those that are working so hard to join it.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, l'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Rimouski, Nejet, Témiscouata-les-Basques. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm very pleased to be able to rise in the House to talk about this motion. I can tell you that we're going to be voting in favor of the motion. That doesn't mean we agree with the wording exactly, particularly the preamble as amended. I think the issue is whether we actually the tax levels are not that high compared to other OECD countries, but we are in agreement with the latter portion of the motion. we believe that private health and dental insurance plans should not be taxed, at least not before the government presented us with a real motive for the analysis of the tax system.
Very important to actually look at the tax system as a whole. And if I'm talking about the tax system as a whole, that's because, and I'll quote actually the National Post back in December 2nd. It was John Hivison who actually wrote and actually learned of the possibility of the government, or the government contemplating the possibility of taxing health and dental benefits. And the spokesperson for the Finance Minister, Dan Lauzon, said that no decision had been taken and that moves would not be made in isolation. But what he said next was actually more interesting. He says the employee-sponsored healthcare tax exemption is being scrutinized as part of a sweeping review of 150 tax credits worth about $100 billion a year in foregone federal revenue. Now, the government actually said the tax system doesn't work, and we agree with them. The tax system needs to be reviewed. We agree with them. Reviewing tax expenditures, those tax exemptions, tax deductions, tax credits in the system, is that a review of the tax system? It's not. And what they are doing is, once again, raising expectations in the population that they will be addressing a real problem, a problem of fairness, a problem of equity in the tax system, because people don't feel that it's a fair system. They don't feel that everybody is treated equally. And try to, by saying, you know what, we'll examine the whole range of tax credits and tax deductions, say, we've done our part. We have a brand new tax system in this country. Madam Speaker, this is not the first time that they brought us in that direction. Je peux vous dire que dans
I can tell you that in the 1960s, that was the last time they had a real review of our current tax system. And that was done through the Carter Commission. I won't get into the details of what happened in the commission. I'm sure many people have done that before. I can say that it was an exhaustive experiment which lasted 5 years. And it was one of the reports that was best received all across the world. It was a very serious report, and it allowed people at the time to have a tax system that was really appropriate to the reality of the time. Our tax system, of course, our Income Tax Act, has existed since 1977, and it was an outdated system. So the progressive conservative Prime Minister at the time, Diefenbaker, started the work, and it was pursued by Lester B. Pearson. The conclusion came to fruition under former Prime Minister Trudeau, and he accepted a few recommendations. But the essence of the report, which was that each revenue dollar had to be treated equitably, was actually swept under the carpet. And so the result was that only a few changes were made to the system, and the objectives of the exhaustive study were not really met. And I mention this because we are talking about a similar attempt today to tell Canadians, oh, yes, we agree with you. We want to make the tax system fairer. But if we look at what's actually happening with this attempt to tax private health and dental plans, we can see that they're not trying to make the system fairer. They're trying to get more revenue from the pockets of taxpayers by convincing them that maybe we left a bit of money in the other pocket.
Question, because I think it's going to be a defining question of the following years, not only of this government, I would say of any government in this country. If I said that the last comprehensive review of the tax system took place back in the 60s, there hasn't been any significant changes, except maybe some changes that were brought by the finance minister back in the 80s, Michael Wilson, who made some changes that were not, in our view, that haven't really brought any more equity in the system or fairness, but he brought some changes. But in terms of a comprehensive tax review, in terms of looking at what is actually right now 3,000 pages of complex unintelligible legal text that even tax experts who spend their lives studying it can't even understand. We are facing a situation, a system, which is actually counterproductive for our economy, which is counterproductive for our level of economic growth, which is counterproductive for our productivity. And I'm not the only one saying that. Mainstream economists are actually saying that the complexity of our tax system, the ability for anyone, any tax expert, to actually build an industry based on finding loopholes that make the system less and less equitable, less and less fair, is actually a drain on our economy. And this makes it one of the top priority of any government at this point in time. That should be to actually simplify, really simplify the tax system. And simplifying the tax system is not just bringing forth some gimmicks like the single tax rate, or the flat tax, as we call it. It shouldn't be just saying, well, you know what, we'll be revising those tax credits and we'll try to find some savings in there. Savings meaning expenditures lost in the pocket of the taxpayer, the citizen. That's not it. This is smoke and mirrors. And I'll tell you, in terms of the commitments that were made during the last election, the Liberals are showing that they have been masters of the smoke and mirror strategy. On l'a vu hier avec...
We saw this yesterday with the famous announcement about electoral reform. This was a promise they made, a promise. They swore up and down that all of the voters would have electoral reform to ensure that no vote, that every vote would count. Today, a year later, voters know that they have been scammed by this government. If you look at the measures that they promised, for example, measures concerning First Nations people, they said that they would end the court proceedings that had been undertaken by the previous government, where they tried to appeal decisions that were made in favor of First Nations children in various First Nations communities, when the government was being forced to respect their commitments to First Nations. My colleague for Abitibi Bay James, and my colleague from Timmins James Bay, and my colleague from the north of Saskatchewan, whose writing name is very long, well, the three of them are doing incredible work to ensure that this government is actually accountable concerning its commitments to First Nations. Promises that our First Nations believed. So these things are starting to add up, Madam Speaker, all of these broken promises. Another example, Bill C-51. They said they would reform it, they would abolish it, they would change it, but nothing's been done.
Time and time and time again, this government is camping on real change compared to the previous Conservative government, and the real change involves keeping the decisions, keeping the attitude of the previous government. But you know how they do it? They say that they're doing it progressively, in a progressive fashion. They're keeping the Conservative targets for climate change, but those are progressive targets now. They're keeping obviously the agreement with the European Union, but now it's a progressive agreement. Like everything that the Conservatives did, they keep, and they call it progressive. That's what real change means for this government. And now, et maintenant, on est en train de faire face à une situation.
Now we're facing a situation where they promised that they would put in tax cuts. They promised that they would make the system fairer. And that's something that they should have promised, and we promised too.
Because the system is actually so complex that, as I said, there is a whole industry built on creating those tax loopholes and trying to take advantage of any poor writing of in one of the 3,000 pages we have in the Income Tax Act. And we also know that the system is so complex that the compliance costs for businesses and for citizens are becoming higher and higher. They are increasing. So it's becoming more and more costly just to face the obligation as citizens, as people of this country, to actually contribute to the well-being of this country. And we have to do it, and it's a good thing that we do it. But we're asking for them to actually pay more and more because the system is more and more difficult to understand. And even worse is that the complexity of the system is actually increasing the problem, and one of the main problems we have for our fiscal situation, our revenue situation, which is the problem of tax havens and tax evasion. And because of that industry that's actually trying to find loopholes, some of them cross the line where a loophole is no longer a legal loophole, but becomes a mechanism, a strategy for tax evasion. And it's extremely difficult for the CRA, the Canada Revenue Agency, which actually I've been very hard with, and I will continue to be very demanding of them. But they don't have the resources, the proper resources, to actually ensure compliance of a very complex legislation. So, tout ça, c'est des problèmes qu'on réalise.
So these are all problems that we're just realizing now we're going to have to face. These are all problems that the government, where the government has a responsibility to act in a thoughtful way. There was a study that was proposed in the Finance Committee to have a comprehensive review of the tax system. That's what the motion says. But there are no details provided, no direction, no mandate is given to the Finance Committee. This is supposed to start next Wednesday, Madam Speaker. So what are we going to do? We're going to hear from different witnesses, accountants, probably the Canadian Federation of Independent Taxpayers, and so on. And I can anticipate what they're going to say. They're going to appear before us and say that the tax system is too complex. It needs to be changed. It needs to be simplified.
I have 6 meetings, getting all those witnesses who will be saying the same things. And why do I know they will be saying the same things? Because I've seen them in the past saying those things. So we'll be wasting our time in the Finance Committee, which might be the intention of that motion, actually. While we know that the Finance Department, and we know that from the Finance Minister's spokesperson, is actually working right now on the same study. But what they're claiming to be a comprehensive tax review is nothing else but a review of tax expenditures. How many pages tax expenditures take in the whole Income Tax Act? Maybe a few dozens out of 3,000 pages. We have a system right now that's so complex, as I said, that nobody can really claim to master it all. And I think if this government really had guts and really had the intention of making sure that their commitment to simplify the tax system would be right, they would actually go many steps further. And they might actually go, maybe not towards a Royal Commission like we had, the Carter Commission back in the 60s, but at least going towards a Blue Ribbon Commission, or having some experts from various fields, labor, business, academia, and giving them the task to review the system. Because you know what? I have a very limited faith in the Finance Department to do it. And I have a very limited faith, not because I don't like the people who are part of it, but because of the complexity of the task ahead of us. I have very little belief that, or trust that the Finance Committee can actually do this work. Because we don't have time to do it. We don't have the resources to do it. We don't have the expertise to do it. So if the government was really serious, and it was not smoke and mirrors, and it was not just an empty promise that they will do little about and claim that they have respected it, or that they will simply break, because that's what we have witnessed since this government has taken power, well, they would actually take this job seriously and look at the possibility of creating that Blue Ribbon Commission with members that are respected, might be diverging in terms of belief or in terms of political leanings, but they will actually have the same objective, the same view, the same vision, which is to actually adapt an antiquated system, a system that was built really and developed in the mid-20th century, before computers, before mobility of capital, before globalization, and really did what Carter did back in the 60s and adapted for our times. And I dare this government to actually take that step. And I dare them to actually make us believe that it was not once again an empty promise that was only to make Canadians feel comfortable about them. Make them feel that, they understand that we know the system is not fair. Because Canadians have a decreasing trust towards the Canadian tax system. They don't believe it's fair anymore. They don't believe everybody is paying their fair share. Nobody likes paying taxes. Like, we cannot all agree on this. It's always something difficult to accept. But people will accept it if they know that their tax dollars are actually well spent. They're spent for the common good. They're spent for the common projects we have in this country. Et que tout le monde fait sa juste.
And where everyone pays their fair share. When you speak to Canadians, one of the first things they'll tell you is that they feel cheated. They have the impression that there are two different systems, one for the rich and one for everyone else. The system for the wealthiest is for those who can afford to pay someone who will advise them to invest their money in the Bahamas or in Switzerland or Luxembourg or in another tax haven. And they have to pay. And to give you another example of how unfair the system is, these are the people who made money on investments knowing that they were placing their money in the Bahamas and elsewhere. And then when they're caught, they're told, well, it's not that bad. Just bring your money back into Canada, just pay the tax that you were supposed to pay originally, and everything will be forgiven. Whereas if a regular taxpayer who didn't have the means to do that was caught, even if they just made a small technical error, you can be sure that the Canada Revenue Agency will not give up until that taxpayer has paid back A, what they owe, and B, interest, and C, additional penalties. So you can understand why Canadian citizens and taxpayers feel that there are two systems, one for one class of people and another system for another class.
We tried to actually bring this topic in Finance Committee. We, the NDP, and we did that in the past also with other NDP members of the committee. We are the ones who actually bring constantly motions to study the tax system and tax havens. The last in date was the situation or the scheme involving KPMG and the Isle of Man. You know what? The first meetings went fairly well, and I will say that all the members were really into it. By the fourth meeting, basically all questions, except maybe for this side, were mainly softballs. And you know what? That doesn't really help to increase the faith of Canadians in the system and the ability of this House to tackle this very important topic. So, en résumé, Madame la Présidente.
So in summary, Madam Speaker, what I want to say is that the measure we're discussing today, because remember, we're discussing an issue that the government had launched, the possibility of taxing employer-sponsored benefit plans for dental and medical benefits, and that was justified through the need for an overview of the tax system, but when there was some pressure brought to bear, they withdrew it, so it was just a test trial balloon. It's extremely important to review the tax system in its entirety. And the fear that I'm expressing here today is that I'm afraid that this is just another promise like the one we saw with election reform and other promises that were made to Canadians simply to win the vote, to end up on the government benches, and then to manage expectations. So I hope that we'll see movement or change by the government at committee or through the Department of Finance.
to Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the comments from the member. And where I do agree is that the member is quite right, that you do need to take a holistic approach. In essence, that's in good part what the member was saying. And when you do that and you apply that holistic approach to what this government has done, it's important that we recognize Canada's middle class will, in fact, be advanced. You have the middle class tax cut, significant. 9 million plus Canadians will benefit from it. You have a special tax on Canada's wealthiest that has been created, Mr. Speaker. I suspect almost all members of this House would support that. We see the Canada Child Benefit, and there is a tax-free portion of that. We can talk about the Guaranteed Income Supplement. Both of those initiatives lifting literally tens of thousands of seniors, of children, out of poverty situation. When you take a holistic approach at the budget, including the tax measures that have been taken, I would ultimately argue that this is a sound, fair budget that Canadians are receiving quite well. And I'm wondering if the member would, at the very least, recognize that, yes, there are always going to be areas in a budget that individuals will have some concern with. But as a whole, that this budget does deliver what it is that the Prime Minister had promised, and that was a break to Canada's middle class, for Canada's middle class, and to deliver on important programs such as our child benefit and relief for our seniors.
L'honorable député de Rimouski.
The honourable member for Rimouski-Nejet-Témiscouata-Les-Basques.
So well, because I agreed with him about the need for a holistic approach. The end of the speech or the question was actually not that great, because what he's talking about is basically that holistic approach that need to take an exhaustive view of the tax system can be summarized in modifying tax rates a little bit and shuffling some funds that exist in the system. We're talking about a whole tax system of 3,000 pages. That's a legislation of 3,000 pages that is so complex that experts who are spending their lives studying it can't even claim to understand it. And now the government is trying to claim that some of the measures that they have implemented that affect some tax rates and affect some programs for which we haven't seen that much evidence, and actually that number of seniors being out of poverty is actually contested. And we know that the tax cut for the middle class was not really for the middle class, but more for the upper middle class and the well-off. This is actually what constitutes the exhaustive tax review, the comprehensive tax review that they have promised. Well, this actually is actually confirming my worst fear, which is that once again they have promised what they believed Canadians wanted to hear, and now they are trying to manage expectations.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Louis Saint-Laurent.
The honourable member for Louis Saint-Laurent. Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's always interesting to listen to the member for Rimouski-Nejet-Témiscouata-Les-Basques. Now, he talked about progressive tax cuts are so beneficial for Canadians, but he knows that 65% of Canadians aren't affected by these so-called tax cuts. The people who are earning $45,000 or less are seeing no tax cuts, and these are the people who need it the most. And the ones who benefit the most from these tax cuts are the ones who earn up to $200,000 a year. So someone earning $200,000 a year is not in the middle class. So I'd like to hear the member for Rimouski-Nejet-Témiscouata-Les-Basques, who's a progressive member. I'd like to hear what his comments on whether or not these measures being put forth by the Liberal government are progressive. The honourable member for Rimouski-Nejet-Témiscouata-Les-Basques. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the honourable member for his question. This gives me an opportunity once again to talk about what the government claims to want to do. It convinces Canadians of things and then manages expectations. Now, the middle class, people who need these measures are people earning under $45,000 a year, people who earn above $90,000, and people between $140,000 and $213,000 receive more, and above $200,000 a year, up to $213,000 said they will receive something. Now, if they'd really wanted a cut for the middle class, they shouldn't have gone for the second bracket. They could have started Okay, $11,000 is a basic exemption, but after that, they could have put in place measures for people earning $45,000 and less. People like us should be paying more. We can afford to. The government's turned a deaf ear to this, ended up in this situation where the bulk of the people who need it are not benefiting from a tax benefit. And 20% of people receiving the biggest benefits are among the richest Canadians. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Sherbrooke. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to thank my colleague for his remarks. I share his sense of urgency with respect to a review of the tax system in this country. It's the very essence of our system. We should all be familiar with the tax system, with the legal system. That's the case, but the legislation is 3,000 pages long. It's complex in nature, as was mentioned earlier. Even tax experts can't claim to know the act in its entirety, the 3,000 pages that it includes. There have also been significant technological changes that have occurred. Now, in just a few seconds, funds can be sent from one company to another, from one country to another. And what we're seeing throughout the world is that corporate profits, multinational profits, are being declared where, or not being claimed, where the actual economic activity is taking place. Can the Honourable Member talk about the reality of technology that enables companies, through elaborate schemes, to declare their profits in countries other than the country where the activity is taking place? And does he have a solution to this problem? The Honourable Member for Rimouski-Nejet-Témiscouata-les-Basques. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for Sherbrooke for his excellent question. He's absolutely right. Now, you know why there are 3,000 pages in the tax system? It's not because the government simply added page upon page. No, it's because people started to take advantage of it, to interpret it different ways, and tried to take advantage of the lack of clarity in certain places to find loopholes. And the government's always had to respond from, and that's why there are so many pages. Initially, there was some 1,000 pages. Those are, in fact, interpretations provided by the CRA to cover off loopholes and ways to deal with them. So we have a basic problem in that regard. The system is ill-suited to today's reality. We need to bring it up to date and to deal with this complex nature of it. And when we talk about international taxation, well, we're lagging behind because tax havens have existed since the 19th century. No one's ever taken them seriously. And the problem has picked up. The pace has gotten much quicker with globalization, with computers, and we've never adapted to that. So this is money that's not being taxed. It's tax revenue that we're not collecting. And based on what I've seen from the OECD, we are moving in the right direction. It's taking a long time. It's slow because of the systematic obstruction that some countries, including Canada, have put in place when it comes to efforts with other countries. But we are moving in the right direction, and I hope that this government will continue to work on those efforts, because that is essential for ensuring that the income is taxed where the economic activity takes place.
Time for a very short question, 30 seconds. The Honourable Member for Hamilton West, Ancaster Dundas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate my colleague's speech, and I'm glad to hear that he believes that we are moving in the right direction. I believe that we are as well. As the member from North Winnipeg has stated previously in his question, we have focused on the middle class, and our government is very proud of that, focusing on the middle class and those striving to get there. We've done that through our tax cut, we've done that through the child benefit, and we've done that with our guaranteed income supplement, moving more thousands, hundreds of thousands of people out of poverty. So with this constant focus on the middle class, the question I'd like to put to the member is, what is the root of the thinking that this government is going to put this tax on these benefits? Where does this speculation come from? Thank you.
L'honorable député de Rimouski.
The honourable member of Rimouski, Nejet-Témiscouata-les-Basques, in 30 seconds or less, please.
J'ai cité au début de
Well, at the start of my remarks,
actually said the government was considering it as part of its comprehensive tax review. So it was a trial balloon the government put forth to try to see what the reaction. And when you put a trial balloon, it's because you're considering this measure. You don't put trial balloon that you never intend to actually put forth. And in terms of our first intervention, I'd like to simply specify that I don't believe this government is actually going in the right direction unless she's talking about the creation of smoke screens, where I do believe that government is going in that direction.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to say that I'll be sharing my time with the member from Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke. Well, you know, we hear again and again, day after day, about how this government is going to help the middle class. And the Prime Minister gets up, you know, whenever he's here to talk about the middle class. And I'm not sure that anybody can believe anything that comes out of the Prime Minister's mouth because he's not been very good at keeping his promises. Remember, this is the guy that promised just a little $10 billion deficit and balance the budget within the mandate. And now we see, you know, maybe $30 billion this year and stretched out to 2055 that we're going to be in deficit. This was the guy that was going to restore home mail delivery. Haven't seen that yet. And on with the various promises. The last election under the first past the post. I mean, I could spend my whole 10 minutes talking about that, but that's not the point. The point is they talk a lot about the middle class, but they really, first of all, don't even know who the middle class are. And I might be able to help with that, Mr. Speaker, because in my opinion, the middle class are the people that are not poor and not the richest. And in our country, we have a definition of who is poor. That is single people that make less than $23,000 or families less than $40,000. And we know who's rich. Those are the people in the highest tax bracket, and that might be north of $138,000. So, Mr. Speaker, I think there's a really good way to help the finance minister, who seems to have so much trouble figuring out who the middle class are, to help them know who they are, so then they can understand whether or not they're really helping them. Now, this latest suggestion that they're going to put a tax on health and dental benefits, you know, striking at the heart of what's important to Canadians. Canadians value health care. They think everybody should have access to the basic health care that we need to have. People need to be able to get their prescription drugs. People need to be able to get their teeth fixed. And this is not something that the government should be interfering in, because there are serious consequences if we start taxing these kind of benefits. First of all, you're going to find some employers who are already squeezed, and I'll rage on that later in my speech. You know, they're already squeezed. It doesn't take too much to get to the tipping point where they refuse to offer benefits anymore. And then you have people who won't have any benefits at all. And, you know, this is a horrible situation that many Canadians are already in. They don't have benefits to start with. Then, you know, you're going to see that individuals are going to have to pay an extra $1,000. I think my colleague from the member from Carleton was mentioning that a person that made $45,000 would have to pay an extra $1,000 if this tax was put in place. I mean, these people simply cannot afford to have additional, taxes put on them. And not to mention the fact that, you know, if taxes are on these types of health benefits, and you have some people who are less well than others and really, you know, can have a lot of health benefit claims, that would drive employers in a direction that's very dangerous in terms of determining whether you're going to cover somebody if they're extremely unwell. So I think this is just a bad idea. I was extremely happy to hear the Prime Minister state that they were not going to do this tax. However, having had the question asked 14 other times and heard the skippity-doo and no real answer, and then having everybody who responded to questions about that after the Prime Minister do that same dancing routine, I am a little bit concerned. So definitely it's a bad idea, and we don't want to see that because people are already overtaxed. You know, the former speaker talked about the complexity of the Tax Act and, you know, the number of pages and how nobody can really understand what's in there. You know, Mr. Speaker, I think when Canadians see their tax bill this year, they are going to be hugely surprised. You know, all the rhetoric has been, we're helping the middle class. We've done this great child benefit, and we're lowering taxes on the middle class. But you know what? When you give somebody $900, and then you take away $1,100 for CPP taxes, and then if you had 2 kids in university, you've lost $10,000 of tax credit for education and another couple thousand for books. If you had kids in hockey and you had 2 of those or 3 of those, you'd be talking nearly $3,000 of tax credit that you've lost. If you were someone who worked and had a spouse that only worked part-time, now you can't do income splitting. That's maybe $13,000. So when you start adding all of that up, you are talking about thousands and thousands of dollars in additional taxes that nobody that's not been paying attention is going to be aware of. And when they get that bill, I think there'll be rage in the machine for sure, Mr. Speaker, because it's totally unacceptable. And then, you see that on top of that, they want to squeeze small business, the generator of jobs, which is the whole point of trying to go into deficit, was to create jobs. Remember that? Not one net new full-time job created, but that was the whole point of all this spending. And when they start taxing small businesses, first of all, another broken promise, didn't reduce the tax rate for small businesses. Okay, then on top of that, they've added the CPP cost to employers. That's another cost that they're going to have to bear. And then now we're talking about a carbon tax. Mr. Speaker, it's just never ending. Carbon tax is going to drive prices up on everything for everybody, for the people of Canada as well as for the employers. And, when the business people see their taxes this year, they're very squeezed. And, we've got a situation where with what's happening in the U.S. right now, we are getting uncompetitive. The U.S. is going to lower the corporate tax, they're going to lower personal tax, and they don't have any carbon tax. I don't know what's so complicated about that somebody that's supposed to be the finance minister can't figure out. That's going to make us uncompetitive. And I'll give you some specific examples from my own riding that might help sort of illustrate how this goes. So with the threat of the Ontario cap-and-trade carbon tax, the expansion, $100 million expansion at CF Industries in my riding was cancelled, and they quoted it was because of that reason. I've got a $2 billion project with Nova Chemicals that is scheduled to go that may create as many as 3,000 jobs in my riding. And the company has stated with 2 levels of carbon tax, that project will likely go to the Gulf Coast. That's Canadian jobs moving south. The carbon footprint does not leave the planet. 3,000 jobs to the south. That same CF Industries that I talked about earlier that canceled their expansion, well, let me tell you, Mr. Speaker, with the new carbon tax that's coming in, this is a company that takes natural gas and turns it into carbon dioxide and fertilizer. They will be hugely, hugely burdened, and there is no way that they can do any more than they've already done. In the last 10 years, they've had exponential reductions in their emissions and their environmental controls, and they are at the limit of their technology. And so, with this extra carbon tax, we expect that they will shut that facility down and open their expansion in Donaldson, Louisiana, where there is no carbon tax and there will be lower taxes for the corporation. So once again, the carbon footprint is not leaving the planet, just the Canadian jobs. In addition to that, I have a number of refineries, and I hear the Minister of the Environment on a regular basis saying how Shell definitely supports a price on carbon. Well, I will tell you that the refinery manager in Sarnia-Lambton believes that with 2 levels of carbon tax that we're seeing and the environment right now for oil and gas, they have 6 other plants in the U.S. that they could debottleneck and shut this facility down like they shut the facility in Montreal down just a few years ago. Okay, so, I hear the rhetoric, but once again, that carbon footprint won't leave the planet, jobs from Canada moving to the U.S. So the carbon tax is a bad idea, and the government really needs to rethink that in light of what's happening in the South. Now, they're getting lots of advice from people telling them what to do. The Chamber of Commerce, if this is not the representation across Canada of all the businesses that we have, the Chamber of Commerce saying, carbon tax is a bad idea. These health and dental taxes are a bad idea. You're getting that input from them. You're getting it from the federal group of municipalities that comes, the FCM. All of these people are giving the government excellent advice and saying, don't do these things. They're bad for small business, which creates most of the jobs, and they're bad for the people. In addition, I don't know about the other MPs here, but I get letters on a daily basis complaining about people who are on a fixed income that have no more room to move, Mr. Speaker. And so I'm happy for an opportunity to talk today, but I wish there was somebody listening on the other side of the aisle that was actually going to take action and do the right thing for Canadians. Eliminate the carbon tax, reduce the tax burden on people, reduce the tax burden on small businesses so that we can actually do what the government was elected to do, which is create jobs for Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, the government is in fact listening to what Canadians are saying. That is one of the reasons why we have the tax cut for Canada's middle class, which will impact over 9 million Canadians, Mr. Speaker. The member just made reference to what about that person on that fixed income, that low income? Well, for that senior, some of Canada's most vulnerable seniors, thousands of seniors, are going to be receiving a significant increase in the GIS. Not marginal increases that we witnessed while the Conservatives were in government, significant increases, to the degree in which some of our poorest seniors are going to receive an additional $900 plus a year. And that's a lot of money for some of these seniors, Mr. Speaker. I guess my question to the member is, will she, because she spent a lot of time talking about the price on carbon, will the member not recognize that the price on carbon is already instituted in many of Canada's provinces? And Ottawa does not generate 1 penny that goes into federal coffers. It is something that goes into the provincial coffers, and if the provincial governments want to, they can give that money back through all sorts of tax breaks if the provinces agree to do that. Does the member not agree to allow provinces to have that option? And it's good to see national leadership on the environmental file. That's been lacking for the last 10 years plus.
The honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And first of all, I need to correct the member opposite because, you know, $900 a year is not really that much. It works out to about $60 a month. And if you're living in Ontario and you're a senior on fixed income, Kathleen Wynne just increased your hydro bill by about $200. So that's just simply not enough for people that are on a fixed income. And I don't know why the government wouldn't know that, because Gerald Butts was the brainchild behind the one that implemented this system that caused the price to go so high that our seniors can't afford to pay for their heat. So, you know, let me just correct you on that one. In terms of the price on carbon, I'm aware that there are other provinces that have models in place. We're not talking about that. We're talking about adding on the burden. And, you know, the last thing this government needs is more revenue that's going into its wasted programs that's not creating any jobs. And from a carbon footprint, am I happy about helping the planet? I want to help the planet, but does a member understand that Canada's whole footprint is 1.6% of the carbon footprint of the planet? We could eliminate the whole thing, and it's not going to solve global warming. 60% of the footprint is the U.S., India, China, and Europe. And China's building 24 coal plants. The U.S. has just said they're reintroducing coal. India just built the biggest coal plant on the planet. So if we're really serious about helping the planet, we should be leveraging Canadian emissions reduction technology to these other people to help them resolve their huge carbon footprint problem. That would really help the planet, and that would create Canadian jobs.
Before I go to questions and comments, I'm sure the honourable member, when she said, let me correct you, I didn't realize I had made a mistake. I'm sure she meant the honourable member from Winnipeg North. I just wanted to clarify that.
The honourable member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech. And one question that I've asked myself when I hear the Liberals talk about the middle class is just how sincere is the Minister of Finance and is the Prime Minister when they talk about the middle class and when they say they want to help them, when we know that those two members, the Minister and the Prime Minister, are very far from the reality that faces most in the middle class, particularly when we know that the Prime Minister, for example, spends his vacation time and his free time with billionaires. So I'd like to know if my colleague, well, what she thinks about the sincerity of the words from the Minister of Finance and the Prime Minister. We know the Finance Minister is straight out of Bay Street. How sincere are they when they say that they want to help the middle class, and how well do they understand the reality of the middle class? The honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to thank my colleague for his question.
To the middle class, I agree. The finance minister and the prime minister have no idea who the middle class are because they are fraternizing with billionaires. It's very suspicious to me as well when I hear that the finance minister has dealings with a business called Morneau Chappelle that's hugely into dental and health benefits, that's hugely into things that are involved in pension plans, and that he's involved in striking up legislation. That strikes of conflict of interest to me, Mr. Speaker, and so I don't think they're in touch with the middle class or with conflict of interest rules.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Mr. Speaker, I rise on behalf of my people of the riding of Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke in this unfortunate debate regarding the latest tax target of the federal government, the 13.5 million Canadians who have private health care plans. Increasing the tax burden on ordinary working Canadians represents a fundamental shift from the tax policy of our previous Conservative government. Under a Conservative government, the policy was to decrease the tax burden on ordinary working Canadians, particularly Canadians in the low to mid-income range. While giving lip service to the middle class, Liberal policy favors wealthy Canadians, the type who can afford to pay the high admission cost to the pay-to-play fundraisers used by lobbyists to gain special access for preferential tax treatment. The tax changes in the last Liberal budget resulted in the maximum tax break going to individuals with income between $89,000 and $200,000, with some people with an income over $200,000 seeing their taxes reduced also. So much for believing anything this government says when it comes to tax fairness. The Prime Minister's vapid talking points on the middle class is another fake promise from a party that wrote the book on fake news. One of the first acts of our government was to create the Parliamentary Budget Officer. The PBO is a nonpartisan agency with a mandate to provide financial information to parliamentarians and all Canadians in a factual manner. The PBO has documented for all Canadians the fact that low and middle income earners benefited the most from Conservative tax policy. Conservatives returned billions of tax dollars back to Canadians, and we did so with a balanced federal budget. Those tax changes included reducing the GST for all Canadians, a tax reduction that's being wiped out by the federal carbon tax, and the decision by the Liberal Party to increase the tax burden on families by eliminating Conservative family-friendly tax credits. Our tax changes, as noted by the nonpartisan PBO, were progressive, benefiting low middle-income earners the most. The PBO identified low middle-income earners as households where the annual income is between $12,200 and $23,300 a year. Those incomes are much less than the $90,000 income this government thinks is middle class. The irony is, the wealthy friends of the Liberal Party who attend the Liberal pay-to-play fundraisers are some of the high-income earners who fled the country with their capital when the Liberals took office, in the largest flight of capital since records began to be kept. Low to middle income earners enjoyed a real increase in their after-tax income at a rate far higher than the richest 10% of Canadians with Conservatives in government. Conservatives are the best friends of millions of everyday Canadians with just an average-sized paycheck. Canadians, for the first time, are net creditors of the United States and have much to lose by the amateur way this government is conducting relations with our largest trading partner. Liberal tax target, health plans. This latest example, like the elimination of the family-friendly tax credits, demonstrates once again the Liberal Party appetite for new taxes is insatiable. They won't stop until every last dollar in taxpayers' pockets has been gobbled up. The latest tax target, the subject of today's supply motion, is employer-sponsored health plans. The Liberals are looking to treat health plans as income and tax them as income. Health plans cover important preventive care measures like vision care, mental health services, prescription drugs, and physiotherapy. Taxing health plans could very well end up costing taxpayers money in addition to health care costs. As healthcare is a provincial responsibility, it's a sneaky way of implementing a tax grab and then downloading the social cost of this tax policy onto the provinces. Sort of like the carbon tax two-step the feds just negotiated with the provinces, so that the provinces would get blamed for their new tax on everything carbon tax. When the province of Quebec began to tax these health plans, companies cut back, and the number of people with additional health coverage dropped. With an aging population, the last thing we need is for Canadians to have less health coverage. Just as with the Netflix tax, the Liberals are trying to spin this new tax by saying it's about fairness. For Liberals, the fair solution to any problem is for everybody to pay higher taxes. Once again, the Liberals' reckless spending is putting Canadians' health at risk. We need to tell the Prime Minister that health plans should not become the latest Liberal tax target. Liberal plans to tax employer-sponsored health plans will be especially painful for the retired Canadians on fixed incomes. Some companies still offer health benefits to retired employees. While more and more companies require pensioners to pay for portions of their health benefits, they still provide large tax-free benefits. According to a Conference Board of Canada report, the average cost to a company to provide a plan is about $8,330. Depending on how much pensioners contribute to their health plans, they could have an additional tax burden of $800 to $1,600 per year. For pensioners on fixed incomes in my riding of Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke, already facing the January 1st, 2017 federally mandated Kathleen Wynne carbon tax, this new health tax could wipe them out financially. If they opt out of their health plans to avoid being hit with this tax, they put their health at greater risk. Seniors' health is already being put at risk by energy poverty. They do not have the luxury of avoiding the cold by spending a lavish holiday on a private island paid for by a wealthy friend in the Bahamas, like the Prime Minister. The Liberal Premier of Ontario wants seniors in my riding to spend their winters in a cold, dark house because the high cost of electricity means they're afraid to turn on the lights or the heat. Retired Canadians paid taxes all their working lives, and much of it went to pay for Pierre Trudeau's reckless spending. Having worked hard their whole lives, now they'll be punished for the son's reckless spending. To Canadians who are listening to this debate, if this new health tax could hurt you, please share this information with anyone else you know who could suffer from this tax as well. We can stop the Liberals from sneaking this new tax in this budget, but only if more Canadians know about it and speak out. The Liberal scheme to tax employer-sponsored health plans will disproportionately harm employers. Liberals have never been a fan of small business. They attacked them during the election. The Prime Minister cancelled planned cuts to the small business tax rate and now tells some businesses, like family-owned campgrounds, they're too small to qualify for a business tax rate for small businesses. If that isn't enough, taxing health plans might hammer the final nail in the coffins for many employees of many small businesses. When Quebec started taxing employer-sponsored health plans, they saw a 20% drop in the number of businesses providing coverage. Broken down by size, 26% of the companies with fewer than 20 employees stopped providing health plans, while only 7% of companies with 500 or more employees dropped their health coverage. After hearing from a number of small business owners worried about being the latest Liberal tax target, it's easy to understand why this tax burden will burden small businesses more than large corporations. Small businesses that can afford to provide health benefits do so by purchasing group insurance plans. The more employees enrolled in the group plan, the cheaper it gets to provide coverage to each employee. A minimum number of employees is required to qualify for a group plan, and it could be that if someone opts out, the minimum level for a plan will be too low for anyone in the business to be covered, Worse, if the health plan gets more expensive, the Canada Revenue Agency, which the finance minister in the last budget did to raise billions more in taxes, increased tax enforcement. You might argue that the value of the benefit has increased and tax those left in the plan even more. The tax rate goes up, more people drop their plans, and the group plan's cost goes up. The tax rate goes up, on and on and on, in a downward spiral until the company drops the plan altogether. And, Mr. Speaker, just like the Liberal carbon tax, a tax on private health care, Netflix tax will raise the prices for Canadians while undermining innovation and leave us at an economic disadvantage. Bad spending does not justify tax increases. The time has come for this government to quit mortgaging the future of our young people.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Laurentides-Labelle.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In fairness, it seems, is allowing this member to present her alternative reality. We were quite clear yesterday that the tax on the health plans will not be coming through. I'm wondering what other ideas she has of what we're going to do that we have no intention of doing. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the truth is you can't trust a Liberal promise. And it was only said in passing. Well, we're going to hold them to what they said. The tax rate goes up, more people drop their plans. Many small business owners tell me how proud they were when their business had reached the point they could provide additional health coverage to their employees. And like most small businesses, the owners work alongside their employees day in and day out. They're the friends and in many cases like family. They worry about the choices that they might be forced to make. Will they have to cut the health plan to cut or pay payroll taxes or keep the plan and lay off somebody? Healthy employees are good for business.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for her speech. I think that she answered my colleague's question, my Liberal colleague's question, quite well when she was asked about what was announced yesterday. The question is, how can we trust what any Liberal minister or any government member says when we can see that overnight they break their promises and change their ideas without any warning? So it's a lot harder to trust the government after the announcement yesterday when they said that they wouldn't go forward with one of their most solemn campaign promises, in other words, to change the electoral system. My colleague for Laurentides-Labelle knows the subject well. So I'd like to ask my colleague if she also believes that the government can still be trusted when they say that they're going to do something, or, as is the case today, that they're not going to do something.
Pembroke.
A Liberal government can never be trusted. Their spending is so out of control. The Finance Department released a report days before Christmas projecting federal budget deficits until 2050. 2 years ago, under a Conservative government, that same finance report said Canada could have its entire national debt paid off by 2050. With deficits as far as the eye can see, it's no wonder Liberals are trying to find new things to tax and new ways to tax them. Previously, the latest Liberal tax target was foreign digital streaming services like Netflix. The Liberals would like to force Netflix to start charging you HST on your monthly bill, and they're claiming it's all about fairness. They claim that because Canadian companies like Bell have to charge HST for digital streaming services, so foreign companies should charge HST too. Of course, Liberals think the fair solution is to raise taxes rather than cut taxes for all Canadians.
Questions et commentaires. Nous avons le temps.
Questions and comments? We have the time for just one brief question. The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent.
With my colleague, and thanks her for his quite good, again, speech. The government is saying every tax credit, studying every tax credit. Does you think it would be a good idea to cancel the public transit tax credit, the volunteer firefighter tax credit, and the tax credit related to charitable donation?
Honourable Member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Mr. Speaker, I would hope that my colleague would not give the Liberals any more ideas on where to raise taxes. And, of course, they're going to find it somewhere. If they're not going to be taxing health plans, they'll tax dental plans, or they'll start taxing pop and fruit drinks so that even the people who avoid the sin taxes are swept into the net tax as well.
Now we have time for one more short question and response. Questions and comments? Seeing none, we'll go to resuming debate. And the Honourable Member for Pickering-Uxbridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'll be sharing my time today with the member from Oakville, North Burlington. Mr. Speaker, I thank the Honourable Member for his motion. As the Prime Minister clearly stated yesterday in the House, the government is not considering taxing health care and dental plans. But I am delighted to take this opportunity to speak to some of the measures we have taken to support and strengthen Canada's middle class since we took office in late 2015. Mr. Speaker, our government is committed to growing the middle class, as we believe that a strong economy that works for everyone starts with the middle class. That is why building an economy that works for the middle-class Canadians and their families is the government's top priority. Mr. Speaker, Budget 2016 introduced measures that built upon the progress that we launched with the middle-class tax cut, which I will return to shortly. In particular, Budget 2016 announced the introduction of the new Canada Child Benefit, the CCB. The CCB is simpler than the system it had replaced. It's fully tax-free, more generous, and it is targeted and more effectively to those who need it most. 9 out of 10 families are receiving more in child benefits than they did under the previous system. For the 2016-17 benefit year, these families will see an average increase in benefits of almost $2,300, or about $190 extra per month. The first CCB payments were issued last July. More than 3.2 million Canadians families receiving these monthly payments now have increased means with which to raise their children. With the introduction of the CCB, about 300,000 fewer children will be living outside of poverty in 2017 compared to 2014. This translates into a reduction of about 40% in overall child poverty, a major step forward towards the goal of ensuring that all children in Canada have a fair chance of success. And finally, by indexing the CCB to inflation starting in 2020, we will ensure that families can continue to count on the support over the long term. Even before Budget 2016, one of the first actions we took after becoming a government was to introduce a tax cut for the middle class. This tax cut is already benefiting nearly 9 million Canadians. By reducing the 22% federal income tax rate to 20.5% for 2016 and subsequent taxation years, single individuals who benefit will see an average tax reduction of $330 every year, and couples who benefit will see an average tax reduction of $550 every year. To help pay for this important tax relief for the middle class, the government raised taxes on the wealthiest Canadians by introducing a new top income tax rate of 33% for individuals with taxable income of more than $200,000 per year. We also undertook further measures to ensure that the tax system is fair for middle-class Canadians. For instance, we introduced measures to address underground economic activity, tax evasion and aggressive tax planning, as well as measures to improve the government's ability to collect outstanding tax debts. Budget 2016 announced legislative and other actions on both the international and domestic fronts to enhance the integrity of Canada's tax system and to ensure the tax system is fair for Canadians, efficient and fiscally responsible. We are undertaking a review of the tax system to determine whether it works well for Canadians, with a view to eliminating poorly targeted and inefficient measures. Mr. Speaker, our government also wants to ensure that Canadians who work hard all their lives are rewarded with a secure and dignified retirement. So we are helping Canadians realize this goal. Budget 2016 increased the Guaranteed Income Supplement, or GIS, top-up benefit by up to $947 annually for low-income single seniors who are much more likely to be low-income than seniors generally. This enhancement more than doubles the current maximum GIS top-up benefit and represents a 10% increase in the total maximum GIS benefit available to low-income single seniors. We also canceled the previous government's increase to the eligibility age for OAS and GIS benefits, which will put thousands of dollars back in the pockets of Canadians as they become seniors. And Mr. Speaker, we also took steps to enhance the Canada Pension Plan. Last June, the federal government and our provincial and territorial counterparts came to a historic agreement to enhance the CPP to ensure that future generations of Canadians can count on a strong public pension system in their retirement years. At maturity, the CPP enhancement will increase the maximum CPP retirement benefit by about half, which in today's dollars will represent an increase of nearly $7,000 to a maximum benefit of nearly $20,000. Because of this, more Canadians will spend more time with their grandkids rather than worrying about how to pay for their rent. The Government of Canada looks forward to the provinces issuing the necessary orders in Council to bring the legislation into force shortly. Mr. Speaker, we have made important progress, but we have more work to do. Canada must look to the future and provide middle-class families with the confidence, tools, and opportunities to ensure that they have real and fair chances to success. Our government will build on the successes of the past year or so, and we will continue to make smart and necessary investments to spur long-term growth and strengthen the middle class. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire, the honourable member for Hamilton Mountain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my the colleague over my opposite side for her nice speech. However, I was very, very happy to hear that yesterday's announcement that the Prime Minister said he's not considering to tax the health and dental benefits. But my question is why should we believe that, Mr. Speaker? And the reason why I'm asking that question is there's been many times when the government has made commitments to the people of Canada, such as the 20,000 steelworkers in Hamilton that they said they would help and use every tool in the toolbox, but so far they've been missing in action. And the other one was the Canada Pension Plan enhancement that they boast and brag about their commitment. They have now turned around, but they haven't told us, or they excluded the dropout periods for child rearing and for people with disabilities, which is a very, very important provision in that enhancement. And then yesterday we find out that the government is now reneging on its promise to the Canadians of electoral reform when 1,813 times he said it. So I'm asking the minister, why should we believe the government now when they've broken promises before?
Honourable member for Pickering-Uxbridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for his question. Well, Mr. Speaker, it's clear our government, and based on my speech, has in fact delivered on many of the commitments that we promised right away. Our first actions have been the Canada Child Benefit, which is more fair for Canadians, tax-free, and does more for families. The other thing we did is we reduced the middle class we introduced a middle class tax break. And in terms of the CPP dropout provisions, Mr. Speaker, I have to be clear. It's the contrary to what my honourable friend is saying. The minister acknowledged and said he's going to raise dropout provisions with his provincial and territorial counterparts because we are committed to helping the middle class and those working hard to join it. And the actions that this government has taken in just over a year has delivered on those principles. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Flamborough-Glanbrook.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I wanted to address a question to my colleague. I don't think that she was around when these measures were actually taken, but the previous government under Prime Minister Harper, we initiated the largest single increase in the GIS for seniors in 25 years. We increased the age exemption twice. We increased the personal exemption 3 times. We introduced pension income splitting. And we also, the late Jim Flaherty introduced the shared pension plan that somebody could voluntarily opt into in order to have a secondary source of pension income, as well as, of course, the TFSA, which was the single greatest enhancement of pension income since the RRSP. And so with all of that said, the initiative that the Liberal government has taken is to increase the deficit by 300% more than what they said that they would. And I want to ask the member, who does she think is going to pay for that when that debt finally becomes due? Is it right now the youth that are growing up, does she realize that they are going to eventually have to pay for that?
The honourable member for Pickering-Uxbridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, my honourable colleague, for his question. He's absolutely correct, Mr. Speaker. I was not here during the previous government and the changes that they made, but I was a member of municipal government previously in Pickering and part of the riding that I represent. And I can tell you, I often heard from seniors who had to choose between medication or paying their rent or paying for electricity. So the previous measures that the government made were not working. And I think it's a matter of the fact that the previous government was out of touch with what ordinary Canadians were concerned about, with the expenses that ordinary Canadians had to make choices between. In terms of the previous government, they also promised to balance budgets and never did so. So I'd be very curious to see how they never did so, yet ordinary Canadians were being left behind. The middle-class Canadians were being left behind. This is something our government committed to fixing, and I'm proud of the changes that we have made to the previous government's initiatives. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's with pleasure that I actually rise to stand to debate on what the Conservatives have advanced. And I was somewhat expecting that there might have been a change in their plans overnight, given the comments from the Prime Minister. You know, it's an interesting process. The Conservatives like to give a little bit of a spook. Well, you know, the Liberals are going to do this, or the Liberals are going to tax this, the Liberals are going to tax this. And they have really lost the theme of what this government has been telling Canadians. And I think maybe I should remind them, Mr. Speaker. You remember, it was the Prime Minister of Canada in the first budget. In fact, one of the very first actions that this government had taken was to make it clear that we are here to serve Canada's middle class and those that are striving to become a part of Canada's middle class. And that was demonstrated very clearly in the very first piece of legislation that we introduced. That was to implement that tax break, Mr. Speaker. And it's interesting to note that the Conservative Party voted against the tax break to Canada's middle class. Say what they will, Mr. Speaker, but when you think of Canada's middle class, you can talk about whether it's our healthcare workers, many of our factory workers, many of our first-time responders, Mr. Speaker. Canada's core middle class was given a tax break, putting money into the pockets of Canadians, Mr. Speaker, and the Conservatives voted against that, Mr. Speaker. So let me suggest to you that we do not have to take any advice from a Conservative Party that has lost touch with what Canadians are thinking and what Canadians want, Mr. Speaker. I truly believe that they have lost touch with Canadians. And at the end of the day, if you take a look at the overall presentation that this government has on budgetary policy, that the biggest benefactors are going to be, and I'll put it in maybe 2 or 3 categories. Number 1, Canada's middle class through that tax break. Mr. Speaker, number 2, the Canada Child Tax Break, Mr. Speaker, or plan, I should say, given to our children. That plan in itself, the monies that are additional dollars that are being spent in that program, and the Parliamentary Secretary for Finance expanded on that quite well, I thought. We are going to lift tens of thousands of children out of poverty because of that plan, Mr. Speaker. Then we could talk about the GIS, something in which I've stood in this House and talked on numerous occasions. Again, a substantial increase to the degree in which some of the most poorest and vulnerable seniors in Canada, from coast to coast to coast, are receiving significant increases. The poor seniors in excess of $900 more going into their pockets a year, Mr. Speaker. And that's just to cover a few points that was presented by this government in the last year, Mr. Speaker. Well, on the other side, now they realize that they kind of blew it on this health tax idea, and I think personally that they were the ones that were thinking of it, Mr. Speaker. It had nothing to do, from best I can tell, Mr. Speaker, of the Government of Canada looking into it, and the Prime Minister made it very clear yesterday that we are not moving ahead with any sort of a tax on health and dental plan, Mr. Speaker. But having said that, then they bring through a friendly amendment which was accepted by the Conservative Party. So it was an internal change that they made and accepted. And now they want to focus on small businesses. Well, again, I would argue, and you know, we have a Prime Minister that just finished going through town halls across Canada. I had the good fortune to have him show up in Winnipeg to participate in one of those town halls. Mr. Speaker, I suggest to you that that is real accountability. That is something in which I never, and please correct me if I'm wrong from the other side, tell me when the former Prime Minister, Stephen Harper, did anything of that nature. You know, there was that glass bubble that the former Prime Minister had. Harper didn't go outside of that glass bubble, Mr. Speaker. We have a Prime Minister that's not scared of accountability and believes in transparency. And we have seen demonstrations of that, Mr. Speaker, ever since we've had that last federal election back in November of 2015 or October of 2015. So what we hear is very real because it's coming from Canadians, Mr. Speaker, because it's not only the Prime Minister of Canada that goes out and has these town halls. He's challenged all members, in particular members of this caucus, to stay connected with our constituents, Mr. Speaker. And we do that in many different ways. I know, and I'll make reference to this because I've made comment on this in the past. Whether it's the Conservatives or the New Democrats, they talk about small businesses. And if you ask small businesses what do they want more than anything else, they want customers. And the best way to give them more customers or more consumer spending in their stores, Mr. Speaker, is to ensure that they have more disposable income. And that's, in fact, what this government has delivered through its tax breaks to Canada's middle class and those striving to be a part of that middle class, Mr. Speaker. Hundreds of millions of extra dollars going into the pockets of Canadians that is allowing them to increase their disposable income. Just on that program, not to mention the other two programs that I had mentioned, Mr. Speaker. Combined, the billions of dollars that is now in the Canadian economy as a direct result of this government's policies to give the middle class more money in their pockets, which enables to see more money being spent in the economy. Because we believe that ultimately, if you have a healthy middle class, you will have a healthier economy, Mr. Speaker. And that's really and truly what Canadians want. If the Conservatives would get outside of the former Harper bubble, or maybe it's expanded now to call the Ottawa bubble, and actually consult with constituents, they will find that the important issues that we have before us today that people are really concerned about, Mr. Speaker, are issues like jobs in the economy, which continue to be of the utmost importance for this particular Prime Minister and this government, Mr. Speaker. We have a Minister of Finance and now with our new Parliamentary Secretary of Finance that have done a phenomenal job in terms of trying to reach out to Canadians in new ways, in many ways, ways in the past, just to be able to ensure that the ideas that are being generated for discussion, whether it's within the Cabinet, within our caucus, in fact, indeed, within this chamber, are ideas that are being generated from the average Canadian, Mr. Speaker. And that's where I believe that we will be able to deliver a budget in due course that will reflect the wants and the needs of Canadians. Now, when we talk about the issue of tax fairness, and there's no doubt Canadians as a whole, they want tax fairness. I've heard members talk about it, in particular from the New Democratic Party. Well, we, Mr. Speaker, in the last budget recognized, as I believe most of Canada's wealthiest people will recognize, that they too have an obligation to pay for the many different programs and that Canadians expect to see put in place and to be supported. And that's why we had a new tax that was applied, or an increase tax for Canada's wealthiest, Mr. Speaker. But what I find most interesting about all of this is the fact that even though we have these, in some cases, substantial increases, other cases, substantial tax decreases, and I just made reference to an increase of tax on Canada's wealthiest. Here, on this side, we understand it, we take that holistic approach, and time after time, members across the way vote against these types of initiatives. And so it's hard when I listen to members across the way talk about tax fairness or the dealing with the inequity amongst the distribution of wealth in Canada, and then when you take a look at the actions of this particular government, I think it's somewhat confusing as to why it is that they wouldn't, at the very least, support some of the actions in a more tangible way, Mr. Speaker. I see that my time is quickly running out. A number of members on the Conservative side have indicated the issue of deficits. And I think the best way that I can reassure all that might be listening is for them to realize that no one created more or added more to the debt than former Prime Minister Stephen Harper. The total debt of well in excess of $150 billion, Mr. Speaker. We do not need to take lessons from the Conservatives. And I can tell you, Harper actually, when he took office, he actually had a multi-billion-dollar surplus. And he converted that one awfully quick to a deficit, and he never did get to a surplus position. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Question and commentaire. The honourable member for Haliburton, Kawartha Lakes, Brock.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I do appreciate that. I do appreciate the words from the other side too. Very comical at some points. I want to talk about the traveling roadshow that the Prime Minister went on after he got caught going to a private island. Let's hear the tearful pleas from a woman in Buckhorn, formerly in my riding, Kathy Katula. I not only work 75 hours a week, I stay at work 15 hours a day just so I don't lose my home. She's a mother of 4, 3 grandchildren, and she asked the Prime Minister how she was supposed to afford a hydro bill that has risen above $1,000 a month, and asked him to justify the federal government's planned carbon tax. The answer, Mr. Speaker. Here, hydro matters are a provincial matter, and this government's plan to put a price on carbon pollution was necessary to fight climate change. Talk about out of touch. What is that about? This government's one-sided solution. Government knows best, taking more money out of people's pockets, giving them less and less to live. How is taking away options for people to make educated choices on matters that attain to them is a good idea? How is this a good idea, taking more money out of people's pockets?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And what's interesting, the member across the way makes reference to a travelling roadshow. And I can tell and assure the member across the way that the thousands of Canadians that participated in a national town hall tour that this Prime Minister had taken, I believe, saw the value of it. and they got engaged. And I suspect even the member that the member just made reference to, or the individual the member just made reference to, appreciated the fact that she was able to pose the question directly to the Prime Minister. It's something that Stephen Harper never did, Mr. Speaker. On the issue of the carbon, the price on carbon, I'm always happy to talk about it. I'm fearful, Mr. Speaker, you're going to be standing up right away, and I won't be able to provide the details. But suffice to say that not one dime from the from the price on carbon is coming to Ottawa. That money is actually going to the provinces, and if the provinces wanted to, they can do whatever they want. They can give additional tax breaks, Mr. Speaker, to their citizens if that's what they so choose. I would think that that's a positive. What we're seeing is strong national, underlying national leadership on the environment file. The Prime Minister should be applauded for that.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for London Fanshawe.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member opposite. I note that that the government brings them out whenever things get a little hot in this place and they're in trouble. I would suggest, Mr. Speaker, that the government got caught in its plans to pick the pockets of taxpayers with this proposed health benefit tax. If they truly wanted to do something to advance health care, to make sure that Canadians had the proper health care that they so richly deserve, they'd look at pharmacare. No plans to look at pharmacare, nothing but a lot of noise, a lot of wind. And when it comes to these town halls, last summer, government encouraged all of us to have town halls in regard to electoral reform. Yes. Well, I had such a town hall, Mr. Speaker, and the people who gave up their Sunday afternoon to come and talk to us, 85% of them very clearly said they wanted proportional representation, they wanted electoral reform, and now it's all gone. So twice the taxpayers' pockets have been picked. Number one, with this proposed health tax. Number two, with these town halls that cost a very great deal of money for no purpose at all.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I believe the member is wrong in her assessment in the sense that the Prime Minister made it very clear yesterday. The Conservatives and the NDP can conspire, whether they're together or they're jointly, that the Liberals are going to put a tax on this, put a tax on this. The reality is there is no tax on the health benefits, and both sides actually know that, Mr. Speaker. You would think that they would stop saying it, but that's up to them of whether or not they want to continue to do so. In regards to the health care issue, I don't have to, and I don't believe this government needs to apologize one iota in regards to that sense of commitment to health care that has been lacking in the last 10 years when the health care accord of 2004 expired and the Conservatives did absolutely nothing. It was the Liberal Party and third party, as a third party, that spoke out loud and clear of how important it was to achieve another health care accord. And today we have a health minister that is working diligently with each province to try to do just that, Mr. Speaker. Canadians value our health care system. This government understands that because this government, unlike the former government, is listening to what Canadians have to say, and we are working very hard to deliver the type of health care system that we know and believe that Canadians want to see. Thank you, Mr.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Barrie-Innisfil.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it gives me pleasure to rise today, and I'll make one solemn promise to the House that I won't scream and yell as I give my statement today on the motion. And the motion, just so I remind everybody, says that given the average middle-class middle-class Canadian is already overburdened with taxes, that the House call on the government to abandon any plans it may have in any way to tax health and dental care plan. And make no mistake, Mr. Speaker, this is and was the plan of the government in spite of what the Prime Minister said yesterday. Now, I will acknowledge that he stood up here and said that there will be no tax on health and dental care plans, but given the events of the last couple of days, I find it very hard to believe, as do many of the colleagues on this side of the House, to believe anything, quite frankly, that the Prime Minister says. Now, it's kind of ironic as well, Mr. Speaker, that today is Groundhog Day because we are talking about Liberal tax increases and the potential thereof. And those of us who live in Ontario, those of us who represent Ontario, understand full well the impact that the Ontario Liberal government has made with respect to tax increases and service cuts. And I will remind everybody again, Mr. Speaker, that Ontario is the most indebted sub-sovereign borrower in the world. And to think that we are not on that path with this government, I think is foolhardy, I think it's naive, and I think it's a mistake on all of us not to recognize that. In Ontario, $315 billion in debt, $22,500 per person is the share of the debt, 50% more than California per person's share of the debt. Now, this Liberal government has spoken about debt and deficits. They promised a balanced budget by 2019. We now see that that's not going to happen. In fact, the debt, as projected by the Finance Department, is going to be $1.5 trillion in 15 years. $1.5 trillion, which is going to work out to about $42,000 per person per debt per Canadian. Think about that. Think about the young people, and there are some in the gallery today, who are going to be shouldering the burden of that debt, Mr. Speaker. By contrast, the Conservative plan for debt would have been gone by 2038, and there would have been a $1.7 trillion surplus by 2015 and a balanced budget by 2055. The reality is, and we've seen this in Ontario, and Mr. Speaker, it should come as no surprise to anybody in Ontario that this is happening federally. And there's one person who lurks in the shadows of the Prime Minister's office, who has initiated a lot of the failed policies in Ontario, Mr. Speaker, and his name is Gerald Butts. And you know, insanity is doing the same thing over and over and over again and expecting different results. If 1,000 people do something stupid, it's still stupid. And the policies of this Liberal government that they're following with the Ontario Liberals is going to put us in a position of bankruptcy. It's going to put us in a position of significant debt. And those numbers are not numbers that I'm taking out of the air, Mr. Speaker. They're actually numbers that are quantifiable. Here's what happens. Taxes go up, services go down. And we're already starting to see that, Mr. Speaker. In fact, I know that the Liberals talk about the budget 2016. Here's some of the losers of that budget. The children, arts and fitness tax credits. They've cut education and textbook tax credits. New mortgage rules, making it harder to get approved for a home loan. National carbon tax has been announced. Canada Pension Plan tax hike. Cancellation of the small business tax cut and elimination of the hiring tax credit. You know the thing that really bothers me, that one tax credit? Because I come from a riding, Mr. Speaker, where there's a lot of single income families. In fact, prior to being elected to Parliament, I was one of those families. And the fact was that I was able to split my income with my wife by $2,000. They eliminated that, Mr. Speaker. So what the Liberals give you, the Liberals take away. And I will remind you, Mr. Speaker, that I will be splitting my time with the member from South Surrey White Rock, and I want to thank my colleague for bringing that to my attention. But they do, Mr. Speaker. They give you on one hand, and then they take away on the other. Now, I've said this many times in this House, that effectively what the Liberals are perpetrating on Canadians is middle-class tax fraud. And why are we here today? Because we hear this narrative all the time. The middle class and those working hard to join it. The reality is, Mr. Speaker, when you pile on debt and deficit the way this Liberal government is doing, how is the middle class and those working hard to join it ever going to get to that point? And we've also heard as well that the finance minister can't even define the middle class. So how do they know what the middle class is, other than just pure talking points? This narrative that somehow, if I say it over and over and over again, that it's somehow going to be true. And so we talk about the potential of tax increases. In this case, the employer health benefits and dental benefits tax, but there's others that they could look at as well. tax credits for employee stock options, public transit tax credit, the Canada Employment Tax Credit, the Volunteer Firefighter Tax Credit, the Dividend Gross-Up and Tax Credit, partial inclusion of capital gains, and the Mineral Exploitation Tax Credit. And you know what buzzwords they use? Again, as part of this narrative, they talk about it in terms of fairness and simplification. You know what that actually means, Mr. Speaker? It means taking money out of your pocket. Hardworking, middle-class Canadians getting money extracted out of their pocket under the guise of fairness and simplification. Aaron Woodrick of the Canadian Taxpayer Federation said this: "Unfortunately, there are worrying signs that the finance minister's real intent is to use simplification as political cover to hike taxes by stealth for millions of Canadians." And in the case of this particular tax increase, Mr. Speaker, it could potentially affect 13.5 million Canadians. The truth is that there is only one party protecting the middle class. And there's one party that has protected the middle class for as long as I've been an adult, and it's the reason that I'm a Conservative, Mr. Speaker. Conservatives are the only true party that protects the middle class. They often talk about the tax increases, taxing the top 1%. Again, more false information, Mr. Speaker. That tax increase on the 1% was supposed to be revenue neutral. The reality is that in 6 years, there will be a deficit of $8.9 billion. Who's going to pay for that? Services go down, taxes go up. And ultimately, it's the middle class that ends up paying for that. You know, what's interesting, and I've said this here before, and I know the member from Winnipeg North has argued this, but the reality is that those that benefit the most from their so-called middle-class tax increases has been every one of the 338 members of this Parliament. It's actually what I would classify upper middle-class Canadians, those earning $160,000 to $200,000, that have benefited the most from this. Those earning $45,000 have got nothing. So this false narrative, and I urge the members across the way to stop it. Tell Canadians the truth about what's going on. Other broken promises, electoral reform, we heard that yesterday. Deficits less than $10 billion annually. Well, we know that story, Mr. Speaker. A balanced budget by 2019, not until 2055. They were going to save home mail delivery, another broken promise. Immediately invest $3 billion over 4 years for home care, another broken promise. Reduce small business tax from 9 to 11%, another broken promise, and scrapping the F-35 program. I could go on, Mr. Speaker, but I know my time is short. And by the time the Liberals are done with the middle class, the Conservatives will have to clean up the mess and build the middle class back up, just like we did before. Conservatives did this last time Trudeau was the Prime Minister, and we'll have to do it again. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Qu'est-ce commentaire? La députée de Laurentides.
The honourable member for Laurentides-Lapenne.
A couple of years ago, my wife and I made a fairly different sum of money. I was a parliamentary staffer, and she wasn't making a lot of money, and we could not take advantage of the income splitting that the member for Barrie Innisfil defends so strongly. But he could take advantage of the full $2,000 as a member of Parliament. So I'm wondering if that's his idea of tax fairness for the middle class. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Barrie Innisfil.
I'll be glad to answer that question, Mr. Speaker, because as a professional firefighter, I was making what I would classify as a middle-class income. My wife didn't work, and there were lots of families like mine that I worked with who took advantage of that. And it helped, Mr. Speaker, in keeping my spouse home, in keeping my spouse looking after our children instead of those daycare expenses. So I had no problem with that. And to remove it affected millions of Canadian families like mine. And so it gets to the point that I said earlier. Don't go around saying that you're giving all these tax breaks to people when you're sucking it back from the other side. It's disingenuous to those families. It's a false narrative, and it's something that they need to stop doing, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Questions and comments?
The Honourable Member for Rosemont La Petite Patrie. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. And although we don't necessarily share the Conservatives' point of view on taxes generally speaking, we think that their motion is a good one, and they're showing the contradiction in the Liberal government's plan, because they're taking from the one hand and giving to the other. All those who are earning less than $45,000 a year, for example, aren't getting anything, and then they're saying that for medical care, we want to go and maybe tax that and get more money out of your pocket. So I'd like to hear my colleague talk about the Liberals' hypocrisy on the middle class.
Innisfil.
Well, I think I've risen in this House many times, Mr. Speaker, and spoke to their hypocrisy. And I've also used the term middle-class tax fraud because that's what I believe, Honourable Member, that they're perpetrating among Canadians. They're talking about this narrative all the time, the middle class and those working hard to join it. Nothing could be further from the truth. You just have to look at the numbers. Look at the numbers. And so, I'll give them a little bit of leeway on this, on some of the issues. But in the overall scheme of things, they're actually going to be taking more money out of middle-class Canadian pockets than they're going to give back. And the reality is, when you build a debt situation of $1.5 trillion, Mr. Speaker, who do you think is going to pay for that? Who do you think is going to pay for that? It's going to be the middle class. It's going to be me and every single family in Barrie Innisfil, but they don't care because they just keep piling it on and spending money. If I ran my house, and if people in Barrie Innisfil ran their house the way this Liberal Party is running government, we'd be kicked out of our houses. We'd lose our cars. We'd lose everything. And that's the truth, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Commentaire, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My honourable colleague across the way asked members on this side to speak plainly and truthfully about the measures we're taking to support the middle class, and I'm only too happy to do so. By raising taxes on the richest 1%, we've been able to cut taxes for 9 million Canadians. We've been able to introduce a Canada Child Benefit that in New Brunswick alone will help 112,000 children and help put $600 million back into the GDP of the region within its first 2 years. In addition to that, we're helping seniors with a top-up to the Guaranteed Income Supplement. We've reduced the age of retirement back to 65. We'll be strengthening the Canada Pension Plan for years to come. This in addition to an innovation strategy and agenda that will help create good job growth in years to come and help spur on our economy and communities for generations.
For Barrie Innisfil.
They're doing it on the credit card, Mr. Speaker. And you know what? If I built and spent money the way they're spending money on my credit card, eventually I'd be called up. But here, we're the government. They're the government. So you know what we'll do? We'll tax people and we'll lower their services. That's how we'll pay for it. And that's eventually what's going to happen. $1.5 trillion in debt, Mr. Speaker. That's what the projection is. It's not the member from Barrie Innisfil's projection. It's the Finance Department projection. Somebody will be paying for that, and it will be middle class. And all those programs and services that he's talking about, well, eventually, somebody's going to have to clean up that mess, Mr. Speaker. Somebody's going to have to pay for it.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for South Surrey White Rock.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I'm pleased to speak to the motion today calling for the government to abandon any current and future plans to tax the health care and dental care benefits. We need to ensure that this Liberal government stands in this House and supports our motion. To give some comfort to Canadians that their health and dental plans will not be taxed. Mr. Speaker, these benefits lower the tax bills of 13.5 million Canadians and cost the Liberal government nearly $3 billion in foregone revenue. Until yesterday, the Liberals were planning to tax health and dental benefits of Canadians. We want all members in this House, including the Liberals, to support our motion and hold the Prime Minister to account on his word. Because we have seen time and time again promises that are being broken. There is no trust. In the Prime Minister's election platform, he promised electoral reform, saying it over 1,000 times. The 2015 election will be last past the post. Well, all we wanted as Conservatives was to have a referendum so the people of Canada could decide how they wanted to elect their representatives. Yesterday, the entire election promise was scrapped, citing no consensus. In his election platform, he promised to reduce small business taxes from 11% to 9%. Instead, the Prime Minister chose to ignore that promise and say, and I quote, "Small business is only a tax haven for the rich." A tax haven for the rich. Well, maybe that applies to him. However, small businesses are the backbone of this country, and over 8 million Canadians are employed by small businesses, a number that makes up nearly 50% of Canada's entire workforce and over 70% of the private workforce. As well, the Prime Minister has committed $7.3 billion outside of Canada, plus an upcoming commitment of $2.9 billion to an Asian infrastructure bank to build infrastructure in Asia. The Prime Minister committed to all Canadians he would run a very small, tiny deficit that would go towards infrastructure and to stimulate the economy. He also promised, Mr. Speaker, that the budget would be balanced by 2019. But we can see now that none of this is true. And this morning, the Parliamentary Budget Officer released a report called Follow the Money. This report focused specifically on the Liberals' new infrastructure plan. The Parliamentary Budget Officer outlined several concerning issues with their infrastructure program, including that the Liberals had no framework to evaluate the program's performance. There's limited transparency on how the money is being spent. They also confirmed a shortfall of $9 billion of infrastructure funding, and they will not meet their economic growth and GDP targets that were outlined in Budget 2016. Well, Mr. Speaker, the Liberals' infrastructure program was supposed to be the key focus of their economic growth plan. This is how they were going to balance the budget. Clearly, this is no longer going to happen, and it is no surprise. And the Prime Minister and his Liberal government have spent so much money that the books will not get balanced until 2055. And the financial federal debt will hit $1.5 trillion by 2050. And Mr. Speaker, that means that if you are 18 years old today, you will not see another balanced budget until you're 56 years old. And guess who's going to pay the tab? The next generation. Right. The generation that this Prime Minister purports to supporting and making sure that they have jobs, that's who's going to pay the tab. Your children, my children. But let's remember, the bill has to be paid. So let's look at how they might do that. They have already increased employers' and employees' CPP premiums. They've scrapped the small business tax, because why on earth would you want to help anyone that's actually creating jobs? They've cut the contributions to the TSFA, because seniors and young families don't really need to save for their future or retirement. They've increased the down payment requirements for the first-time home builders to make it harder for young families to purchase a home and enter the market. They've squandered the $2 billion surplus and two balanced budgets that were handed over by the Conservatives. And instead of using a common sense method and regulating or fining heavy polluters, what have they done? They've decided to implement a national carbon tax that will be paid by the taxpayer in higher home heating costs, groceries, and gas, while giving exemptions to those who actually need to reduce their carbon footprint. The Liberals cite that this carbon tax is revenue neutral, but it is clear that it will only be revenue neutral for the government, not for the taxpayer. And what did the Prime Minister forget to factor into his last budget? Indexing the Canada Child Benefit cost $22.3 billion. Forgot to include the fighter jets, cost between $5 and $6 billion. Forgot healthcare transfers, cost $11 billion. Forgot a contingency fund, cost $3.6 billion. So currently, the Finance Ministry is undertaking the review of all benefits and tax credits under the guise of simplification. They've already done away with the child tax credit on arts, fitness, and textbooks. So when we look at over the economic strategy of this government, it is met with much trepidation. The Liberal government is looking for any and all ways to tax the people of Canada to pay for their out-of-control spending. They need to cover the costs of $1.2 million renovation of the Minister's Office for Status of Women, another $800,000 for the renovation of the Minister of Infrastructure's office, $220,000 for moving expenses of the Chief Staff, and limousines for his minister. We must have concrete motions, Mr. Speaker, in this House of Commons to prevent and try to control the Liberals' spending. We must curtail the Liberals' urge to follow Greece and their economic policies. We have all seen how that ended. Canadians deserve much better from this Liberal government, and we, as the official opposition, will ensure that that occurs. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. Honorable Secretary Parlementaire.
Honorable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And again, I'll have to differ in terms of some of the comments, many of the comments that I heard from across the way. And really, in listening to the member, she makes reference to, the Liberals should be spending on this and should be spending on that. You tally up the totals, and it probably comes close to $20+ billion. And then she talks about, Mr. Speaker, the Liberals' deficits and expresses concerns. I don't think that she's consistent with many of the arguments that she's put forward. And let me pose the question in terms of, and I'm going to focus it on the deficit. And that is that I'm sure she realizes that the former government had deficits virtually every year, with the exception of the first 2 years, but that's when they first came into office, when they actually had billions in surplus from the Paul Martin government. But before the recession got off to start, they'd already gotten us into a deficit, and that deficit, contrary to what the Conservatives might try to tell us, never disappeared. It continues to grow, and the Prime Minister, Harper, actually had an accumulated deficit of in excess of $100 billion. Why should this government listen to what was likely the most irresponsible, regressive government that ultimately put us into a position that we were in not that long ago? Now we're seeing a government that truly cares about Canada's middle class. Why should we listen to advice?
The honourable member for South Surrey White Rock.
Well, thank you so much for that question, because, it is really, I find astonishing when we actually look at how the economy and where it was when the Conservatives were in power. We went through a recession, and we came out of that. And we used stimulus money, we got the economy going, we moved forward. Was there a deficit in doing that? Absolutely. Did we balance a budget? Did we have a plan? Did we end up having a surplus? Did we have balanced budgets? Yes, 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 and yes. We're not waiting till 2050 to see if there's going to be a balanced budget. Therein lies the difference.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire. The honourable member for Souris Moose Mountain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague from South Surrey White Rock for her speech. And as she knows, today is Groundhog Day, and similar in Groundhog Day fashion, we noticed back in 1993 the Liberal government campaigned on a campaign to end the GST. However, once they got in place, they actually kept it. And now we see that the Liberal government in 2015 campaigned on lowering the small business tax, and they didn't do it. So now we go back to 1994 if we redo the Groundhog Day, and we see that in 1994 they tried to implement a GST on healthcare costs. Fast forward now to 2015, and are they doing the same thing? I'm just wondering if the colleague would actually mention about how she sees these taxes and how they affect the small business industry, and not only that, the doctors and dentists, but also the patients and clients that use them.
Well, member for South Surrey White Rock.
And thank you very much for that question. You know, when we look at who creates the jobs, where are the job creators in this country? It is small business. We need to create the environment of low taxes for small business so they have the ability to grow, where they have the ability to hire people, and we need to make sure that we are supporting those businesses. And when we look at adding red tape, adding taxes, not completing the promises that were undertaken by this Liberal government, we are hurting and harming those businesses. They will move, they will shut down, and we've seen it in every single community across this country. They cannot afford the Liberal taxation plan, and they're going to shut down and not hire. And it's absolutely astonishing, their attack on small business.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Oakville North Burlington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'll be splitting my time with the member for Scarborough-Guildwood. Mr. Speaker, honourable members, it's my pleasure to rise in the House today to debate something that is so important to Canadians and the Canadian economy. I would first like to reassure the many residents of Oakville North Burlington who've contacted me, the Oakville and Burlington Chambers of Commerce, business and labour leaders, and reiterate what the Prime Minister stated yesterday, that there will be no tax on health and dental benefits in the 2017 budget. I've advocated for the maintaining of tax-free status of these benefits since it first hit the news. I think it's important in today's debate to focus on what our government is doing. Our government has introduced significant tax cuts to support the middle class and those working hard to join it. With these tax cuts, Mr. Speaker, we're restoring hope and optimism and creating new opportunities for inclusive growth that will make Canada stronger today and for the long term. In fact, as you know, one of the first actions we took as a government was to introduce our middle-class tax cut so that today nearly 9 million Canadians are benefiting from lower taxes on every paycheck. By reducing the second personal income tax rate to 20.5% from 22%, a 7% reduction, our middle-class tax cut represented a major first step in our commitment to strengthen the middle class. But, Mr. Speaker, it is no means the last. Budget 2016 advanced our vision of a stronger middle class with the introduction of the Canada Child Benefit. For families in Oakville North Burlington, the tax-free Canada Child Benefit means more money to spend on things that matter, things like new winter clothes or healthier groceries or sports programs. The Canada Child Benefit is particularly significant in enhanced support for low-income families, including many single parents. In fact, Mr. Speaker, about 65% of families receiving the maximum Canada Child Benefit are single parents, the majority of whom are single mothers. This makes the Canada Child Benefit an effective ladder out of poverty for hundreds of thousands of Canadian children. With this new support, it will be easier for them to stay healthy as they grow, to succeed in school, and to succeed in life. Our kids will have more opportunities available to them and go on to raise their own families in a country that is more prosperous and fair. This is just one of the many things that we are doing for Canadians, Mr. Speaker. These investments in Canada's middle class are already paying dividends, not just but for Canadians, but for our overall economy. The International Monetary Fund, for example, projects that Canada will be among the fastest-growing economies in the year ahead. And this remarkable performance is being driven in part by the middle class tax cut and the introduction of the Canada Child Benefit, not to mention our historic investments in infrastructure. These investments, Mr. Speaker, are the foundation upon which we're building a better and fairer Canada in which all have the opportunity to not only succeed but to share in our success. And if we're going to speak about young people and keeping them healthy and active, as the Member of Parliament for Oakville North Burlington, I'm working with my community members to encourage investments and the use of active transportation like bike lanes. These investments are good for our economy, our health, and our environment. Oakville's Crosstown Heritage Trail will receive a significant upgrade thanks to funding from the Canada 150 Community Infrastructure Program. The important investment in the trail and its pedestrian and cycling facilities is part of the federal government's activities to honour Canada's 150th anniversary in 2017. The Canada 150 Community Infrastructure Program will preserve and improve our community infrastructure so that Canadians and their families can enjoy moments of culture, sport, recreation and leisure for years to come. I'm proud to see my community benefit from this program. Thanks to the Canada 150 funding, residents in Oakville North Burlington will soon be able to stop and read First Nations information centres in Bronte Creek Provincial Park and along the 16-mile trails. The Oakville Community Foundation will be partnering with our Indigenous community members to share Aboriginal stories, verses and culture revolving around the land, water and sky. In honour of Canada's 150th birthday, I will be participating in many active and healthy events in my riding. Participaction has created an ultimate playlist to get Canadians moving, 150 activities that define our land and people, from sledge hockey to lacrosse, walking, cycling, skating and more. On my website, it's possible to sign up for my e-newsletter at mpdemoff.ca or visit my social media sites to find out what I'll be doing and join me. And I encourage all Canadians to go to participaction.com to check out the list, try as many activities as they can, track their activities. Canada's public health care system is an example of what Canadians can accomplish when given the opportunity. It's a source of great pride that not only sustains our health and well-being and prosperity, but defines us as who we are. And I'm proud that our government is working with our provincial and territorial counterparts to finalize a new health accord. In my community, the auto industry is critical, and the Government of Canada's innovation agenda will deliver on an ambitious automotive policy agenda to attract investment and position Canada as a leader in innovation and developing the car of the future. I'm looking forward to working with my fellow MPs and colleagues from Oakville and Burlington on transit, and know we'll be sharing information about more investments very soon. We're also working together with our municipal partners on Phase 2 of our infrastructure investments to improve our communities, create jobs, and grow the economy. In my riding, I'm fortunate to have many young people that will become leaders in the community in the near future. When I speak with their parents, they're concerned about their children finding good jobs. Each year, the Canada Summer Jobs Program helps employers create valuable summer job opportunities for full-time students in Oakville, North Burlington, while strengthening local economies and communities across Canada. Employers in my community know how important it is for students to gain much-needed skills and experience and contribute to our community. Our government doubled funding for the Canada Summer Jobs Program, and last year 97 students were employed across Oakville, North Burlington. Groups like Habitat for Humanity, Halton, Mississauga employed 12 students who assisted with everything from family intake to producing videos for volunteer and donor recruitment, a win-win for both the employers and the students. I've been working with nonprofit agencies and small business to grow this program in my community, and I'm looking forward to another successful summer this year. All Canadians deserve to find meaningful employment and earn a decent wage, including those with disabilities. This is an issue that I'm very passionate about, and I've been working with my colleagues in Parliament to change the culture in our country so that people of all abilities are able to contribute to our economy and receive a fair wage for their work. Our government is committed to improving inclusivity in employment. In Budget 2016, the federal government committed to a full review of the Canadian tax system, looking specifically at tax expenditures to ensure tax fairness for the middle class and to simplify the tax code. This is a critical exercise for our government. The residents of Oakville, North Burlington, and Canadians from coast to coast to coast recognize that the environment and the economy go hand in hand. They know that to exceed in the new economy, we must be well placed to take advantage of the growing renewable energy sector. This sector will be creating jobs for our young people and ensuring our prosperity for years to come. I'm proud to be part of a government that is looking to the future, not the past. Our government is creating jobs, growing the middle class, and protecting our environment. This is what Canadians expect from us, and this is what we are delivering. Thank you.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire, the honourable member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the member opposite for her speech. Certainly, you can tell that she is very tuned to her constituency and being very active, and I think that's an excellent thing for any member of Parliament to do in this place. But I do share some concerns. She talked about the government's plan on infrastructure and growth. So far, we have not seen the growth that has been expected. In fact, in the Finance Committee, we've heard from the Bank of Canada, they continue to downgrade, in many cases, projections for Canada's growth. And part of the government's major pillar, Mr. Speaker, was in the last election was to run on a growth strategy around infrastructure. And we found out today the Parliamentary Budget Office has made considerable effort to link the announced budget measures to the underlying infrastructure projects. But there's still a gap between what has been announced and the value of the projects currently identified by departments. PBO data shows that of the $13.6 billion for fiscal years of 2016-18 announced in Budget 2016, departments have identified only $4.6 billion worth of projects. I added the word "only" there. But again, the concern is about a third of money has actually been identified in real projects. Does this member not, is she not concerned, Mr. Speaker, that the government seems to be, dragging its feet on something that is so core to its election promises?
Honourable member for Oakville North Burlington.
Well, I thank the member for that question. And infrastructure is something, as a former municipal councillor, I take very seriously. And I've been working with my communities of Oakville and Burlington to ensure that they are receiving the infrastructure funding that they're looking for the community. And while I was back in my riding, I attended the Oakville Chamber's RBC Economic Forecast Breakfast. And I just want to share some of the statistics that were shared at that breakfast. They're forecasting unemployment rate to drop from 7% in 2016 to 6.6% across Canada in 2 years. And in Ontario, it's continued to fall since we were elected in 2015, and it from 6.8% to 6.5% this past year. And by 2018, it will fall to 6%. So I think we are creating jobs, and we are doing exactly what we promised to do in terms of getting jobs created, especially for our young people.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And through you, I'd like to put a question to the member. Appreciate her comments about supporting the middle class. The concern that I share with my colleagues is, what about those who would like to aspire to be in the middle class? The member's government put out a trial balloon saying we might think about taxing medical and dental benefits. Well, there are a lot of Canadians who don't even have basic access to medical services or dental services, particularly a lot of our First Nation communities. Her government promised, Mr. Speaker, that they would deliver on the promise so that there'd be comparable services for Indigenous families and children, and they broke that promise. So we can't take their word on the promises of electoral reform. They already broke the promises about basic services to Indigenous families. What else can we expect that this government might be coming forward? Will they or will they not be taxing their services? Will they or will they not finally be delivering on the opportunity for equal access to basic dental and medical services?
Member for Oakville North Burlington.
Well, I thank the honourable member for her question, and I don't think we have broken our promises. We are not taxing health and dental benefits. That was clear with the Prime Minister's comments yesterday. But having said that, when you talk about our Indigenous communities, there's always more we can be doing for them. We're investing billions of dollars, but we can and we must do more to ensure that the children living in these communities do have access to health and dental services. And I know that our Minister of Health and Minister of Indigenous Affairs are working hard to ensure that those children receive the same opportunities as children who are living in my riding, because they deserve it.
We have time for one more short question and response. The Honourable Member for Hamilton West, Ancaster Dundas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the Honourable Member from Oakville North Burlington for an excellent speech. And I know this member is engaged with her constituents. She's holding town halls regularly. She's knocking on doors on a regular basis and is proud of that, and that keeps her connected to her constituents. It's unfortunate that a member of the official opposition referred to the PM's town halls as a travelling roadshow. On this side of the House, we call that engaging with Canadians, and I know that this member is very proud to engage with Canadians. My question to her is, to the member, is that she spoke about things where we're focusing on the middle class and proud of those things: middle class tax cuts, child benefits, summer jobs. Can she share with this House the impact and the effect that that has had on members and constituents in her own community?
Well, Member for Oakville North Burlington.
Well, I thank the honourable member for her question, and I have been out talking to the residents in my riding, and I have held town halls, and they have told me that what we have done is critically important, in particular when it comes to youth employment and the impact that the Canada Summer Jobs Program had. I think probably I've heard more from residents about the importance of jobs, particularly for young people, and that's something that we are delivering on and will continue to deliver on.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Scarborough-Guildwood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity and to participate for the first time in 2017 in a debate. May I say, first off, that normally I like to stick to the motion, and the motion that did read, given that the average middle-class Canadian is already overburdened with taxes, the House calling the government to abandon any plans it may have to tax health and dental care plans. That was a good motion about this time yesterday, Mr. Speaker, but during question period, the Conservatives had an oops moment when the Prime Minister announced that this particular tax expenditure was not under review. Just as a point of information, Mr. Speaker, there's about 180 tax expenditures that are in the tax code. And as Budget 2016 announced, so it's hardly a secret, all of those tax expenditures are under review. And most tax expenditures are put in for perfectly good reasons. They're trying to achieve some sort of social good of some kind or another. But sometimes they don't work the way they're supposed to work, and sometimes they create a whole other level of inequities. And so let me just use the one that we were supposed to be debating today, which we are now not debating today, namely the health and dental issue, as kind of an example where there's an inequity that was probably unintended by the original drafters. So, Mr. Speaker, if I'm your employer and you are my employee and I have a tax and dental or a health and dental plan, I can deduct the cost of that plan as an employer, and you, on the other hand, do not have to declare that benefit as an income, and therefore it is tax-free. However, if I, as your employer, say to you as an employee, here's $1,000, go and buy yourself a health and dental plan, it is deductible in my hands as an employer, but it is taxable in your hands as an employee. So you see, Mr. Speaker, there's an inequity that's immediately set up. Hence the government's desire to review all expenditures on a continuous basis because of unintended consequences, and those unintended consequences create real inequities for Canadians. So Canadians that are fortunate enough to work for an employer who has a health and dental plan versus one who doesn't, there's an inequity that's created there. So, however, we're talking gossip, Mr. Speaker, and that was what the motion yesterday was founded on, namely gossip, and it does seem kind of regrettable that the Conservatives would even introduce a motion based on gossip. So they've now amended their gossipy motion to now read such as taxes on carbon, savings, payroll, small business, children's arts, and sports programs. Well, Mr. Speaker, the taxing of carbon is largely done by provinces. About 80–90% of the population already, one way or another, pays a price for carbon pollution, and so it's hard to know what they're talking about there, other than anticipated gossip. No idea what they're talking about with savings, payroll, small business, and let me just go on to talk about these children's arts and sports programs, which on the face of it is a good idea. You know, encouraging children to participate in sports and arts programs. But it may well be that an individual parent doesn't have a child that either doesn't have a child, so it's not beneficial to them, or if they have a child, would like to put them in a tutoring program or a reading program or something else that might actually cost money. Well, they wouldn't actually qualify under a sports and arts program. So it may be a better way to achieve a social benefit by the review of a tax expenditure such as that. The second inequity, Mr. Speaker, is that people in tax brackets, in the upper tax brackets, can afford sports and children's programs for their children, but people in the lower tax brackets frequently can't. And so you again create an inequity among Canadians based upon their income. So, Mr. Speaker, what exactly, therefore, are we talking about today other than the posturing by the Conservatives so that they will have you believe that they are, of course, the only ones capable of managing the economy and the fiscal framework. So the mantra usually has something to do with taxes and hardworking Canadians, etc. But the presumption of the motion, Mr. Speaker, is that somehow or another the Harper Conservatives were absolutely brilliant with their tax brackets. But if you compare the tax brackets between 2015, the last year of the Harper regime, and the first year, and 2016, which is the first year of this Liberal government, you'll first of all note that on the first bracket, which is 15%, both of those brackets have remained the same, so they're quite comparable, but the threshold has moved up $500 under the Liberals. So you have to, in effect, earn $500 more before you leave that 15% bracket. The second bracket, and this is where the dramatic change is, Mr. Speaker, is under the Conservatives, the bracket was 22%, but under the Liberals, it's 20.5%. So a significant change in the bracket, Mr. Speaker, which inaccurately is referred to as the middle class bracket. And, Mr. Speaker, in addition to the drop of 1.5 points between the percentages, in addition, you have to be earning a further $1,000 before you leave the bracket under the Liberals. So it's a double benefit, Mr. Speaker. The 26% bracket, which is the third bracket, remains the same, as does the 29% bracket. But there's a new bracket that's created under the Liberals, which taxes income over $200,000 at 33%. And it is a major initiative, and it is an attempt to offset some of the costs of lowering the brackets in the lower bracket, so that there's not a huge hit on the fiscal framework. The second major initiative, Mr. Speaker, was under the Canada Child Tax benefit, which on which the tax, if you will, was eliminated to the benefit of 9 out of 10 Canadians, including my own grandchildren. So, Mr. Speaker, the rhetoric doesn't match the rates. And then you look at the fiscal situation, which we passed on to the Conservatives back in 2006. You'll recollect that Prime Ministers Chrétien and Martin reduced the national debt by $90 billion. Under the Harper regime, that was not only reversed but increased by a further $60 billion. So $90 billion down by Chrétien and Martin, and $150 billion up by Harper. And the Conservatives would like you to believe, Mr. Speaker, that this was all due to economic circumstances such as the 2008. Actually, it was a self-inflicted wound, Mr. Speaker, because foolishly, against every advice given by every economist in the country, they cut the HST. And that was $14 billion a year, right out of the fiscal framework, Mr. Speaker. And the reason they did that was political rhetoric and nonsense, Mr. Speaker. Hence the difficulties we're now faced with, having increased the national debt by a mere $150 billion. So, Mr. Speaker, as I finish up here, we are basing our discussion on a gossip. I cannot support a motion that's based on gossip. I can't support a motion that's based on amended gossip. The motion doesn't seem to understand the difference between taxes, tax rates, and tax expenditures, and the proponents of the motion have no credibility on tax rates, on deficits, or accumulated debt.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire. The honourable member for Oshawa.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I listened quite carefully to my colleague's speech, and the revision of history is amazing. When I hear Liberals say in 2008 what happened with the world economic downturn, he was part of the party, and he was actually here in the House calling for more borrowing and more spending. So we emerged from that, Mr. Speaker, in the best shape of any country in the G8. Also, you know, if you look at the job creation, over 1 million net new jobs. And under this government, in just 1 year, 30,000 less full-time employed people. So we've heard the kind of wishy-washy answer by the Prime Minister yesterday. I was in the House. He sort of said he's not going to be taxing this type of benefit, but he really wasn't very clear about it. And then the follow-up question to the Finance Minister was very wishy-washy. So knowing that they're getting $1.5 trillion into debt, I'm asking the member, what's he going to cut next? Is it the pension income splitting, the public transit for students, volunteer firefighters taxes, or credits to charitable donation? They can only balance the budget one way. What are they going to cut, or are they just going to raise more taxes?
The honourable member for Scarborough-Guildwood.
I just finished my speech by saying I couldn't support a motion based on gossip, and up pops the member and says, well, what are you going to do next? You know, based entirely on gossip, figments of his imagination. However, the facts don't lie, Mr. Speaker. When the Martin government gave way to the Harper government, there was a $14 billion surplus. And thereafter, it was just downhill. The record deficit was in 2009, 2010, which was on an adjusted basis almost $62 billion, Mr. Speaker. The next year, $36 billion. The next year after that, $27 billion. The next year after that, $18 billion. The next year after that, $5 billion. And Mr. Speaker, they're singing and dancing in the streets because they might have handed off a slight surplus at the last election. Mr. Speaker, $150 billion, and this government has to dig out from underneath that fiscal mess.
Questions and comments. La députée de Sherbrooke.
The honourable member for Sherbrooke. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for the remarks. They focused more on the subject than other colleagues who referred to other issues at the Department of Finance, but I'd like to talk about the motion that's before us today. He talked about spending. This is a subject that, in fact, we could spend a lot of time discussing. Unfortunately, the government has undertaken a review of some 180 different areas, and the problem with that is that, and what's sometimes unfair, is that tax credits are non-refundable. That's not something that will make the tax system fairer, because there are people who don't pay taxes, don't have access to those tax credits, and as he said, many people, in fact, low-income people, don't even have hope of registering their children in sports activities or other activities to benefit from such tax credits. But now there is a review underway. Does the honourable member think there should be more refundable tax credits?
Yeah, I appreciate the honourable member's question, and it's a good question. I do agree it would be very useful to have spent this day on a focused debate, possibly on those 180 tax expenditures, and to see whether there is some review that is appropriate. Because a lot of these expenditures are initially created with the best of intentions to achieve a certain social goal. But it does leave a lot of people behind. And one of the inequities that you've mentioned is the difference between refundable and non-refundable. So I, as a relatively wealthy individual, get the full benefit of the tax expenditure, where someone who is not as affluent doesn't. That is in itself an inequity. And I don't know the extent and nature of the commitment in the budget to a review, but I commend the government for at least having the chutzpah to put that 180 tax expenditures under the microscope.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to divide this speech into two components. First of all, the fact that the Liberals have raised taxes significantly for Canadians, and they've done that while increasing spending to unsustainable and frankly crazy levels. And the second component is saying they've got more to come. And for anyone watching today, that should be of great concern to any of our constituents, because we know that Canadians are having a harder and harder time making ends meet. Certainly people in my province of Alberta that are facing a severe job crisis. Enough's enough. And that's what this motion is about today. So we know that, first of all, we know that the Liberals have raised taxes. We know that Canadian families, probably per household, are paying about $2,200 more this year because they've increased CPP premium. So that means $2,200 right off their paychecks because of that tax hike. Small businesses are saying, hey, that tax hike there, that means that's a decision whether or not I hire another employee or have to let one go. The carbon tax. You know what? Not only is this a tax that affects every part of, let's say, something like the food delivery chain, it affects everything. It's not going to materially reduce greenhouse gas emissions. Because of the way that they've priced it and haven't been able to show any sort of price elasticity data that shows that demand is going to decrease at the price they've set it, all they've done is increased the cost of everything for Canadian families. And we estimate that to be another $2,500 per household. So we're at about $5,000 per household so far. They canceled the arts and fitness tax credit, so for anybody at home who is watching their kids play hockey or wanting to put their kids play hockey this year, that tax credit is gone. And yes, Mr. Speaker, I will be sharing my time with the member from Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan. The other thing that I think is really interesting is that they've canceled the education and textbook tax credits. I have some people in my life, some friends who are going to school, and they're going, how come this tax credit that was universal and helped everybody got canceled by the Liberals? So if you were looking at that, you're looking at about $440 roughly per person that's in university or in a trade for that. And they canceled the family tax cut. So that's about $2,000 per family. So we know that through their cancellations of all of these tax credits, the Liberals and the imposition of the carbon tax, they've significantly raised taxes. And regardless of your political stripe, when you start doing that math and figuring out how much that impacts your family, this government has a lot of explaining to do, because on the other end of that, they've increased their spending for what? You know, we're looking at deficits like we've never seen in this country before. And this isn't, you know, short-term, targeted infrastructure spending that's going to go to one particular project to get people back to work in a region and then stop, and then with a work back to balance. There's no intent on the part of this government at all to get back to balance. There's no intent on the part of this government to have any sort of fiscal sustainability. And I'll tell you one thing, Mr. Speaker, any Canadian family, any small business that is listening to this today is going, I have to make my budget balance. I have to spend within my means. And all that it seems that this government understands is take more money out of the pockets of Canadians and then spend it on the bureaucracy. And regardless of your political stripe, Canadians are going, that's enough. Now, why is this motion important? Why is it so important for the government to stand up and vote against this, or vote for this motion, to say, you know what, we're going to give Canadians some assurances that we're not going to raise their taxes? Why? Well, in their campaign platform, they noted that they were going to review all tax expenditures. What does that mean? This came up during the campaign. What is this platform commitment? What are you doing? I'd say this was a hidden agenda, except it's right out there in their platform. They're looking at ways to eliminate tax credits, those things that Canadians depend upon to make ends meet. So not only was it just in their platform, the finance minister actually made an announcement about this. He said, I'm going to do this big review, and we know that he contracted a third-party agreement in secret, because they haven't released this report. This report has been done. They've looked, there's a secret panel that has looked at all of these tax expenditures, and now there's a list saying, hey, let's cut all of these things. Let's raise the taxes of Canadians. And why do they want to do that? Because they want to take your money and they want to put it in the hands of bureaucrats. And that doesn't help Canadian families at all. That math is very bad. And that is math that, yes, in fact, I can do. So, Mr. Speaker, what are some of the things that we think that the government is looking at, given their campaign platform and the finance minister's announcement? Well, pension income splitting. Is the government going to eliminate pension income splitting? That was in the review. We're fairly certain of it. What about tax credit for employee stock options? The public transit tax credit, the Canada Employment Tax Credit, the Foreign Employment Tax Credit, the Volunteer Firefighter Tax Credit, the non-taxation of capital gains on principal residence tax credit. And then, of course, there was the dental and health benefit tax credit. Now, for those of you who are watching who are going, okay, come on, they couldn't seriously be cutting all of this stuff. They couldn't seriously be raising my taxes. When this issue came up, it was 2 months ago, I believe the first time that this mention came up, that this report looked at dental and health benefits. It came out in a National Post article, and I received hundreds of emails almost instantly, like, you can't be serious. The government can't actually be wanting to. It was only after intense, across party lines, political pressure from average Canadians saying enough is enough, that this government stood up and finally sheepishly said, well, maybe we won't. I think the Prime Minister even qualified his answer in question period yesterday. So why did it take them so long to deny that they weren't going to do it? That's because they were considering it. So what else was in that report? Why are they hiding it? And you know what? I have to wonder, if they're looking, if they know that they've spent into oblivion, they know that they've spent our grandchildren's future away in Canada right now. So they're trying to think, you know, how do we pay for this? How do we even come close to, they're not looking at balance. They're just trying to make sure that, like, they can potentially get reelected down the road with some semblance of order. This is what they're doing. They're looking to take their mismanagement of Canada's finances and their mismanagement of government and put it on the backs of average, hardworking Canadians. And you know what? The people in my riding who are out of work because of their ideological opposition to the energy sector are saying enough is enough. First of all, you're impeding our access to jobs. You're taking away investment and certainty in the energy sector, in so many sectors across this country. You're mishandling trade files. You're not doing anything to retain skilled workers in this province. And now you're going to raise my taxes for nothing? Come on. Enough is enough. So why did we put this motion forward today? Because this gives the government an opportunity to stand up, get on their feet, and say, you know what? Canadians are right. Forget one party or another. Canadians are right. We don't need more tax hikes right now. But here's my guess. The opposition is going to stand up, or sorry, the government is going to stand up, and they're going to say, you know what? We know what's in that report. We know that what's going to be in the budget at some point this month is going to be a large amount of tax increases for Canadians. I bet you, Mr. Speaker, that we see many of these tax credits cancelled. And that has a huge impact on Canadians. At a time when they have no plan for creating jobs in this country, we've seen, what, nearly 200,000 jobs in the energy sector disappear under their watch. If this government wants to see government revenue increase, I suggest that they look at the opposite side of the equation, and that is grow our economy. If you want to see more revenue come in through things like job-creating companies that are paying their share of taxes, then allow a fiscal environment where companies can grow and can invest. Don't put more pressure on them through things like a carbon tax that won't work or CPP premium increases. Allow people to have the fiscal space to take risk and to invest and to be confident in this country. Right now, consumer confidence, the confidence of average Canadians that things are going to get better for them is at an all-time low. And do you know why? It's because this government keeps increasing taxes and making it more uncertain for businesses to work here in Canada. And Mr. Speaker, that's just wrong. That's the opposite of what this government should be doing. But because they're so self-interested in their own pet projects and just expanding government, that I think that they've forgotten what really matters. They've forgotten, they're so entrenched in Langevin Bloc, they've forgotten what matters, and that is the people of this country.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Speaker and my colleague across the way invited members on this side of the floor to speak to Canadians watching across the country. I'm only too happy to accept her invitation to do so, to remind her and Canadians watching that the very first thing that this government did when assuming office was cut taxes for almost 9 million Canadians. It then introduced a Canada Child benefit that was more generous for 9 out of 10 families. And in the province I have the honour of living in and within which the riding I represent is, there are families of 112,000 children who are now benefiting more through that benefit program that will deliver upwards of $600 million back into the regional economy in its first 2 years of existence. These are the sorts of measures that this government has taken to reduce taxes for the middle class, in addition to not moving ahead with the taxation of health and dental plans. I thank her for the invitation to address Canadians.
Member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Mr. Speaker, anybody watching at home will notice that my colleague opposite forgot the other side of the equation. It's like reverse Robin Hood, right? A carbon tax on everything, at least $2,500 per household, if not more. A Canadian pension plan, payroll tax hike. They've canceled the arts and fitness tax credit, textbook tax credit. They canceled income splitting, Mr. Speaker, and on and on and on and on. Like, who do they think Canadians are? Canadians know what the bottom line is on their checkbook is, and reverse Robin Hood over there clearly doesn't.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The Honourable Member for Sherbrooke.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her intervention. In the beginning of her speech, she mentioned that the government is racking up unprecedented deficits and that she's never seen this in the history of Canada. And yet, under Prime Minister Mulroney, We saw deficits that were accumulating without end. That was a Conservative government. It goes without saying. And then, of course, there's the $150 billion added to the deficit under Mr. Harper. And I'd like to ask my colleague a simple question. She's trying to characterize tax credits, for example, for physical activities or cultural activities as being tax cuts. And yet, those tax credits, and they're saying that if those are eliminated, that's equivalent to a tax increase. So I'd like to ask her to clarify, if she could, her party's position or her personal position on that vision, but whether, given that getting rid of a tax credit isn't necessarily the same as a tax increase, I feel that there's maybe a bit of confusion there. And that I'd like to hear her thoughts on that.
Ms. Hill.
Well, Mr. Speaker, if in the last fiscal year you were claiming the education and textbook tax credit and you received $440 less taxes, that's $440 more in your pocket. And then this year, if that was canceled, then you would have $440 less to spend. So that's actually a tax increase because you have less. So that math is also simple. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And just in terms of, deficits and look, I grew up in Manitoba, Mr. Speaker, and I don't think that the NDP in Manitoba had ever even conceptualized the concept of balancing a budget. So I'll just leave the House with this. At the end of our last government, Mr. Speaker, Canada's net debt to GDP ratio was the lowest in the G7. The federal tax burden was the lowest level on families in over 50 years, and we returned this government to surplus. Now we're looking at a $50 billion, 100, I don't know, however many billion dollar, why count, dollar deficit. We're seeing increases in taxes, and you know what? This is math that Canadians can do. This is math that people go, you know what? I don't really care about socialism or liberals or whatever political stripe. I want to work. I want more money in my path, and it's my money, not yours.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure for me to rise and address this important motion and more broadly the issues around it in terms of the government's tax policy. And I have to say we're having this discussion at an interesting moment in terms of what the government is doing. Now, I'm a relatively young member. I'm the youngest member of the Conservative caucus, and I know that many young people actually voted for this government with high expectations based on promises that were made and based on, I think, the Prime Minister's effort to strike an optimistic tone. And yet, we're seeing through the actions of the government on the economic front, on other fronts, the real cynicism of this Prime Minister and this government. The shameless way in which they are throwing promises over the side, they're throwing out their commitments, and they're defending that as if it were not a problem, not a big deal at all. The Prime Minister said in question period yesterday that he was going to do what he perceived to be in the national interest, not just act to tick a box on a platform. Well, that shows quite a bit of disdain and disregard not only for the platform that the Liberal Party ran on, but also for the Canadians who voted based on what was in that platform. Obviously, the electoral reform question, the cynicism with which the Prime Minister has thrown that over the side, the cynicism of this government's budgetary policy, clear commitments to run $10 billion deficits for 3 years, and then to return to a balanced budget, and yet massive deficits which far and away exceed those commitments, and no plan to balance the budget, in fact, for decades into the future. That is real cynicism coming from this government, and it's hard to take. And the government also promised cuts to taxes for the middle class. And yet, people making less than $45,000 a year, certainly the middle class, certainly those who are working hard to join it, are suffering because of new taxes imposed by this government. The platform promised to lower the small business tax rate to 9%. The first budget said, we don't need to do that. It's not in the national interest, and we're not going to be bound by checking boxes on the platform. Well, the impact of effectively raising taxes on small business, that's not just an impact on business owners, that's an impact on people who work for small businesses. Most Canadians work for small businesses. That's an impact on Canadians who are unemployed, who might otherwise have the opportunity to get jobs working for small businesses. The government also did away with the small business hiring credit. They've proposed raising payroll taxes. They've passed legislation to raise payroll taxes. And so in so many ways, we see them actually introducing the worst possible kinds of tax. That is, taxes on those who taxes on jobs, taxes on people of modest means who are working, who now will have a harder time retaining their job or finding a new job because of these taxes. The government lowered the amount that a person can invest in a tax-free savings account. And we know the data shows that those who use tax-free savings accounts are more likely to be of relatively modest means because of the relative advantage, likely because of the relative advantage of saving in a TFSA versus an RRSP for those who are of relatively modest means. So we have all these different areas in which the cynicism of this government is on display. How much disdain they have for their own platform, and how much disdain they have for the Canadians who voted based on that platform. And it's ironic because we hear often from the Prime Minister in particular about getting young people involved in politics. Well, I think when we see these cynical actions of the government, it really can be discouraging to young people who may have volunteered, who may have voted, thinking that they were getting one thing from the government, and in fact, what they're getting is the opposite. They're getting effective tax increases for those those in the middle and those of relatively modest means. They're also getting a complete denial of commitments made with respect to electoral reform and other areas. Now, what we're talking about in this opposition motion is the fact that we've seen all these efforts of the government to indirectly, but in a at the same time, very concrete and practical and impactful way, increase the taxes that people pay. Now, thank goodness we have a very effective opposition here, because up until yesterday, we had the government musing about the possibility of introducing a significant tax on health and dental benefits. And of course, Canadians may not know all the procedural mechanics of this place, so the opposition, when it proposes an opposition day motion, it puts that on notice a couple days before. So today is Thursday. On Tuesday, we put notice of a motion forward that on Thursday we're going to be having a debate about the government's plan to increase taxes on health and dental benefits. And then all of a sudden on Wednesday, the Prime Minister announces in question period, we're not going to do it anymore. If only we had more opposition days, think of how good we would be doing.
Bravo! Yes.
But alas, we only have so many allotted. But while we're having this discussion, let's recognize the reality of the timing of that, what the government did, and I wish that that was all it took to make this a great budget. We've improved the budget a little bit, but I suspect that there still will be issues in the budget that we take issue with. Perhaps the government will take our advice again and actually follow through, actually check that box in the Liberal platform by following through on the tax reduction for small businesses. Maybe they will restore the hiring credit to help people in my province especially who are struggling with high levels of unemployment, but to help people across the country get back to work. Let's hope maybe they will reverse course on some of these major tax increases that they've brought in. Maybe they'll reverse course even on the carbon tax, a punitive tax against those who would like to heat their home, a punitive tax against that mother in my riding who actually can't walk to the grocery store because she's got 2 little kids. These are the people that are suffering because of the carbon tax that has been now imposed in Alberta, but that this government wants to force a subsequent provincial government, which some people are looking forward to, a subsequent provincial government to not do away with that carbon tax. And that is a real problem that we see on all of these different fronts. The government looking to impose new taxes, to raise taxes. And I want to draw the attention of members as well to the fact that over the summer, the Minister of Finance asked people to do a review of what is often called tax expenditures. Effectively, these are the mechanisms in the tax code which allow people to reduce their taxes by claiming different deductions. And experts have come back and proposed all kinds of tax expenditures, so-called, to eliminate. And we need to know what the government is actually planning on doing here, because I know a lot of people are concerned about it. They're concerned that we might see changes with respect to tax credits on charitable donations. Our government brought in a volunteer firefighter tax credit to encourage people to be involved in their community and doing what they can to be part of that fighting fires in their community. But one of the recommendations from these experts has been to get rid of that. The public transit tax credit. Hey, here's an idea. When we're trying to improve the environment, instead of levying a tax on people to improve the environment, let's cut their taxes in order to improve the environment. That was the approach that we took as Conservatives. Let's have a green tax cut instead of a so-called green new tax. And in fact, when this government thinks green, all they're thinking about is ways of taking more money from Canadians. We had a proposal with respect to pension income splitting from one of these experts, and I hope the government doesn't go down the road of eliminating pension income splitting. Of course, they said during the election that they wouldn't, but maybe 2015 was the last election in which the Liberals said they wouldn't get rid of income splitting for pensioners. Maybe that's what we'll be hearing later on, because checking boxes on the platform just doesn't seem to matter to this Prime Minister or this government anymore. Canadians are suffering because of tax increases, and they're suffering because of the shameless cynicism of this Prime Minister. And thank goodness that the opposition was able to make a difference on this health and dental plan issue. Hopefully the government will start to listen to us on other measures as well.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire. The Honourable Member for St. John, Rothsay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague across for his speech and his version of economics. And again, we hear, Mr. Speaker, how the Conservative Party are such great stewards of the economy, a party that had recession after recession, Mr. Speaker, that left us in a deficit situation. But, Mr. Speaker, I have a question for the member opposite. I've asked this question many, many times across, and, Mr. Speaker, no one on the opposite side can answer this question. So, Mr. Speaker, the member opposite brought up again about the beloved tax-free savings accounts and how they wanted to double them, Mr. Speaker. And, Mr. Speaker, 93% of Canadians, and this is a fact, had no benefit of the doubling of the tax-free savings account. So I asked the member opposite, why double the tax-free savings account when only 7% of Canadians could benefit from that doubling? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Good question. Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan. Order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And there's maybe too much there to address all of it at once. The member notes the recession that Canada went through in 2008 and 2009, as if he's under the impression that that was the result of Canadian policy. I've never heard anyone suggest that before, but maybe this member knows something that I don't. Now, he said that the Conservatives left a deficit for the Liberals. Well, the Department of Finance disagrees. The Parliamentary Budget Officer disagrees. Even the NDP disagrees with that, Mr. Speaker. The only people who think the Liberals received a deficit were the Liberals. And let me tell you, they tried hard to spend as much as they could when they took office to obscure the record. But I think, again, the Parliamentary Budget Officer, the Department of Finance, have been very clear on this point. With respect to his question on tax-free savings accounts, he thinks that only 7% of Canadians have TFSAs available to him. I invite him again to visit fin.gc.ca, which explains how though tax-free savings accounts are available to anybody who wants to put money aside tax-free. That's the reality. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Question and commentaire. The honourable member, l'honourable député de Sherbrooke.
The honourable member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My colleague spent part of his speech talking about the carbon tax. And I don't know if he knows this, but a large majority of Canadians live in a province where there's already some kind of price on carbon. If memory serves, about 80% of Canadians already live in such a province. So my question is simple. I'd like to ask the honourable member, when does he think that the apocalypse is going to come, and when is Canada's economy going to collapse, given that all these provinces already have a carbon tax in place? We know the Conservatives like to scare people about what's going to happen to Canada's economy. So I'd like to know, when does he think all these provinces are going to collapse and we're going to have an economic apocalypse? The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is an interesting criteria the NDP applied to decision-making. If it doesn't cause the apocalypse, then it's okay. My position on carbon taxes are that they will not cause the apocalypse, but that they're still bad. We have a carbon tax in Alberta, a carbon tax that the current provincial government did not discuss during the election. And it may be that many jurisdictions across the country have carbon taxes. I suspect that we will not have one in Alberta in 3 years, but who's counting? Thank you.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his speech a few minutes ago, and in particular his comments about how this motion got on the floor. He said that this was put on the floor a few days ago, and that somehow this side of the House caught wind of it and was reacting to that. But in reality, what really happened, Mr. Speaker, is the opposition could put a whole bunch of motions on the floor, and they have the obligation to submit which one they're going to actually use by 2 p.m. yesterday, and then they have until up to 9 a.m. this morning to change that. Yet, knowing the information that they learned yesterday, they still chose to bring this opposition motion forward and essentially are wasting the time of this House today. I wonder if the member can comment on that.
The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, if that member thinks talking about the government's plan to raise taxes is a waste of time, then he can defend that position to his constituents. Because I can tell you what my constituents want us to talk about is exactly this government's plan to raise taxes, and we'll take every opportunity to draw attention to it.
I think we'll get started with statements by members. Déclaration de député, the honourable
statements by members
for Scarborough North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. February is Black History Month, a time for us to recognize the remarkable contributions of Canadians of African descent. In my riding of Scarborough North, the Taibu Community Health Centre opened its doors in 2008 as a joint effort between the Black Health Alliance and the Ontario Ministry of Health. Taibu is a unique community-led organization that provides primary health care to the Black community in the Greater Toronto Area as its priority population. The centre also serves as a community hub, instilling self-esteem in adolescent girls through the Step It Up Girls Group and engaging local students in its Learn After School program. Congratulations to Executive Director Lieben Geber-Michael, Board President Deborah White, and the entire team of staff and volunteers whose efforts have earned Taibu its well-deserved reputation. Taibu is a Kiswahili greeting that means be in good health. As we celebrate Black History Month, may we all be blessed with good health in the months and years to come. Taibu, merci beaucoup.
The honourable member for Prince Albert.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate Ms. Cheryl Kimberly, 2016 Prince Albert Citizen of the Year. Cheryl was nominated for the award in appreciation of her commitment to the Prince Albert youth and her unending promotion of the Prince Albert community. Cheryl serves as the Prince Albert Grand Council Special Events Coordinator. She coordinates such events as Remembrance Day services, Fall Trapper events, Winter Festival, and the Prince Albert Grand Council's Fall Assembly. Outside of her position on the PAGC, Cheryl also sits on the organizing committee of the Prince Albert Winter Festival, serves as vice president of the Prince Albert Arts Council, sits on the Prince Albert Tourism Board, and helps organize a host of long list of local fundraising initiatives. What drives Cheryl is her love of her children and the love of her community. Her personal goal is to leave behind a healthy community. To Cheryl, being involved feeds your soul. It shows our children how to give back. She couldn't be more right. A banquet in Cheryl's honor is being held on February 4th to recognize her outstanding contributions to the city. Congratulations, Cheryl. On behalf of all members, I thank you for your commitment to our community.
The honourable member for Avalon.
Mr. Speaker, today I rise to recognise the life of Mr. Ches Penny, a constituent, friend, prominent business leader in Newfoundland and Labrador. Mr. Penny passed away last Thursday and leaves behind his loving family, friends, business associates, and a legacy as one of the most successful business leaders of his time. As a young man, Mr. Penny was a true entrepreneur, successfully building the tremendous Penny Group of companies and playing a pivotal role in the construction, auto sales, energy services, and real estate sectors. He was not only a great businessman, but a champion of all that our province stands for. In recognising his contribution, Ches was awarded the Order of Canada, the Order of Newfoundland and Labrador, and an honorary doctorate from Memorial University. While Ches has passed, his name, memory, and legacy will live on for generations. Ches, after a full and busy life, may you rest in eternal peace. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Salaberry-sur-Loire.
Monsieur le Président. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to take a moment today to pay tribute to a great man who dedicated his life to taking care of those around him. Jean-Guy Saint-Onge died suddenly on January 23rd at the age of 73. I first met Mr. Saint-Onge as an MP 5 years ago. He was a municipal councillor at Saint-Stanislas de Kotska, where he served his district for 30 years. He was very proud of his community and participated in all local activities there. For example, he was involved in the amalgamation of the region of Hungary Bay, in the program known as Municipalité Amie des Aînés, and the preservation of Lake Saint-François. He also spent many years working for the organization SABEC, a community volunteer ride service in Godmanchester that helps hundreds of people every year who don't own cars to receive health services. He was an admirable and kind individual. I send my deepest condolences to his better half, Nicole, his family, and the citizens of the Upper St. Lawrence. Rest in peace.
The honourable member for Surrey Centre.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honour two men with very differing paths but very similar hearts. Chandra Badalia immigrated to Vancouver in 1976 and started his career as a photojournalist. In 4 decades, he documented the South Asian community's memories through over 3 million pictures and shared them to all without asking anything for exchange. When things took a turn for the worse, the community stood up. Thousands gathered from all over BC and opened their checkbooks as they saw Chandra as a brother in need. In that crowd was none other than the giant, Bruce Keller, a lumber tycoon but better known as the Desi Santa, a title affectionately given to him because of his giving heart and his affection to the South Asian community. He challenged the crowd that if they matched, he would give $100,000, as no one else had done so much to document the history of the community than Mr. Badalia. And did the crowd respond? Over $300,000 was collected that night, and two giants showed us all what passion, dedication, and most of all, being a human is all about.
The honourable member for Niagara Falls.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to rise in this chamber today prior to the third and final reading of my private member's bill, C-233, an act to establish a national strategy for Alzheimer's disease and other dementia. I wish to sincerely thank my colleagues on this side of the House and members from across the aisle for their support of this important legislation on behalf of 747,000 Canadians living with this terrible disease. Many of us have had to endure the very painful long goodbye of a loved one without the benefit of having a coordinated strategy. And I want to especially thank my colleague, the member for Don Valley West, for his backing in seeing that Bill C-233 becomes a reality. This nonpartisan Cooperation from all parties is a shining example of what we can accomplish in this House when we work together for the greater good of Canadians. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for St. John's East.
Mr. Speaker, the Honourable P. Derek Lewis, lawyer, senator, and exceptional wit, passed away on January 19th. Derek was born in St. John's in 1924, where he practiced law until October of last year, a full 69 years since he was first admitted to the Newfoundland bar. He was among the world's most senior lawyers, and his dry wit belied a lifetime of confidences well kept. He was a living embodiment of hard work, so it was no wonder when Prime Minister Pierre Elliott Trudeau appointed Senator Lewis in 1978. And the Hansard is replete with evidence of his grace, humor, and humility. He is survived and mourned by his wife of 55 years, the amazing Grace, and his law partner and law clerk of 60 years, David C. Day, QC. Please rise with me to say thanks and to bid adieu to Senator Lewis.
Senator Lewis.
The Honourable Member for Thérèse de Blainville. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in the House today to talk about the movement led by the Chamber of Commerce of Thérèse de Blainville in favour of sustainable development through the improvement of highways 15 and 19. The plan is to complete these highways with bus lanes. This is an issue that affects the quality of life and economic development in the area of the Laurentians and Greater Montreal. Federal MPs, municipal and provincial representatives, and local players all mobilized around my petition on this subject. Because it's urgent that we take action on this. The timing is right now that the Government of Canada is funding infrastructure and public transport projects. I invite all citizens to sign my petition. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Bruce Grey, Owen Sound.
7 hours west of here in Bruce Grey, Owen Sound is beautiful Wharton, proud to call my hometown. There's a famous groundhog named Wharton Willie. He comes out February 2nd, sunny or chilly. He's not your regular plain brown woodchuck, a weather predictor. It's definitely not luck. Drop by and see Willie. You'll be impressed, because Willie don't charge cash for access. His glistening fur coat of ivory white fills all regular hogs with fear and fright. Shubenacadie Sam and Balzan Billy, they're just fakes. And Puxatawney Phil, probably a Liberal on the take. Mr. Speaker, this government so lost in a snowstorm, Willie wouldn't have backtracked on electoral reform. This morning in Wharton, right at 8:07, the sun did not shine from the heavens. With chants of Willie from the crowd, his prediction came out clear and loud. Across the nation, his words did ring. I, Wharton Willie, predict an early spring.
The Honourable Member for King Vaughan.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to share the good news that more residents in my riding will have access to fibre optic broadband thanks to a significant investment by the Government of Canada. On January 23rd, I was thrilled to announce on behalf of the Minister of Infrastructure and Communities $825,000 in funding to expand the fibre optic broadband network in King Township alone. Access to better, more reliable broadband will provide residents with new opportunities to participate in the digital economy. In partnership with communities, service providers, and other levels of government, we are working toward providing every family, farmer, senior, and student with access to a broadband service, increasing the potential for innovation and economic development. Notre gouvernement.
Mr. Speaker, our government recognizes that investing in infrastructure is essential to equipping municipalities with the building blocks that they need.
Thank you and merci.
The Honourable Member for London North Centre.
Mr. Speaker, it's an honour to pay tribute to the reservists of the Canadian Armed Forces. These groups of dedicated individuals play an integral role in support of the regular force, both in international and domestic operations. I would like to highlight especially the 1st Hussars, a regiment of the Canadian Army and a part of the 31 Canadian Brigade Group. Based in London and Sarnia, this historic group is comprised of dedicated and skilled soldiers and officers. They also have a thriving association of retired members, friends, and families. Under the command of Lieutenant Colonel Barry Scheid and supported by Honorary Colonel Barry Hogan and Honorary Lieutenant Colonel Larry Minnie, the 1st Hussars are tied to D-Day landings, various peacekeeping operations, and supporting the mission in Afghanistan. I would be remiss also, Mr. Speaker, if I didn't mention Joe Murray, who is a passionate defender of London's military history. Their motto is today, not tomorrow. I ask everyone in this House to show appreciation today for the work our reservists do in supporting our regular force to ensure we enjoy a peaceful, prosperous, and free tomorrow. Thank you very much.
Hear, hear. The Honourable Member for Lethbridge.
Mr. Speaker, February marks Black History Month. During this time, we pause to honour the legacy of Black Canadians. We celebrate the many contributions that have been made by Black Canadians throughout the years and the contributions that will be made in our future. One of my closest friends came to Canada only a few years ago from Tanzania. She has enriched the lives of all those who are fortunate enough to know her. Her joy and her smile are contagious. However, simply saying Black History Month seems to be too broad of a brushstroke. It fails to capture the diversity within the Black community. With so many nationalities, cultural traditions, family histories, the diversity of the Black experience is matched only by the diversity of our country, Canada, our home. To the Black community in Lethbridge and in all of Canada, thank you for adding to the mosaic that we call home. Thank you for enriching our community.
The Honourable Member for the Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize an outstanding citizen from my riding of Kingston and the Islands, Mr. Jamshed Hassan. Jimmy, as he is more commonly known in Kingston, was born and raised in Pakistan. Many years ago, he chose to leave his life there in search for something new. After eventually settling in Kingston, Jimmy quickly became known for his outspoken love of our city and, more importantly, his ongoing pursuit of making Kingston an even better place to live. Mr. Speaker, 3 years ago, Jimmy started hosting a diversity dinner where he brings together people from all cultural backgrounds to share our experiences and learn from each other's cultural richness. This year, Jimmy brought together Kingstonians representing a vast array of cultures, including Ukraine, Russia, China, Japan, the Philippines, and of course, his homeland of Pakistan, to name a few. Mr. Speaker, Jimmy has been a light in the Kingston community and knows that diversity is our strength. And Jimmy, thank you for choosing Kingston. We're stronger because of you.
The Honourable Member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, it's Groundhog Day again, but when it comes to Liberals breaking promises, Canadians have seen this movie and they're not laughing. Canadians in the last election chose hope over experience with the Liberal Party. They said, this Liberal leader is different. He's not like the other Liberals who will say anything, do anything to get elected, but then once he gets in office, will just arrogantly break those promises, like his promise on electoral reform. Well, there's an old story, Mr. Speaker, of the frog and the scorpion, and there's a great flood, and the scorpion says to the frog, let me jump on your back to cross the river. I won't sting you. And the frog says, well, how can I trust you? You're a scorpion. Well, why would I, says the scorpion. It would be only to my own harm. And the frog says, I'll trust you one more time. And he jumps on his back, and halfway across the river, the scorpion stings him. And as they're drowning, the frog says, why did you do that? And scorpion says, it's my nature. I'm a scorpion. Well, when it comes to Liberals, we can always count on the nature of Liberals to look after Liberals, and it's only Canadians who end up getting stung.
The Honourable Member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Mr. Speaker, this week is the 27th annual edition of Suicide Prevention Week. The theme this year is Suicide is Not an Option. This is an issue that people in distress are increasingly talking about on the web, and it's one that I care about deeply. This week is an opportunity for us to show our support for our young people, our parents, our colleagues, and our friends. So I invite everyone in my riding and everyone in Quebec to take part in this movement and to tell their loved ones, suicide should never be an option. I'm here for you. I'd like to thank the Quebec Association for Suicide Prevention and all organizations involved in our regions all year long. If you are concerned about a loved one, please don't hesitate. Call for help by calling the hotline at 166-APPEL. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Orléans.
Mr. Speaker, it's with profound sadness that I rise today to mark the passing of Brigadier General William W. Turner, a decorated veteran and a family friend. Canada has seen the passing of a living legend. A native Victoria, British Columbia, General Turner served his nation as an artillery officer in World War II, as a peacekeeper, and later as commandant of his beloved Royal Military College, and in latter life as the Colonel Commandant of the Royal Regiment of Canadian Artillery. Throughout his career, he was known as a gentleman of rare high intellect who would invest great efforts into passing on his vast knowledge to the next generation. I and thousands just like me owe it all to General Turner. We owe him a great debt of gratitude for his service to not only the Army, the Canadian Forces, but indeed to Canada. I extend my deepest sympathies to his wife of 65 years, less 2 days, Hope, to his sons, John and Bill Turner, both distinguished soldiers themselves and close personal friends of mine, and to his daughter, Hope, who herself married a combat veteran. Rest in peace.
Oral questions. Questions orales. L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, when he took power, the Prime Minister said that mandate letters were important for the cabinet members. And when you look at the letters for the Minister of International Trade and Global Affairs, international trade isn't a priority for the Prime Minister because he didn't put that in there, nor did he talk about the TPP, softwood lumber, or other agreements with Asia. So why is the Prime Minister not showing us that it's important to open up the borders? The Honourable Minister of International Affairs. Our government has an excellent record for serving Canadians when it comes to international trade. Canada signed CETA in October last year. In December 2015, the current government resolved the cool situation, and we have improved access for beef to China, and we've taken steps to help canola producers. We will continue to work tirelessly to help the middle class, and I will vigorously defend trade alongside my colleague.
Mr. Speaker, this is not reassuring. How can they stand over there with a straight face and tell Canadians that they believe in free trade? The minister's mandate letters make no mention of softwood lumber agreement or trade with Asia-Pacific nations that were in PTP. Mr. Speaker, Canadian workers need this Liberal government to work in their best interest. When can we expect a new softwood lumber agreement and new markets for our exporters?
The Honourable Minister of International Trade.
Mr. Speaker, more trade is more growth. More growth is more jobs for Canadians, Mr. Speaker. That's why this government will be relentless and will have an ambitious trade agenda, Mr. Speaker, to create jobs for Canadians, to open markets so that Canadian families and Canadians could be better in this country. We have an ambitious trade agenda, and we'll put it forward, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, proof has shown us that the Liberal policies were ill-advised from the outset. Here's what the group of Canadian manufacturers said. Right now, Canada is not a competitive location for investment. Add this to the rapidly changing business environment in the United States, a primary competitor for investment, with the increased protectionism, and in fact the Canada situation will only worsen. Why is the government going ahead with what it's planning to do? What steps will the government take to ensure that Canadian jobs will remain in Canada?
I'd like to remind the opposite member that when it comes to taking concrete steps, we extended the Automotive Innovation Fund in the 2016 budget. Not only did we extend this fund, we changed the terms, and because of that, we attracted a $500 million investment in the Honda plant in Alliston. Absolutely. This will secure 4,000 jobs, Mr. Speaker. That's taking concrete action, that's bringing investment to Canada, that's securing good quality jobs for the middle class, Mr. Speaker, and that's what we'll remain focused on, growing the economy, creating good quality jobs for Canadians.
The honourable member for Portage Lisgar.
Mr. Speaker, the call from a Liberal member of Parliament to legalize all drugs is very troubling. We know that the Liberals are going to be legalizing marijuana, but parents are concerned that they may be considering legalizing even more dangerous drugs. Unfortunately, the Prime Minister wasn't very clear on this yesterday, so I wonder if the Minister of Justice could tell us, after they legalize marijuana, what would be the next drug that they may be planning on legalizing?
Honourable Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, the approach of this government to drug policy is evidence-based, it's compassionate, it's collaborative, and it's comprehensive. When it comes to the matter of cannabis, we have made it very clear that we are going to legalize access to cannabis, but we are going to do so in a strict regulatory regime to keep marijuana out of the hands of children and the profits out of the hands of criminals.
Honourable member for Portage Lisgar.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberal member for Beaches East York is on record calling for the legislation of all illegal drugs. Yesterday, the Prime Minister refused to denounce that position. So I would ask the Minister of Health, would she have the courage to stand today, denounce that position of that particular Liberal member of Parliament, and state for the record that the only drug the Liberals will be legalizing is marijuana? Please, be clear for Canadians.
Minister of Health.
Speaker, as I have just said, our approach to drug policy is evidence-based. We have made it very clear that we have plans to legalize access to cannabis and to strictly regulate it. We have plans to legalize no other substances, and we will work together to address the opioid crisis in a manner that is comprehensive, evidence-based, and responds to the needs of Canadians.
Honourable Député de Rosemont.
The honourable member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Mr. Speaker, during the election, the Liberals had promised to reform our election system, a system that was old, outdated and ineffective. All of their candidates made the same promise. Once they were elected, the Prime Minister reiterated that several times, dozens of times. He even repeated it here in this House, in the throne speech, in the Minister's mandate letter, and in the mandate he said to the committee. And you know what? We believed them. That was a mistake. The lesson is never believe a Liberal. They can go back on their word in the drop of a hat. If they're breaking their promises on our democracy, what will it be the next time? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The electoral system is the most fundamental pillar of our democracy. We respect the view of Canadians, and we held broad, vast consultations on this important issue. Canadians are proud of our democracy. We were clear. No major electoral reform should be undertaken if there isn't vast support by Canadians. Mr. Speaker, I'm enthusiastic at the idea of working with Canadians in order to strengthen our democracy. Thank you. Honourable member Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Mr. Speaker, it's like you wake up in the morning and you have the impression you're reliving the same day over and over again. More Liberal backtracking, another flip-flop by the Prime Minister, another deception, another broken promise. It's as if it were Groundhog Day. The consensus is clear, Mr. Speaker. 90% of the experts and witnesses were in favour of a proportional system. That came out in the majority committee report, the town halls. Even people who responded to their survey wanted political parties to work together. It's all fine and well to consult, but why not listen to people? Why are the Liberals just looking after other Liberals? The Honourable Minister.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We listened to Canadians. We were clear. No change of this scope should be undertaken without vast support from Canadians. We held broad-ranging consultations. Town halls were held. The committee drafted its comprehensive report. Democracy.ca encouraged participation, and over 300,000 Canadians responded. Mr. Speaker, my work is to strengthen and reinforce our democratic institutions, and that is exactly the direction we're going in
Member for Skeena Bulkley Valley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. But what the Liberals are saying is simply not true. It's the exact opposite of the truth. It's in fact one of those alternative facts that they've suddenly grown so fond of. There was a consensus. It was the Liberals who just simply refused to listen to it. 90% of experts and Canadians who came before us, who testified, said they wanted a proportional representation system. The recommendation from the Bloc, the Greens, the Conservatives, New Democrats called for a plan to bring in proportional representation. Well, there was actually one party that stood in the way of that consensus, and that was the Liberal Party of Canada. So it's a bit rich when the Liberals claim that there's no consensus when it's only Liberals standing in the way of that very consensus.
The Honourable Minister of Democratic Institutions.
No question there.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our government will continue to act to strengthen our democracy.
True.
While we did not hear a consensus on a particular electoral system to replace the one we have now, Canadians were clear that we can do more to improve our democratic institutions. And what we did hear is that Canadians are proud of our democracy.
Excellent.
That is why my new mandate letter includes protecting the integrity of our democracy by making our system less vulnerable to hacking and improving transparency by making parties' political fundraising more open than ever before. We will always work to ensure our democracy represents the values of Canadians.
Member for Skeena Bulkley Valley.
You know, the minister keeps talking about her mandate, but I don't actually think she understands what the word fully means, because the mandate of a government doesn't come from some piece of paper handed to them by the Prime Minister. The mandate comes from the democratic will expressed by the voters of this country. And let me quote the Prime Minister, who once said just a few months ago, over 60% of Canadians voted in favour of parties that committed to changing the electoral system. That, in fact, is true. That's the minister's mandate. That's this government's mandate. Is the Prime Minister so arrogant that he believes that he can change with a flick of a pen the mandate that was given to him by millions of Canadians?
Honourable Minister of the Democratic Institutions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There is nothing more foundational than how we choose to govern ourselves as Canadians. We respect the views of Canadians and consulted extensively with them on this important issue. And we listened to Canadians, and we heard that Canadians are proud of our democracy. We have been clear. Major reforms to the electoral system should not be made if they lack the broad support of Canadians. I look forward to working with Canadians to continue to strengthen our democracy.
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint-Laurent. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just before Christmas, on December 23rd, the Department of Finance published a document that concluded two very alarming things for the future of Canada. If nothing changes, we are heading towards an accumulated debt of $1.5 trillion in 2015 and balancing the budget in 2055, and that makes no sense. In order to resolve the situation, the government has a choice between two options. Either it takes control over spending or it increases taxes. Can the minister ensure us and tell Canadians that he will finally regain control over public financing? The Honourable Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, we have a plan to improve the situation in the future, and that's not in the Department of Finance's report. We are investing in the future of our country, investments in infrastructure, innovation, ways to stimulate growth, and that way we will have a better situation in the future, more work for Canadians, and an economy that works for everyone.
Louis Saint-Laurent.
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint-Laurent. Mr. Speaker, the Liberal plan is simply not working. For 15 months they've been in power, 15 months that the economy's been stagnant, and we're heading towards a deficit that will be huge, and that's unacceptable. The minister has refused to tell us that he won't take control over public financing. I'll ask him again. Can he tell us that the Liberal government will not impose taxes, new taxes on Canadians in the upcoming budget? The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, what I can say is that we started with tax cuts for the middle class. That was the first thing that we did. And it's interesting to see that the member was with a party that voted against those measures. So that means, well, in fact, we're going to continue to work on improving the situation for Canadians, improving things for the middle class with more money in their pockets for their families.
Carlton.
Well, the Prime Minister has broken his promise on deficits and electoral reform. He is keeping his promise to, quote, transition away from manufacturing-based employment. Yesterday's manufacturers and exporters report said, and I quote, right now Canada is not a competitive location for investment. Increases in business taxes, regulatory demands, energy costs are making it more difficult and costly to do business in Canada. And there are new carbon and payroll taxes to come. Why is this government taxing 1.7 million manufacturing workers out of their jobs?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I want to just keep repeating the fact that we're actually the government that reduced taxes on middle-class Canadians. We know we have a competitive corporate tax rate in this country. We know that it's important to continue to make investments in innovation in our economy. We know it's important to continue to focus on how we can help Canadians to get the skills they need in our economy. That is our intention, and I'm very much looking forward to Budget 2017 to continue that message for Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Carlton.
I'm not sure if the Minister heard, but the question was actually about manufacturing. It's an industry that employs 1.7 million Canadians. And you might have also noticed that yesterday the association that represents those jobs indicated that Canada is moving from 7th most favorable environment in which to manufacture to 10th, while the Americans are moving from 3rd to 1st. And that's before the new payroll and carbon taxes the government is introducing. South of the border, they're cutting taxes and regulation to unleash the potential of free markets. When will this government realize that if we don't get down to business over here, the Americans are going to eat us for lunch?
The Honourable Minister for Innovation, Science and Economic Development.
Mr. Speaker, when it comes to harmonization of regulations, reducing barriers, this has been a key priority for our government, and that's why I've been working with my provincial and territorial counterparts to sign a Canada Free Trade Agreement. We have an agreement in principle. We announced that agreement in July. We will provide the details of that agreement, and that'll create an environment for our manufacturers to grow and expand in Canada so they can compete globally, create good quality jobs, Mr. Speaker. That's how we're delivering for our manufacturing sector. Those 1.7 million jobs will make sure we'll continue to grow and expand that industry.
Member for South Surrey White Rock.
Well, Mr. Speaker, this morning the Parliamentary Budget Officer released a report called Follow the Money, stating that the Liberals' infrastructure plan has no way to measure performance, has virtually no transparency on how the money is being spent, has shortchanged communities by $9 billion for local infrastructure, and the Liberal plan to stimulate the Canadian economy has failed. Will the minister commit to flowing the $9 billion to communities before spring construction begins?
Minister of Infrastructure and Communities.
Mr. Speaker, we appreciate the work of the Parliamentary Budget Office to monitor spending as well as inform Canadians and the Parliament. Since taking office, our government, in partnership with municipalities and provinces, approved 1,200 projects with combined investment of $14 billion, Mr. Speaker. These investments are helping the design and planning work in Ottawa's LRT, Edmonton's LRT, Calgary's LRT. As a matter of fact, in members' own city of in Surrey, planning work is being done with these resources to expand the LRT work in our own municipality.
Good news. Good news. La députée de Richmond, Arthabaska.
The Honourable Member for Richmond, Arthabaska. Mr. Speaker, in the report on infrastructure prepared by the Parliamentary Budget Officer, we learn that the government runs the risk of not achieving its economic growth targets following deficits spiraling out of control, tax hikes, broken promises, the Prime Minister's conflict of interest. Now we learn that the infrastructure plan simply doesn't work. What is the Minister of Infrastructure waiting for to free up the $9 billion that shortfall that would make it possible to undertake projects across Canada? Mr. Speaker, the party is over.
Infrastructure.
The Honourable Minister of Infrastructure.
Since the introduction of Budget 2016, we concluded bilateral agreements with each province and territories within very short amount of time. Since doing that, we have approved 1,200 projects with combined investment of $14 billion. More projects we approved in 1 year than the previous government did in 5 years together. That is our track record, Mr. Speaker, and that's exactly what we're delivering on.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The honourable member for Vancouver East.
The Prime Minister claims he's a defender of human rights, yet he won't speak up against Trump's racist ban. What's worse, once rejected by the U.S., those refugees cannot make a claim in Canada because of the Third Safe Country Agreement. So much for hashtag Canada, welcome to Canada. Canadians no longer have confidence the U.S. is a safe haven for refugees. If we don't suspend the agreement, Canada will be complicit in this discriminatory ban. So will the government immediately suspend the Safe Third Country Agreement? Yes or no?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Minister of Immigration, Refugees
Canada
and
continues to
Citizenship.
remain a compassionate and generous country. We have one of the most compassionate and generous refugee systems in the world. The Safe Third Country Agreement with the United States enables both countries to better handle their asylum claims. The executive order has no impact on asylum claims made in either country, but we continue to monitor the situation, and we will continue to be a country that is open to refugees and protected persons.
The Honourable Member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. Mr. Speaker, it sounds like the Minister and the government don't see that things have happened since last week. They're simply sticking their head in the sand, and that's not the solution. How can we have confidence that refugees will be treated adequately and respectfully in the United States following their executive order on immigration as a result? Here is a question. Will the government commit to immediately suspending the Safe Third Party Agreement with the United States? Yes or no? The Honourable Minister of Immigration.
The opposite should know or ought to know that the Safe Third Country Agreement pertains to domestic asylum seekers and has no relevance to resettled refugees. Having said that, Canada has a system in place that is considered to be the most generous and compassionate in the world. We in Canada and the United States view the Safe Third Country Agreement as a proper system to handle local asylum seekers, and we continue to be an open and generous country to those seeking protection and refuge.
Honourable Member for Lethbridge.
Mr. Speaker, the primary responsibility of the Minister for Status of Women should be providing vulnerable women with the resources they need, many of whom are forced to seek shelter or refuge in women's shelters across Canada, which of course are desperate for resources. In his mandate letter to the Minister, the Prime Minister said, quote, "It is important that we acknowledge mistakes when we make them." Will the Minister now admit that spending over $1 million on luxury offices to make her more comfortable is a mistake and a betrayal of vulnerable women?
Honourable Minister of the Status of Women.
Mr. Speaker, our government has made gender equality a key priority with the appointment of a historic gender-balanced cabinet and of the first ever full minister for status of women. Previous ministers responsible for the status of women were also ministers of departments that already had an office. Being located in the same building as the department, as is the standard across government, will ensure departmental and ministerial operations run more efficiently. I look forward to working with the member opposite to further the opportunities for women and girls in this country.
The Honourable Member for Beauport, Côte-de-Beaupré, Île-d'Orléans, Charlevoix. Mr. Speaker, we've had enough of these prefabricated answers. We want real answers today. The former minister responsible for the status of women dispensed the modest sum of $1.1 million to renovate her office. Many organizations that help women could have used that money to help women. Can the minister responsible for the status of women explain why those renovations were a priority instead of helping women who urgently need assistance? The Honourable Minister.
Speaker, I appreciate the opportunity to reiterate that this is the first time that there's ever been a full Minister of Status of Women. Yes. In previous governments, the minister responsible for status of women had another place to work within. That's said, Mr. Speaker, let's talk about what the minister before me and the team have been working on since we formed government. We are working and have engaged with experts, academics, those with lived experience to bring forward the first ever federal strategy to address gender-based violence. We're expanding the services of the status of women across the country and more. I look forward to working with the member opposite.
The honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Well, Mr. Speaker, status of women didn't have enough money in their budget for office renovations, but they started them anyway and then had to get $900,000 from supplementary estimates for the $1.1 million project. Mr. Speaker, would the minister describe this as responsible management of the budget and of taxpayers' money?
Honourable Minister of the Status of Women.
Mr. Speaker, the construction was completed on time, within budget, and follows the government's workplace standards to optimize office space accommodations. As the first government to introduce a full minister responsible for the status of women, I'm looking forward to working with the member opposite as the chair of the committee responsible for this work. We've restored advocacy to the scope of activities that can be supported by the Women's Program, the granting body, and we believe will help make better decisions and impact. And we're committed to ensuring that a full gender-based analysis is done across policies and programs to ensure that women and girls are at the heart of all our efforts.
Well, member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Mr. Speaker, starting to build before you know how many people are going to be in the office is what we call bad project management. Canadians expect that when the minister goes back to taxpayers for additional emergency funding, it would be used for things such as emergency shelters for vulnerable women. But no, to these Liberals, an emergency is building luxury offices to make themselves more comfortable. In those same supplementary estimates, can the minister confirm how much funding the Liberals requested for women's shelters in Canada?
Honourable Minister of the Status of Women.
Mr. Speaker, after 10 years of neglect by the previous government, we are finally making progress to ensure that women and girls thrive in...
Order. Order. My question's been asked. The honourable minister is in the process of answering. I'm sure there are members in this House that would like to hear the answer, and we'll give the minister the floor and we'll continue on. The honourable minister of the Status of Women.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We're finally working to ensure and making progress so that all women and girls have an opportunity to thrive in this country. We are investing in shelters, transitional homes, and affordable housing to allow women to be safe, and we are also developing the first ever federal strategy to address gender-based violence. This, Mr. Speaker, is a cause that transcends party lines and departments. I'm looking forward to working with all members to ensure that we reach our common goal.
Honourable member for Essex.
Mr. Speaker, hundreds of thousands of Canadian jobs depend on trade with the United States, but the Liberals' silence on their priorities for NAFTA renegotiations is deafening. Canadians want fair trade that benefits all Canadians, not just a few at the top. This government's first priority must be protecting Canadian jobs in trade-dependent industries like softwood lumber, auto, steel, agriculture, and dairy. Today, the U.S. has started the clock on renegotiations. So when will the Liberals come clean to Canadians about what's on the table?
The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, I do want to start by commenting on Tuesday, which was a historic day in this House. I didn't have a chance to speak then, and I had no questions yesterday. So I just want to quickly thank the members from Saint Laurent and Markham Thornhill for their decades of service to their constituents. I think we all honour them, and I'm looking forward to working with them in their new roles. As for the question, it is incorrect that the clock was started today by the U.S. That has not happened. And of course, our priority is jobs for Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Berthier-Maskinongé. Order. Mr. Speaker, dairy producers in Quebec are worried about the renegotiation of NAFTA under the Liberals, and I can understand them, given this government's inaction when it comes to diafiltered milk. This American product is threatening our supply management system, and it's led to the loss of millions of dollars. And that's on top of the breach opened by CETA. We know the Prime Minister's promises are empty, but can he promise Canadians that when it comes to renegotiating NAFTA, he'll defend supply management? The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs. As Minister of International Trade, I worked very closely with Quebec's ministers on CETA and with Quebec companies like Bombardier, with the forestry sector and other Quebec interests. I am very aware of the interests of Quebec and of Canada, and I will defend all of our interests, all of our workers, all of our agricultural producers, as I always have.
Member for Laurentide-Labelle.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Access to broadband and reliable internet service is important for today's economy. In rural and remote communities, such as my riding of Laurentide-Labelle, we don't have the infrastructure needed to support adequate broadband service. And my constituents were excited to hear the government's pledge in Budget 2016 for broadband internet.
Economic development provide this House with an update on this critical issue for all of rural Canada. Thank you, Mr.
Bravo. Innovation, science, and economic development.
Merci au député de Laurent.
I'd like to thank the honourable member for Laurentide-Labelle for his question.
It's essential for living, working, and competing in a digital world. And for Canadians in rural and remote regions, access to high-speed internet can unlock tremendous economic potential. And that is why we launched a $500 million program called Connect to Innovate to provide high-speed broadband internet connectivity across communities, across Canada, and various communities. And we want to make sure this will help 300 rural and remote communities, and we want to ensure as many Canadians as possible benefit. That is why we're extending the application deadline to April the 20th. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Full member for Red Deer Lacombe.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister's good friend and lobbyist Tim Barber of Canada 2020 was on Twitter earlier this week posting pictures and bragging that Canada 2020 has new space in the parliamentary precinct. I can't make this stuff up, Mr. Speaker. I wish it was fake news, but sadly it's real. Will the Prime Minister commit today to end taxpayer support for his friends at Canada 2020 and ensure no government department or agency contributes any more money to this partisan Liberal organization?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the opportunity to answer the member's question, and I can assure all members and Canadians that when we work as a government, we work in the best interest of Canadians. We will make decisions that will help us advance the work that they have elected us to do, and we will ensure that we make investments that will help grow the economy, create the jobs to support Canadians.
Excellent.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
That's true.
Full member for Red Deer Lacombe.
So that's a no. The money is going to keep flowing to their friends. The Prime Minister gives special access to billionaires and lobbyists at Cash for Access fundraisers. He awards his friends at Canada 2020 with government contracts, taxpayer money for conferences, and lavish island vacations. The Prime Minister promised Canadians that he would defend their interests, but it seems the only interests he is concerned about are his own and his Liberal friends and insiders. Will the Prime Minister commit today to dictate to each and every one of his ministers to cut funding to Canada 2020?
The Honourable Minister of Science.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the question. Our government values science and the important work our scientists do. The Social Scientists, Humanities and Research Council has a mandate to share and promote research to Canadians. As I've said, the granting councils are an arm's-length organization. It is able to issue contracts below a certain dollar amount. This contract fell below the amount, and the decision was made by the Granting Council. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Mr. Speaker, for an organization to be independent, well, it can't have any ties to a political party. Now, in the case of Canada 2020, it's clear that if the chair of the Canada 2020 think tank is married to the president of the Liberal Party of Canada, and that he's the childhood friend of the Prime Minister, that the organization is not at all independent. Once again, it's clear that this Prime Minister believes that he's above the law and lacks ethics and judgment. Mr. Speaker, will the Prime Minister stop funding his childhood friend's think tank, Canada 2020? The Honourable Minister of Science.
Mr. Speaker, again, our government values science and the scientists and the important work they do. The opposition is trying to manufacture a scandal where one does not exist. And frankly, I think Canadians see right through this. Social sciences, Humanities Research Council is an arm's-length body. It has the ability to issue contracts below a certain dollar amount. This contract fell below that amount, and the granting council made a decision.
The honourable member for Mégantic-Les-Érables. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, yesterday, the Minister of Science claimed that Canada 2020 was indeed an independent organization. Now, we all know that science is based on facts, so here's some facts. 1. The President of Canada 2020 is married to the President of the Liberal Party of Canada. 2nd, the President and his wife were on holidays with the Prime Minister over the holidays. And 3rd, Canada 2020 organized an event in Washington for the Prime Minister and received $15,000 in public funds. Mr. Speaker, does the Minister of Science agree with me that 1 + 1 + 1 = 3, and that they have to stop funding Canada 2020?
Order.
The Honourable Minister of Science.
Mr. Speaker, I don't think my honourable colleague heard the answer. The Social Sciences and Humanities Research Council is an arm's-length organization. Its mandate is to share and promote research with Canadians. As I've said, the Granting Council has the ability to issue contracts below a certain dollar amount. This contract fell below the dollar amount, and the Granting Council made a decision. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Desnathy, Mississippi Churchill River.
Black Lake, Saskatchewan fears for the lives of the young members of our community. In the last 6 weeks, 30 young people have attempted suicide. Last week, one succeeded. These young people cannot afford more broken promises, Mr. Speaker. Words are meaningless and action is needed now. There are less mental health services available and there are more cuts. Will the Prime Minister urgently increase funding for the Athabasca Health Authority, for Black Lake and other communities in the area?
Honourable Minister of Health.
Speaker, I thank the member for the important question. The roots of the suicide crisis in Indigenous communities are deep and complex. We are working hard with our partners in those communities to address this crisis. In fact, we have provided an additional $69 million in mental wellness funding. This means 24 new mental wellness teams. There are already 3 new crisis intervention teams that are at work in various parts of the country, and there's a 24/7 Hope for Wellness line, which is available in 5 languages. We will continue to do the good work to provide hope for these communities.
The honourable member for Abitibi, Bay James, Nunavik, AU.
Monsieur le Président. Mr. Speaker, just one day after publicly announcing that the government would finally end all litigation concerning the 60s scoop, well, guess what? The government was in court to argue against the Marsha Brown case. My question is very simple, Mr. Speaker. Will the minister finally, immediately, abandon the government's defense before the courts and recognize that Canada has, and has always had, the duty to protect the cultural identity of Indigenous children? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Indigenous Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his question. I think we have said it again and again as a government that we would prefer negotiation over litigation at any time. It's our preferred route to settle differences, especially those of historic wrongs with Indigenous people in this country. That's why our government has launched negotiations towards a national resolution to the 60 scoop litigation. That's why as well, Mr. Speaker, we feel that these are important resolutions to have if we're able to move forward with reconciliation with all Indigenous people in Canada, and we will keep working towards that goal and that path.
Member for Selkirk, Interlake, Eastman.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday it was revealed that the new Minister of Foreign Affairs was given different instruction than her predecessor. Specifically, troop deployments will now be based solely on Canada's national interest. It makes you wonder what they were basing them on before. For months, we've been asking the Liberals to explain how their intention to send our troops on a UN mission in Africa serves our national interests. So can the minister confirm that the previous peacekeeping plans are now on hold, or have the Liberals abandoned them completely?
Good question. The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
I'd like to thank the member opposite for his question, and I do look forward to working with him. We've done a lot of work together in the past. I agree strongly with the member opposite that, of course, it is absolutely correct for all of the actions of the government to be in the national interest, and as Foreign Minister, that will be my North Star. When it comes to peacekeeping, Canada is a determined peace builder. We believe in peace, and we believe in our role in multilateral organizations. As to specific missions, that is something which the government is currently considering. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Charleroi-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister has given a new mandate to the Minister of Foreign Affairs. Now, any foreign deployment of Canadian troops must be in Canada's national interest, and that's exactly what we always did in the past. Given this new vision and the Prime Minister's rushed commitment to deploy 600 soldiers on a peacekeeping mission to Africa where there is no peace to keep, can the Minister please explain where is Canada's national interest in this African mission? The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs. I would like to thank the Honourable Member for the question. I already answered in English, but it's a pleasure to try in French. When it comes to the national interest, as Minister of Foreign Affairs, it is my privilege to defend Canada's national interests, and I will always try to do that. In terms of peacekeeping, our government is committed to keeping peace, and we will continue to ensure that Canada plays a role in peacekeeping missions, and we are currently looking at the role that Canada can play. Thank you.
For Thornhill.
Mr. Speaker, it has become clear this week that Vladimir Putin is testing the resolve of Western democracies and the new American president. The Russian-backed war in eastern Ukraine continues to intensify, pushing some communities to the brink of humanitarian disaster. Yesterday, as Ukraine assumed the rotating presidency of the UN Security Council, the permanent council member sponsoring the war had the temerity to urge restraint. Mr. Speaker, the Liberals say they're considering options. How about some action?
Hear, hear.
The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, as I'm sure the member opposite is aware, I am watching the situation near Avdiivka. Sorry, what? As I'm sure the honourable member is aware, I'm watching the situation near Avdiivka very, very carefully, and I've been in close touch with our excellent ambassador, Roman Vashchuk, in Kiev. It is an issue of utmost concern, and we condemn the actions of the Russian-backed separatist forces there. As I have said earlier this week, we are looking closely together with my colleague, the Minister of Defence, on Operation Unifor, which I think has done excellent work thus far.
Honourable Member for New Brunswick Southwest.
Mr. Speaker, I hear a lot about infrastructure needs from citizens and municipalities in my riding of New Brunswick Southwest. Citizens want better roads, access to public transit, clean drinking water, and affordable housing. Our municipalities want to offer all of these things while also leading the way fighting climate change. Municipalities are pleased with our government's commitment to invest in infrastructure, but they want to know how the federal government will help them to plan for the future. Could the minister tell this House how the government will support our municipalities in this important goal? Thank you.
Good question. Oh, Minister of Infrastructure and Communities.
First of all, I would like to convey that our thoughts are with the people of New Brunswick as they recover from the ice storm there. Today, our government and FCM announced 2 new programs. These programs will raise awareness about asset management practices, making smart, long-term infrastructure decisions. These programs will also help municipalities fight climate change and transition towards low-carbon communities. I encourage all members to tell their communities about these 2 initiatives. We are proud of our partnership with the Federation of Canadian Municipalities and cities from coast to coast to coast. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Oshawa.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberals are playing politics with the lives of Canadians. Yesterday, Conservatives agreed unanimously to support portions of Bill C-37 to ensure that important life-saving measures could be implemented immediately. We ask that the controversial elements of forcing communities to accept heroin injection sites without proper consultation be further debated so that Canadians could have their voices heard. Will the Liberals stop playing politics and allow portions of the bill, which have all party support, be adopted in this House today.
Yes.
The Minister of Health.
I thank the member for this question. It gives me an opportunity to share with all members of this House some very good news that, in fact, this is not a political matter. This is a very serious matter, a matter of saving lives. And I'm very happy to report that not only with the support of the vote that took place yesterday to pass second reading, all parties agreed today in committee to expedite the passage through committee of Bill C-37 to save lives and get the work done.
The Honourable Member for Longueuil Saint-Hubert. Mr. Speaker, in the election campaign, the Liberals made big promises, including for electric transport. They even promised that they would install charging stations in the parking lots of federal buildings across the country, and we believed them. But we're still waiting. And this isn't just any old promise. This is an environmental emergency. Mr. Speaker, I'm really proud to be the NDP's critic for electrified transport, but I have to say that, honestly, it's not clear who across the way I'm supposed to be critiquing. Is there anyone over there, please, who could tell me if and when this government will keep this promise? Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Natural Resources.
Our government continues to support innovation around things like electric charging stations and electric vehicles. And indeed, I personally had the opportunity to test drive an electric vehicle while I attended the conference in Montreal. We know that they are the next version of some of the energy-saving opportunities we have around carbon, reducing our carbon footprint, and we continue to support those innovators that are moving this forward. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for St. John Rothsay.
Mr. Speaker, homelessness is a terrible, preventable situation lived by too many Canadians. I was proud to see our government increasing the homeless partnering strategy funding by $111.8 million. Can the Parliamentary Secretary to Housing and Urban Affairs give us an update of our government's work on this very important file? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Monsieur le Président. I'd like to thank the member of St. John's Rothsay for his concern and advocacy on this issue, and in particular his strong support for the outflow and Coverdale shelters in his riding. Homelessness affects all of our communities, and all of us have a role to play in ending it. Yesterday, we announced the call for nominations to establish an advisory council of experts, stakeholders to help this government as it reviews and renews the homeless partnership strategy. This committee, which I will chair, will have members chosen through an open and a transparent process. Canadians with lived experience, people with knowledge of the program and who deliver frontline services will be encouraged to apply. I'd also stress that Indigenous and Inuit voices must be heard through this process. Check canada.ca for information. Thank you.
Honourable Member from Montmagny, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Mr. Speaker, if the Liberal government hadn't proposed arbitrary dates for the Connect to Innovate program, well, they should have listened to the regions of Quebec and Canada. If they had listened to them, they wouldn't have had to change the date as they did today. It's clear that the minister from the GTA doesn't understand Canada's rural communities, and could the minister not add 2 or 3 additional months to the program, because municipalities are going to have a hard time meeting even the new deadline to get into the Connect to Innovate program? And Mr. Speaker, we have major problems with cell connectivity in our regions. I'd like to ask the Minister, when will that be fixed? The Honourable Minister of Economic Development.
I'd like to thank the member for again talking about the Connect to Innovate program. We had extensive consultations with municipalities and stakeholders when we designed the program. We actually announced the program in our 2016 budget, so people are well aware of this initiative and our government's commitment to deal with that digital divide, to make sure we invest in our rural and remote communities. This is a significant investment, Mr. Speaker, and when leveraged with the private sector, it has a potential of $1 billion investment, and this is significant for our regions, and we are listening to our regions, and that is why we extended the date, Mr. Speaker, to April the 20th. Thank you very much.
The Honourable Member for Repentigny. Yes, Mr. Speaker, I will be very brief but very clear. Will the government respect Quebec's demand and formally commit to compensating all losses for our dairy and cheese producers before, and I say before, the vote on the free trade agreement with Europe? The Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
My colleague's question, and I think she's fully aware that this government has been consulting the dairy farmers right across the country, including Quebec. And with that consultation, we put a program in place that involved $350 million in order to make sure that the dairy farmers are innovative and the processing sector is innovative, Mr. Speaker. We have worked with the supply management sector, and particularly the dairy sector, and we will continue to work and support the dairy sector.
The Honourable Member for Pierre Boucher, Les Patriotes Verchères. Mr. Speaker, the free trade agreement with Europe could be of great benefit to Quebec, and we have the opportunity to be a bridge between Europe and the Americas. But we can't at the same time leave our fellow citizens behind. We won't support the agreement if the government sacrifices our dairy and cheese producers. Canada-Europe relations should not be built on the backs of families in our regions. Will the government fully compensate our producers in Quebec for their losses and not simply see them as collateral damage? The Honourable Minister of International Trade. Mr. Speaker, my colleague knows very well that CETA is in the national interest and that we have heard all Canadians. Mr. Speaker, I can assure you of one thing. Trade brings growth. Growth brings jobs. Across Canada, we will continue to listen to our agriculture producers. We will continue to have a vision of trade that is good for the whole country.
Ça va conclure la période de questions.
That concludes question period for today.
And now I think the official opposition House Leader will maybe have a question in the usual Thursday question. The Honourable Opposition House Leader.
Thank you. I do have a question. I just want to ask the government, Mr. Speaker, in regards to the business for this week and the next week. But, Mr. Speaker, you may recall before we rose for the Christmas break, I asked the government if they would consider a take-note debate regarding the job situation in Canada and specifically the job losses in the energy sector. So I'm asking the House Leader if she would please let us know, again, the business for this week, for next week, and when we'll be able to have that important take-note debate. Thank you.
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This afternoon, we will continue the debate that we undertook this morning regarding the Conservative Party's motion. Tomorrow, we will start the report stage debate for C30 on CETA. Monday, we will resume study of this bill.
Also continue the second reading debate of Bill C-36, an act to amend the Statistics Act, and Bill C-31, an act to implement the free trade agreement between Canada and Ukraine. Next Thursday, February 9th, shall be an allotted day. And lastly, Mr. Speaker, there have been consultations among the parties, and I believe you would find agreement for the following motion. That a take-note debate on the subject of job losses in the energy sector take place pursuant to Standing Order 53-1 on Wednesday, February 8, 2017, and that notwithstanding any standing order or usual practice of the House, A, any member rising to speak during the debate may indicate to the chair that he or she will be dividing his or her time with another member, and B, no quorum calls, dilatory motions, or requests for unanimous consent shall be received by the chair. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Does the Honourable Government House Leader have the unanimous consent of the House to propose this motion? Yes? Agreed? The House has heard the terms of the motion. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Yes? Agreed? Agreed and so ordered. Now, the Chair has received notice of a question of privilege from the Honourable Member for Red Deer Lacombe, and we'll go to that now. The Honourable Member for Red Deer Lacombe.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise on a question of privilege regarding a tweet by Canada 2020 advertising that they are opening offices in the parliamentary precinct. The tweet dated January 27th, 11:47 a.m. states, at Canada 2020, almost there. New floors next week, 2,100 square feet of meeting space, hashtag Canada 2020 in the parliamentary precinct, hashtag Canadian politics. Mr. Speaker, Section 79.51 of the Parliament of Canada Act with respect to the Parliamentary Protective Services identifies the precinct as follows. The parliamentary precinct means the premises or any part of the premises other than the constituency offices of members of Parliament, that are used by the following entities or individuals or their officers or staff, and that are designated in writing by the Speaker of the Senate or the Speaker of the House of Commons. A, the Senate, House of Commons, Library of Parliament, or parliamentary committees. B, members of the Senate or House of Commons who are carrying out their parliamentary functions. C, the Senate Ethics Officer or the Conflict of Interest and Ethics Commissioner. Or D, the Protective Service. On the Public Works website, it defines the parliamentary precinct as home to Canada's federal legislature and is an iconic symbol of our country's commitment to democracy and peace. Now, as you know, Mr. Speaker, Canada 2020 cannot take up shop in the home of our federal legislature, and the only commitment it can boast is receiving largesse from this Liberal government. Apparently, it is not good enough for Canada 2020 to be an entity of the Liberal Party of Canada. They now want to give the impression that they are part of the parliamentary precinct. My question of privilege touches on 2 points. 1, the misrepresentation of Parliament, and 2, the breach of Section 80, subsection 1 of the Parliament of Canada Act. A prima facie case of privilege was found on May 6, 1985, when the appearance of a newspaper advertisement identified as a member of Parliament someone other than the sitting member. Canada 2020 tweeted out that it was part of the parliamentary precinct misrepresenting itself as part of the parliamentary family. I would argue that this misrepresentation constitutes an affront to the House and to members of Parliament. In the Ontario Legislature, Speaker Stockwell dealt with a question of privilege concerning a pamphlet that was issued by the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing regarding the government's program for reforming municipal government in metropolitan Toronto. On January 22, 1997, Speaker Stockwell ruled the matter to be a prima facie question of privilege, since the pamphlet gave the impression that passage of the required legislation was not necessary. Simply put, Mr. Speaker, no one or organization, even the government itself, can misrepresent what Parliament does or who is a member of Parliament, or, as Canada 2020 is attempting to do, misrepresenting their role in relation to Parliament. Further, and this is my second point in relation to the use of such references as Canada 2020 tweeted, the principle of Canada 2020's offensive tweet can also be explained in Section 80, subsection 1 of the Parliament of Canada Act. Notwithstanding anything contained in any Act of Parliament or regulation made thereunder, no person shall use the words Parliament till in combination A to describe or designate a property, place, site, or location in the National Capital Region described in the schedule to the National Capital Act other than the area of ground in the City of Ottawa bounded by Wellington Street, the Rideau Canal, the Ottawa River, and Kent Street. B, to identify any goods, merchandise, wares, or articles for commercial use or sale, or C, in association with the commercial establishment providing services. No one would be surprised, Mr. Speaker, if Canada 2020 advertised the opening of new office in Liberal Party headquarters, for example, and as I said in my opening remarks, no one is surprised that Canada 2020 is essentially an entity of the Liberal Party. But it is an affront to Parliament of Canada for Canada 2020 to be passing itself off as an entity of Parliament. It is there, Mr. Speaker, where they have crossed the line. Mr. Speaker, if you find this to be a prima facie question of privilege, I am prepared to move the appropriate motion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
See the Honourable Parliament Secretary to the Government House Leader rising on the question of privilege. The Honourable Parliament Secretary.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I think that what we'll do is take it as notice from the member, and if we have something to add to it, we'll do it at a further time. A little bit reluctant at this point to add further comments. Suffice to say, on the social media, I suspect there's all sorts of entities and so forth, individuals that might make reference to the sense of pride they have of our Parliament precinct and the Parliament buildings and so forth. So without reading too much into it, if there is a need for us to respond to it, we will in time, Mr. Speaker.
Well, I thank the Honourable Member for Red Deer Lacombe for his intervention and the background on his question of privilege, and also note that the Parliament Secretary of the Government House Leader has reserved at some time in the near future to come back and address the question. Accordingly, we'll take the matter under advisement and get back to the House in due course. I have the honor, j'ai honneur de faire savoir à la Chambre.
I have the honor of informing the House that a message has been received from the Senate, informing this House that the Senate has passed the following bill to which the concurrence of the House is desired. Bill S2.
Safety Act, and to make a consequential amendment to another act. Orders of the day. Ordre du jour.
Ordre du gouvernement, travaux des substituts.
Resuming debate on Mr. Deltel's motion regarding taxing health and dental care plans.
8, the honourable member for Hull-Aylmer.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and Happy New Year to you and your family. This is the first time I had a chance to greet you in this House. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am delighted to take part in today's debate on taxation. I will share my time with the member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles, who will also participate in this debate. First of all, I wish to reassure the honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent that the government does not want to tax health and dental care plans, as the Prime Minister said in this House yesterday. I have to admit that I am somewhat perplexed by this motion from the honourable member, because we had already committed. He said that he's concerned about the middle class, but he and his colleagues made decisions in the past that do not favor the middle class. For example, December 2015, the Government of Canada took an important decision to reinforce the middle class while waiting for a tax cut for 9 million Canadians. And what was the member for Louis Saint Laurent and his colleagues from the Conservative Party doing? They voted against it. We also increased taxes for the 1% wealthiest Canadians, those whose taxable income is over $200,000, in order to fund the Canada Child Benefit. And what was the member for Louis Saint Laurent doing and his colleagues from the Conservative Party? They voted against it. In Budget 2016, there was an investment into Canadian families in order to replace the former child benefit with the new Canada Child Benefit. It was simpler, it was more generous, it was better targeted, and tax-free. And what did they do? They voted against it. In Budget 2016, we also indicated that it was necessary to improve the integrity of Canada's tax regime in order to protect the country's tax base, in order to ensure that there was a system available for all. And what did the member for Saint Laurent and his colleagues do? They voted against it. Mr. Speaker, we know that on the government side here, that this is essential for a strong economy. That's why one of our top priorities is to build an economy that works for Canadians and their families. Reinforcing the middle class. A Canada where Canadians can work hard and enjoy a good standard of living and have a better future for their children. Who could be against that? But I know that the member for Louis Saint Laurent and his Conservative colleagues had voted against these measures. We know that on this side of the House, that when the middle class prospers, we prosper. We all prosper. We believe that investments must be made today in order to reinforce and grow the middle class, help young Canadians to succeed, and to support those who need help. Mr. Speaker, not only had we made these decisions, we looked at ways to ensure that Canadians could better respect those rules. We all know that Canadians do not respect those who work around the rules, and they expect the government to act in order to deal with people who break the rules. That's why our government committed to fight against tax evasion at the international level and aggressive tax planning. We presented an action plan that reinforces efforts that have already been implemented. And we took on those commitments not only for Canada, but also to act abroad, as well as announcing new measures in Budget 2016. This is what we are doing, Mr. Chair. the minister announced a whole host of measures that would be taken in order to fight tax evasion and tax avoidance. $444.4 million were invested in Budget 2016 to do just that. These funds will allow the Canada Revenue Agency to hire inspectors, to create robust infrastructure, to increase inspection activities, or rather audit activities, and improve the quality of its investigative work. These additional employees will increase the number of audits led by the Canada Revenue Agency that target high-risk taxpayers. This capacity has increased by 400%. Furthermore, our government is streamlining its efforts by integrating legal advisors into their teams in order to be able to quickly bring matters before the courts. Auditors were hired. We made sure that we could deal with these issues to determine whether people were trying to avoid taxes. And furthermore, we're also going to make sure that we streamline the process in order to bring people to justice as quickly as possible.
So, Mr. Speaker, beyond our borders, we see this too, and this is why Canada took active part in the efforts deployed internationally to fight tax evasion. Mr. Speaker, given all these changes, we've seen that measures have been taken, but I get back to the initial question. And my question for the member for Louis Saint Laurent is, what did he do to support these measures? Did he vote for the budget? Did he vote to improve our system to make sure that people pay their fair share of taxes? No. He voted against it. Did he vote to reduce taxes for the middle class? No, he voted against that too. It's ridiculous. I'm completely perplexed when I see this situation. We are entering into this debate proposed by the member for Louis Saint Laurent, who's highly experienced in politics. He comes from the National Assembly of Quebec, my native province. I must say that it's somewhat bizarre that a man who's so experienced could put such a motion and have such a debate when he's done nothing and his colleagues have done nothing to make the tax burden less onerous for the middle class. We, the Liberals, did our share, Mr. Speaker. If you'll allow me to continue for a few minutes, Mr. Speaker, because I know that this is very interesting for the honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent and all my fellow members when it comes to our international efforts to reduce tax evasion. I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, that the 2016 budget earmarked $228 million to eliminate government advertising, unnecessary travel, and consultant services that were not necessary. We have these reductions because the former Conservative government spent a lot of money needlessly for partisan advertising. $750 million spent between 2006 and 2015. $750 million. That's unbelievable. $750 million spent for these billboards that we saw everywhere about the Economic Action Plan. That money could have been used for other things. They could have funded measures to make sure Canadians pay their fair share of taxes. That money could have been used, or a good part of it could have been used, to improve the lot of middle-class Canadian families. especially families with children. That money could have been used to ensure a tax cut for the middle class. But Canadians will not be duped. You can't take them for fools. Canadians saw things very clearly in 2015. They voted for the Liberal Party. They voted for measures to help the middle class. And they know that since we were elected, our main objective has always been to help the middle class. I'm very proud of that. I know that my colleagues, all colleagues on this side of the House, are very proud of the fact that we are coming to the aid of the middle class. And we will continue to do our jobs with these measures. We will ensure that middle class people are properly treated. I just want to conclude, Mr. Speaker, by saying that it's unbelievable that we're wasting time here in the House to debate something that has already been settled yesterday when the Prime Minister announced his intention not to tax health benefits. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Comments. Question commentaire. The honourable member for Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I do want to note that we have heard the Prime Minister say many things over the course of the election and over the last number of years, whether it be electoral reform or many other areas, and then, of course, has done the opposite. So I think having a vote will be very comforting for the many Canadians who are concerned about what might be happening with not only this, but perhaps some of the other tax grabs that they're looking at. But my question is more focused. He talked a lot about the what they so-called middle class tax reduction, and I want to know two things. When he was campaigning, did he tell his constituents that it would benefit people that made around $180,000, $90,000 the most? And did he also sort of reiterate the promise that it would be revenue neutral when indeed it ended up costing billions of dollars? So it was a very bad math mistake. So I would really like to hear what he did say to his constituents about that.
The honourable member for Hull-Elmer.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for my colleague for her question. I could tell you I had a great time meeting with Canadians, knocking on doors and talking to them about what this government is going to be, what we would do if we had the opportunity to form government. And one of the things which we made a very, very a solemn promise to them is that we were going to come to the aid of Canada's middle class. And that's exactly what we did. And one of the first things that we did is that we had our first measure, our first vote in the House of Commons as a government on a government bill was on for us to reduce the taxes of the middle-class Canadians. And I find it just a little odd for the honourable member and for members of her party who claimed that they're so concerned about those things is that they voted against that measure. It's a simple measure. It's not a partisan measure. It's a good measure that would have helped out all Canadians. And yet they still voted against that. Mr. Speaker, if we're going to be talking about comforting ideas, I'm certain one thing that left me very uncomfortable was seeing them take a measure and vote against a good.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Courtenay, Alberni.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the honourable colleague for his speech and a friend of mine. I'd like to read maybe a little bit of a letter that was written by Debbie Davio, who's the president of the Professional Institute of the Public Service of Canada. She wrote this letter to the Minister of Finance. She says, if anything, the government should be looking at ways to incentivize all employers to offer employer-sponsored healthcare benefits and improve access for all Canadians, which we believe would generate net savings to the government through decreased reliance on publicly funded Medicare. We instead encourage the government to explore other ways to boost federal revenues through, for example, reinvestments in the staff and structure needed at the Canada Revenue Agency to recoup unpaid taxes from international tax havens and harder to investigate cases, and or by eliminating other tax deductions or credits that primarily benefit high-wealth individuals or corporations. Curbing costly and wasteful outsourcing of public services would be another effective way to save on government expenditures. Does the member realize that implementing their tax cut which they inaccurately claimed would help the middle class, is actually far more regressive, is a far more regressive tax policy than the health and dental benefits exemption they claim to be targeting as a loophole for the rich.
Member for Hull-Aylmer.
I'd like to thank the honourable member from Courtenay Alberni for his question. Indeed, I enjoy having the opportunity of working closely with my member, with my friend here. Thank you for quoting or that letter and from Debbie Davio. Debbie Davio is doing a wonderful job, Mr. Speaker, as head of the public, the institute, the PIPSI, the union for public professionals, public sector professionals in our government. And also, I might add, she is a constituent of mine in Hull-Aylmer, a recent constituent. I'm glad to have her there. And for her to say that she wants to increase human resources over at the Canada Revenue Agency, well, Mr. Speaker, that's exactly what we've done. That's exactly what we did in the last budget. We made an allocation of $444 million to hire some more, en français, on va dire des vérificateurs.
In French would say auditors. Auditors were hired, public servants, precisely to find ways to determine whether people are avoiding paying their fair share of taxes, be it in Canada or abroad. So we sympathize with Ms. Devio's desires and the union she represents, the honourable member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's with great pleasure that I take the floor for 2017 for the first time. As you know, the government has a far-reaching, broad plan to support the middle class and those who aspire to it. Our Prime Minister clearly indicated this yesterday and said that a new tax on health care and dental benefits is not in our plan. Instead, our plan provides for significant tax reductions to give new hope and optimism and to create new opportunities for inclusive growth that will make Canada even stronger in the long term. These tax cuts will be the foundation of a better and fairer Canada, where the entire society has an opportunity to succeed and take part in our collective success. This is why one of the measures this government has implemented is to instaure the tax cut for the middle class so that almost 9 million Canadians have less tax to pay on each paycheck. By reducing the tax rate on personal income tax from 22 to 20.5%, a 1.5% cut, our tax cut for the middle class represented the first major step in our commitment to strengthen the middle class. The next step was to present in the 2016 budget the Canada Child Benefit, the CCB. The CCB brings us closer to our vision of a stronger middle class by giving families more money to spend on the things that count, such as new winter clothing, healthier food, or sports programs, as well as school supplies. The child tax benefit is also very important for low-income families and many single-parent families. As a matter of fact, Mr. Speaker, about 65% of the families that receive the maximum amount are single-parent families. In most cases, these are single mothers. For hundreds of thousands of Canadian children, the CCB represents a crucial and effective way to climb out of poverty. This will help them stay healthy as they grow in order to be successful in school and eventually build a productive career. With this hand up, they will be able to build a better future for themselves, for their families, for their communities, and their country. In order to make sure that the CCB's value is not reduced by inflation, the government will index it as of the 2020-2021 benefit year. By indexing it, we will protect the gains achieved by Canadians through the CCB, and we will invest in a better Canada for years and decades to come. In my riding, the North Shore of Montreal, 10,300 families receive more with the CCB. 18,870 children benefit, Mr. Speaker. On average, the families of Rivière-des-Mille-Îles receive monthly payments of $530, which is highly appreciated. And let's not forget, it's not taxable. Mr. Speaker, one of the key elements of our effort to build a better Canada consists in providing better health care to Canadians. We all understand that the public health care system in Canada is a source of great pride for Canadians. The idea that health care should be based on needs rather than what a person can afford is a fundamental aspect of our whole identity. Thus, we are cooperating openly with the provinces and territories in order to ensure that our healthcare system is there to respond to the needs of Canadian families. We are doing this in a way that respects and takes into account the roles and responsibilities of various levels of government. And we do this in a way that will produce concrete and positive results for Canadians by providing them with better health care. At the Finance and Healthcare Minister meeting on December 19, 2016, the federal government offered the provinces and territories $11 billion over 10 years starting in 2017-2018 to support initiatives related to home care and mental health. This is an issue that I hear constantly when I'm in my riding of Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Up until now, we have reached agreements with New Brunswick, Newfoundland and Labrador, Nova Scotia, Yukon, the Northwest Territories, Nunavut, Saskatchewan, and PEI regarding new targeted federal funding over 10 years for new investments in home care and mental health care. At the end of these agreements, every province will receive its respective share of the $11 billion for home care and mental health care offered by the federal government. At the meeting of health ministers and finance ministers in December. These investments will contribute to offering better health care to Canadians and support a positive transformation in these priority sectors. Moreover, new targeted investments in home care and mental health care that will be paid through these agreements come in addition to existing agreements under the law under the Canada Health Transfer. These amounts will continue to grow in the future, going from $36.1 billion in 2016-17 to a projected amount of $43.1 billion in 2021-22. Through these agreements, the governments will join efforts in order to develop outcome indicators and mechanisms for annual reports to citizens, as well as detailed plans indicating how these funds will be spent compared to existing programs. Governments will cooperate, as Canadians want them to do, in order to improve accountability and reporting that is in compliance with the pan-Canadian approach considered during the federal meeting of December 2016. We expect that access to mental health services for children and young people will be improved thanks to these agreements. We also anticipate that there will be better home care and a reduction in the number of patients in hospital. People much prefer to receive care in their homes close to their loved ones. Given this enormous potential, the Government of Canada maintains its commitment to implementing these agreements with the other provinces in order to facilitate health care for Canadians when they need it and where they need it. Those are only some of the sectors where the government's investments in the middle class leads to dividends, not only for Canadians, but for Canada itself. We will spare no effort as we go toward establishing an even more prosperous, inclusive, innovative, and fair Canada for today's generations and tomorrow's. However, as I clearly indicated at the beginning of my speech, a new tax on health care and dental benefits is not included in this government's plan. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and commentaires. Alors, la députée de Louis Saint-Laurent.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Louis Saint-Laurent. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened to my colleague's speech very carefully. When I was at the National Assembly on March 26th, the honourable member will be celebrating the anniversary of her election to the National Assembly. We were members of the PQ. Very rigorous party when it came to managing public finances. The member has just raised the fact that there was an affirmation there would be no tax on health and dental care. There was going to be a change, apparently, to elections. But the deficit that was projected at 10 billion is now at 30 billion. I twice gave the Minister of Finance an opportunity to say there would be no increases in tax, but he didn't want to answer. So my question to the member is as follows. Yes, we'll take the minister's word for it. There'll be no tax increase. We'll see when we get there. But can the minister make a commitment to say that the Prime Minister will not touch taxes associated with public transit and firefighting? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's also a pleasure for me to see my colleague again, even though we didn't sit at the same time. We did see each other at the National Assembly when he was a journalist. Today, it's a different pleasure. We meet on both sides of the aisles of this House. I understand his concern, and what I want to say is this. Our plan doesn't provide for any new taxes on health care and dental care. There's nothing in the plan.
Speaker, I want to thank the member for her speech. Mr. Speaker, Liberals often talk about the middle-class tax break and how they've done Canadians a great favour. But, Mr. Speaker, anybody who earns $45,000 a year or less, about $23 an hour, that's 17.9 million Canadians, they get nothing. So those that benefit, they've identified that 9 million Canadians get a benefit, and 17.9 million Canadians we know get nothing. Now they're going to implement this tax on 13.5 million working Canadians. So many people are being left behind by these promises, their commitment to helping the middle class, which, again, they haven't identified. Well, I'll help them. Someone earning $31,000 a year, that's the median income in our country. $31,000 a year. They get nothing. That's the median income for Canadians. The purpose of this exemption of private health and dental insurance benefits is to encourage employers to offer them to their employees. The government proposal goes against this. They're going against working Canadians on their middle-class tax break. They're going against Canadians with this idea to tax their benefits and discourage them from getting coverage. I want to hear from the member what she's going to do for working Canadians, for the 17.9 million Canadians that were left behind for their middle-class tax break, and why they're going to add a tax to those people that got nothing from their false promise.
The honourable member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for that question. Our government is very concerned about the middle class and taxes. 9 million Canadians will be paying less tax. That's a great many people. People in my riding are finding that the universal childcare benefit is going to 10,000 children. On average, children are receiving $530 each month. That's not taxable, and it helps them join activities, buy healthier food, winter coats that families can now buy. It's going to help everybody, and together we're going to move towards a more prosperous Canada.
Member for Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to note that I'm going to be sharing my time with the member for Edmonton St. Albert. And certainly the debate that we're having today is absolutely critical. The role of the government is to ensure their own fiscal health, deliver important programs and services, while being very cognizant of the burden on families, communities, and taxpayers. You know what, there's a growing concern that this government is failing miserably at that very important balance. And I would like to maybe quote from, or to note what Michael Smythe said today in the province. And he noted the problem for Trudeau is that while he promised to eventually balance the budget, he's spending like a drunken sailor and racking up deficits instead. You know, Mr. Speaker, I think the reason we have this before us today is my office had an onslaught of emails and phone calls with people that were horribly concerned about the thought that there might be a tax on their dental benefits, their health benefits. And, you know, we did hear very vague responses from the finance minister for a long time, and it wasn't until yesterday that there was perhaps a slight bit of reassurance that it's not going to happen, but I'm actually quite thinking that the reassurance only came as they realized the absolute outrage that Canadians had when they thought that someone that made $45,000 a year would be looking at an extra $1,000 in their tax bill. So anyway, I think it's important that we start with, to really understand the concerns that are expressed in the motion. I think we need to really reflect on the current fiscal situation, which is really driving the Liberals' zest for their tax grab. You know, most Canadians are not economists, and myself included, but most Canadians understand the basic principles of a household budget. And you know what, Mr. Speaker, it is not really all that different for government. I mean, you add a lot of zeros, you have a whole lot more sort of line items, but the idea of a balanced budget is something that we all have to deal with, from households to municipalities to provinces. Actually, municipalities are limited in how much, at least in British Columbia, how much they can actually borrow, because they realize that they cannot keep borrowing, and so they're actually, the legislation for municipalities places limits. We all know that sometimes Canadians borrow for a car, a house, but the proper way to do that is know that you're able to cover the payments as you go. If you live on your credit cards for your groceries, for your gas, for your increasingly, unfortunately, electricity in places like Ontario, you know that you're heading down a path that is absolutely unsustainable. Now, you know, the government really has that same kind of responsibility. At times, borrowing for infrastructure is appropriate, but that's infrastructure. That is not borrowing to pay for the gas, pay for the food. So, you know, I think there's something different. Now, of course, you know, if you're a citizen, I can't see citizens actually going to their employer and saying, you know what, I need more money because I need to spend more money, so I'd really like a raise. And I think we could understand quite readily what most employers would say to anyone that came to them with that kind of request. But the government is in a very unique position. They're saying, we are spending more money, so we're just going to take more money from you. And so they really have a position that they have to treasure and be so careful about what they're doing, and again, that very important budget. So 16 months ago, this Liberal government took office, and it has been confirmed by the Parliamentary Budget Officer that they were left with a surplus. So in spite of them trying to indicate otherwise, that is very clear, and it's been documented. The election commitment that they made was $10 billion, very tiny $10 billion, and that they would get back to balanced budget. So that was the commitment that they made to Canadians. We know that that is now wrong. And, you know, they made some really obvious big mistakes. They talk very proudly about their middle-class tax cuts, but we know they misestimated that by billions of dollars. They talk about the child benefit, which, you know, I think for some families it's the universal child care benefit or their child benefit were very important, but they didn't budget it properly. So it was another one. you know, they changed eligibility for the OAS. Every time they go traveling, we seem to be announcing money for new programs and services in other countries. And so we've been really concerned, or at least I've been very concerned as I've been watching what's been happening. And I think, you know, the finance department on December 23rd really confirmed what were my worst suspicions. But you could just see it, you could sense it. You heard the different things that they were spending money on, and you thought, wow, we are heading down a really bad sort of path. So of course what we now know is we're on a trend to actually start paying down the debt. We now know, and you've heard this many times today, Mr. Speaker, we're not going to get back to balanced budget till 2055. We will have accumulated debt of 1.5 trillion by 2015. So that is, to me, very, very frightening. And, you know, perhaps they don't want to listen to what the Conservatives have to say about this because they have this idea that they have a better way to deal with things. But I think maybe they should listen to their former Liberal finance officer, who was John Manley, who, in a written letter to the current finance minister, warned him that the government's acceptance of long-term deficits will hurt the Canadian economy by weakening business and consumer confidence. So that's from a Liberal finance minister. He also described Finance Canada's latest projections as ominous. And I think, again, the Liberals, if they're not going to listen to us today, please take heed of your former finance minister. But, Mr. Speaker, clearly what we have is they have a really, really big spending problem, and they're desperately looking for revenue sources. Instead of looking to revenue sources in terms of creating an environment where businesses can grow and thrive, you will note that one of their broken promises was actually raising the business tax for small businesses. What they're doing is saying, you know what, we actually gave them a little bit of money with our middle class tax cuts, but it was really bizarre because the people that benefited the most were those in that over 150,000 range. We gave them a little bit of money, but we actually have to find out a way to pluck it out. And if you probably look at the balance, the people that are in that 45 to 100,000 range are the ones that are going to be suffering the most. So really, they have the guise of tax fairness. This medical dental piece was under tax fairness. We know that they're out there looking at all these different ways to find ways under the guise of tax fairness to get your money. So, you know what, again, I think it's, go back to the house analogy, it's not the way to do things. You have to look at what you're doing, create the environment for success for your revenue, but not keep picking the taxpayers' pockets. You know, it was kind of interesting. I also want to note these are very scathing comments, and they're more general, but they do sort of reflect in terms of what this government's doing. This is Andrew Coyne, and this was today. He says, if you are still, even at this late date, investing some literal meaning in the Prime Minister's words, as if what he said and what he intended bore any relationship to each other, but for you, that you should have learned by now that the two deficits of $10 billion have turned into 40 years of deficits as high as $30 billion. The non-combat mission against ISIS has turned into troops on the ground firing and being fired upon, and the open competition to replace the F-35s has turned into another sole source contract. The Saudi arms deal, the revenue-neutral tax cut, and all the rest. It is that you have no business believing a word that comes out of the Prime Minister's mouth. I mean, that is a horrific thing to hear, that the most solemn promises, however unequivocal and however often repeated, are to him and the other people around him mere bait for the gullible. I mean, that is an absolutely horrific thing to hear. So, Mr. Speaker, I think, you know, I had an email today from a constituent. He says, I do not agree with deficit spending right now, as our country is not in a recession and only has pockets of economic issues. I have no problem paying taxes as long as they are not wasted. Most Canadians feel that when the government wants more money, they just invent another tax, and I think that's what we might be seeing here. To summarize, the government needs to get their spending under control as opposed to increasing their revenue through tax grabs from hardworking Canadians.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Humber River, Black Creek.
Thank you very much, Speaker. And I really rise to assure the member. Clearly, she's quite concerned of the direction our government's going in. And I just wanted to assure her that we are very prudent fiscal managers. And in case she has forgotten, or the members have forgotten, Mr. Speaker, that when they got into office each time, when we got in office in '93, we were left with millions of dollars in deficits. And when the Conservatives got into power, we left them a surplus. We are very experienced on this side of the House being able to make the right decisions, and we're very committed to ensuring that Canadians will be better off at the end of the 4-year term that we are serving. So I just want to assure the member that she needn't worry so much, as she clearly has, because I think that I think Canadian citizens are in very good hands. We're proven, we've got a proven track record, far better than the previous government had. Thank you very much.
The honourable member for Kamloops, Thompson Caribou.
You know what? I will give the former Liberal government, this is a very different beast indeed, credit for the fact that they balanced the budget, which they did on the backs of the provinces. They didn't do it through looking at their own sort of fiscal situation. They, I think it's also important to obviously note that we had a global recession in Canada's record through that global recession was very, very well looked at in the rest of the world. But most importantly is this is not the Liberal government of the Martin days who at least gave some semblance of saying we have to balance the budget. We ask regularly, when are you going to balance the budget? We have not got an answer. So to suggest that perhaps that this government is like the government of old when we can't get a simple answer to when you're going to balance the budget, I think speaks for itself.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Courtenay, Alberni.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague from British Columbia for her speech. And one thing her and I know is how hard people work in the forest sector in our province for every dollar they earn. A forestry worker in British Columbia earns on average about $60,000 a year. And with family coverage, would actually pay more than $1,000 in this tax that's been brought forward. I mean, someone earning $60,000 through the Liberal middle-class tax break would have probably gotten about $150. So they're getting a net loss, actually, when you combine the two. Mr. Speaker, I got a note from Mike Madison. He's a mill worker in Port Alberni, and he said, once again, the government wants to take away from our benefits that were once fought and some even died to get for the working men and women of Canada. Union and non-union alike are able to have healthy families, productive, safe and happy children. It helps support the base of what we hold dear in Canada, and that's our right to be healthy. We should be looking for policies that will increase coverage for Canadians, not this proposal that will cost Canadians and lead to lower health and dental coverage. I look forward to hearing from the member her comments.
The honourable member for Kamloops, Thompson Caribou.
You know, he makes a very, very good point in terms of the importance of medical dental benefits and what this tax grab would cost. But I think he also brought something up that's even more important. In my speech, I talked about creating the environment for businesses to be successful. And in our province, the softwood lumber agreement is absolutely essential for this forest worker. If he doesn't have that job, those medical dental benefits aren't even going to be with it. So I think we have to also look at that agreement expired a long time ago. We had the Prime Minister and the former President say that they were going to get the deal done. We were very optimistic. Obviously, they failed. I'm becoming increasingly concerned about getting a proper softwood lumber deal done and ultimately those jobs that are in British Columbia in the forestry sector.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm very pleased to rise to speak to this most timely motion as this tax and spend government sets to do, you guessed it, increase taxes even more on hard-working, middle-class Canadian families. The Prime Minister talks a lot about the middle class. He talks a good game about the middle class. During the last federal election, the Liberals boasted that they would bring back fairness for middle-class Canadians. They've been in office now for 15 months, and the question arises, what exactly have they delivered for middle-class Canadians? What have they done to restore fairness to middle-class Canadians? Mr. Speaker, it seems like the only thing that this government has done to middle-class Canadians is increased taxes on middle-class Canadians. Let's look at the record over the last 15 months. Let's start with the Children's Arts Tax Credit. $250 per child, gone, eliminated, taken out of the pockets of middle-class Canadian families. And what about the Children's Fitness Credit? $1,000 per child, rolled back to $500, and now scheduled to be eliminated next year. $1,000 gone, eliminated, taken out of the pockets of hard-working middle-class Canadians by this government. Then there's the universal child care benefit, eliminated by this government, taking out of the pockets of hard-working middle-class Canadians, in many cases, thousands of dollars out of their pockets. And Mr. Speaker, what about, or Madam Speaker, what about hard-working families who benefited from income splitting? You can forget about it with these Liberals, Madam Speaker, because that too has been eliminated. And what about those textbook tax credits to help students and parents pay for the cost of post-secondary education? Madam Speaker, done like dinner, just like so many other tax reductions that our previous Conservative government brought in and this Liberal government has rolled back. Just when you thought it was getting bad and perhaps when you thought it couldn't get worse, guess what? It did. Because, Madam Speaker, this fall, the Liberal government brought forward two massive tax hikes that disproportionately impact, you guessed it, middle-class Canadians. Starting with a massive CPP tax grab, taking out of the pockets of the average family some $2,200. And not to be outdone by their massive CPP tax hike, the Liberals then introduced the mother of all tax increases, a tax on everything, a massive carbon tax that is going to take, guess what, out of the pockets of the average Canadian family? $2,600 a year. Let me repeat that again, $2,600 a year. $38 billion out of the pockets of Canadians each and every year. Premier Brad Wall called the carbon tax, the Liberal carbon tax, one of the largest tax increases in Canadian history. And Madam Speaker, Premier Wall is exactly right. But the Liberals say, don't worry, be happy, help is on the way. Help is on the way by way of the Liberal so-called middle-class tax cut. Well, Madam Speaker, it all sounds pretty good, a middle-class tax cut. Who could be against that, Madam Speaker? Well, the fact is, Madam Speaker, is like anything, the devils are in the details. And when we look at the details, we see that there is much wanting in terms of this so-called Liberal middle-class tax cut. Take, for example, someone earning between $62,000 and $78,000 a year. How much would they save under the so-called Liberal middle-class tax cut? The answer is $117. Now, is that $117 a week, or maybe it's $117 a month? No, it's $117 a year. What a joke, Madam Speaker. Do you know what $117 a year equals? Works out to about $2.25 a week. $2.25 a week. Now let's put that in some perspective. You know, Madam Speaker, every morning I go to Tim Hortons and I buy an extra large black coffee. And that costs me about $2.10. So this Liberal so-called middle-class tax cut, what it means to a Canadian earning between $62,000 and $78,000 is the equivalent of an extra large cup of coffee at Tim Hortons per week, plus a bonus of 15 cents to pocket or spend on whatever you can buy for 15 cents these days. Madam Speaker, what about someone who earns $31,000, someone who earns what is the equivalent of a median income, someone who is smack dab in the middle of middle class? How much would they save under the so-called Liberal middle class cut? The answer is zero. Zero. Let me repeat that again. Someone who earns the median income of Canadians, someone who makes $31,000, would save a big fat zero under the so-called Liberal middle class tax cut. Madam Speaker, I have said it before, and I will say it again, that the Liberal middle class tax cut is nothing more than a Liberal middle class tax cut fraud. That's what it is. Now, Madam Speaker, while this Liberal government is increasing taxes on hard-working Canadian families, this government is increasing Canada's deficit and our national debt. We know, Mr. Speaker, now that this government inherited a $1 billion Conservative surplus, and in a year they turned it into a $30 billion deficit. And as bad as that is, it gets even worse because, Mr. Speaker, there is no end in sight to the red ink. You know, during the last election, the Liberals said that they would run what they characterized as modest deficits in 2016, 2017, 2018, but by budget 2019-2020, the budget would be balanced. Well, we know that that promise happens to be, like so many other promises from this government, another Liberal promise made and another Liberal promise broken, because, Mr. Speaker, the budget won't be balanced in 2019, but it won't even be balanced in 2029 or 2039 or 2049. According to the Department of Finance, Mr. Speaker, it won't be balanced until 2055. Mr. Speaker, you know what I would characterize this Liberal fiscal policy? I would characterize it as a fiscal policy of generational theft. It's a policy of fiscal vandalism. That's what it is.
Sure is.
You know, Mr. Speaker, it's not surprising, coming from a Prime Minister who leads this government, who, after all, said budgets balance themselves. And as this government and as the Prime Minister awaits for the budget to magically balance itself, Canadians are left to ask, as a result of the comprehensive review that the government asked the Department of Finance to take, just how many more taxes are going to go up? How much more is this government going to take out of the wallets of hard-working Canadians? Mr. Speaker, this government has a spending problem that has resulted in higher taxes, and Canadians can't take it anymore. They can't afford this government anymore. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And, you know, it's interesting listening to the member across the way, as if you listen to the member, you kind of get this impression that the Conservative Party supports tax cuts, when in fact, Mr. Speaker, the record will clearly show that not only did the Conservative Party, but that member too also voted against
the tax cut for Canada's middle class. Imagine, if you will, 9 million plus Canadians benefit by a middle class tax cut. We're talking about whether they're farmers, factory workers, teachers, healthcare workers. Mr. Speaker, 9 million. Having said that, you would think, listening to the member across the way, would say, I would vote for that. But the member in the Conservative caucus voted against that tax cut. My question to the member is, why does he believe the Conservative Party actually voted against tax cuts to our firefighters, to those factory workers, teachers, and other private sectors that warrant that tax cut?
Mr. Speaker, the Liberal so-called tax cut gave middle-class Canadians precisely zero in tax reduction. By contrast, our government cut taxes of all shapes and sizes. We cut personal income tax. We cut small business tax. We reduced taxes on Canadians to the lowest level in more than 50 years. And you know what, Mr. Speaker? We continue to fight for lower taxes for working families against the tax and spend policies across the way.
Hear, hear. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
I thank the member from St. Albert, Edmonton, for his straight shooting on calling what is the so-called middle-class tax cut by the Liberals a fraud, because it is just that. In my riding, the median income is $25,000. So less than 1 quarter of the people in my riding benefit from the so-called middle-class tax cut. We know the Conservatives proposed this motion, and we share their reservations. We don't share their position maybe on taxation as presented in the preamble to the motion, but this motion shows the adverse effects of the Liberals looking to save $2.9 billion on the backs of Canadians. And so that we share with the member and with the Conservatives. In my riding, in British Columbia and on Vancouver Island, southwestern BC, we're facing a housing crisis. I just got a note from a mill worker that says he may have to leave our community because he can't afford to buy a house. And to add more tax to him, to take away more of his benefits, is going to make it even more difficult for him. The question I have for the member, isn't the purpose of the exemption of private health and dental insurance benefits to encourage employers to offer them to their employees? And if the member can address that and how we can really benefit the middle class by protecting this, because it's necessary, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the honourable member for Courtenay Alberni for his question. It is absolutely essential that health and dental benefit rebates remain in effect, and it was good news to hear that the Liberals yesterday reversed their policy of planning to remove those tax credits. I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, that the consequences of eliminating those tax credits would be very significant. The province of Quebec, for example, moved forward with legislation, and what it resulted in was causing employers to drop about 20% of employees who had previously been covered, people who had been covered and suddenly weren't covered. And the effect of such a reduction or elimination of those tax credits would mean another hit in the wallet of about $1,000 to the average Canadian, Mr. Speaker. And it's why it's time for this government to come clean and tell Canadians just which taxes are going to go up in the next budget.
I see the honourable member for Lauren T. LaBelle rising on a point of order.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. In response to the question of privilege brought up by the member for Red Deer Lacombe, I'd like to keep my comments brief. It is not for the government to comment on the veracity of tweets emanating from private organizations. Moreover, it is our understanding that the building to which the member refers is privately owned, and while it does exist downtown, it does not form part of what is officially the parliamentary precinct. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the honourable member for Lauren T. LaBelle for his intervention on the matter, and I'm prepared to rule on this issue at this moment. In the second edition of House of Commons Procedure and Practice at page 145, it states, in deliberating upon a question of privilege, the chair will take into account the extent to which the matter complained of infringed upon the member's ability to perform his or her parliamentary functions or appears to be a contempt against the dignity of Parliament. In my view, the issue at hand, as presented by the honourable member for Red Deer Lacombe, the issue that he has presented does not, in fact, rise to the threshold required for the chair to find a prima facie question of privilege. We'll go to resuming debate. The honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I will be splitting my time with the member for Desnete, Mississippi Churchill River. Mr. Speaker, the subject matter before the House today, I think, is not only of pivotal interest to just about every Canadian from coast to coast, but it is of profound importance to members of this House because it fuses together two subjects that are of fundamental importance to the operation of this government and to the lives of Canadians, and that's tax policy and health policy. Now, the motion before the House for Canadians who are watching this or interested in this issue concerns the proposal by the current Liberal government to examine the possibility of ending the tax-exempt status of Canadians' extended health plans. This is Canadians' dental plans, their prescription plans, their vision plans, their chiropractic and massage plans, any kind of extended benefit that they may be enjoying as a result of extended health care plans provided by their employers. Currently, and for a significant amount of time in this country, in just about every province except Quebec, which we'll talk about in a moment, the provision of extended health plans to employees enjoys tax-exempt status in this country. And of course, there's a very fundamentally sound reason for this. This represents a very considered approach of government to encourage the provision of these very necessary and essential health services by employers to their employees, and to make sure that these are very important parts of our health care program in this country are incentivized and delivered to Canadians. Now, the fact that this is very successful is borne out by the fact that some 13.5 million Canadians currently enjoy extended health plans from their employers and benefit from the tax-exempt status. Now, Canada's New Democrats believe that the proposed health benefits tax is a symptom of a government not only with the wrong priorities for health care, but also early on in its mandate, which is displaying rank incompetence in its ability to manage the finances of this country. Now, this measure will do nothing to expand or improve services in health care. It'll jeopardize coverage for millions of employees, and it directly contradicts the Minister of Health's own mandate, which is, quote, to improve access to necessary prescription medicines, end quote. Now, health policy analysts estimate that the proposal to tax Canadians' prescription, dental, and vision benefits would cost the average middle-income earner over $1,000 annually. Additionally, data shows that Quebec, the only province who currently taxes these benefits, saw a 20% reduction in the number of employers offering extended health plans to their employees after the tax was introduced in 1993. Wow. Mr. Speaker, this government often claims to want to make decisions based on evidence. Well, we've got a very, very solid piece of evidence in this country from a major province that shows that the result of this policy is very predictable. It will result in employers not offering extended health care plans to their employees, and of course, 1 out of 5 Quebecers lost that benefit when this proposal was introduced in that province. If imposed, this proposal will levy a heavy tax on 13.5 million working Canadians, result in lost benefits for millions of Canadians, and represent a tax grab of some $2.9 billion by the federal government. Now, in the New Democrats' view, the goal of tax policy should be to encourage positive economic activity and promote social progress. The purpose of tax-exempting health benefits is to incentivize the provision of extended health benefits by employers to their employees. Clearly, taxing these benefits would remove this incentive and result in decreased coverage for Canadians. That's a lose-lose proposition. Now, I just want to pause for a moment and think, what government would possibly do this? Why would any government possibly consider adopting a measure like the Minister of Finance has repeatedly said is being considered right now by this government that we know is going to cost employees their benefits, cost the average worker in this country making $45,000 a year an extra $1,000, and jeopardize the provision of necessary health services to Canadians? Why would a government do that? Well, I think we have 30 billion reasons for that, Mr. Speaker. As Canadians will know, I mean, this week I think we saw an example of this government and this Prime Minister breaking yet another pivotal, clear campaign promise to Canadians when he announced his government was abandoning his solemn pledge to Canadians that 2015 would be the last election under first past the post. But Canadians will also remember in that same election, he, after promising Canadians that he would balance the budget right through July of 2015, suddenly in September, he did an about-face and told Canadians that no, his government would run deficits. Specifically, the Liberal government, if elected, would run 3 successive $10 billion deficits and then balance magically somehow, because Liberals never explained how, balance the budget in the 4th year of their mandate.
That was the promise.
That was the promise. But what happened? In the Liberal government's first budget, tabled in this House, they tabled a budget that indicated that their first deficit would be $29 billion. They also tabled in that document 6 successive years of estimates that showed that they would run deficits in every one of the next 6 years, totaling $120 billion of deficits over 6 years. So actually, I'll correct myself, there's not 30 billion reasons why this government is considering grabbing $2.9 billion in taxes from ordinary working Canadians and jeopardizing their health benefits in the process. There's actually 120 billion reasons why, because this government, through its fiscal incompetence and dishonesty during the campaign, is now scrounging, looking for tax revenue to cover up the fact that they misled Canadians and are mismanaging the Canadian economy.
Right.
Now, rather than imposing new taxes on workers who've been able to negotiate group insurance plans, the Liberal government instead should heed the call from the New Democrats, medical experts, health economists, and concerned citizens to renew our public health care system for the 21st century. And, of course, in extended health care benefits, one of the most important aspects of those benefits, besides vision care and dental care, is prescription coverage. Exactly. So I'm going to focus on that for a moment. Canada is currently the only country in the world that provides Medicare for all while excluding universal prescription drug coverage. This has effectively created a healthcare system that will cover a doctor to diagnose the ailment, but not the medication to treat it. Canadians also currently pay among the highest prescription drug prices in the industrial world, second only to the United States. Compounding this, 20% of Canadians, 7.5 million Canadians, are walking the streets of Canada today effectively with no prescription care coverage whatsoever.
Shame.
Consequently, nearly 1 in 4 Canadian households report family members who struggle or neglect to fill prescriptions due to cost. Here's an opportunity to have a clear contrast, Mr. Speaker, between the NDP and the Liberals. The Liberals are actively considering a proposal to remove health care extended benefits from Canadians and tax Canadians, whereas the New Democrats are working on a universal prescription drug plan that would actually look to expand health care coverage for Canadians to make sure every single Canadian in this country has access to the medicine they need when they get sick.
Here.
Now, the Conference Board of Canada study, I want to throw out a few figures here, suggests that someone earning $45,000 in full-time employment in this country with family coverage would pay an extra $1,167 in tax were the Liberal proposal to go ahead. Those earning $60,000 would pay an additional $1,043, while workers earning $90,000 would pay $1,277 more. Now, these numbers are reasonably consistent across the country, and except maybe in Quebec, of course, where already this proposal is in place. Obviously, if 2 wage earners in the same family have coverage, the amount will double. So, Mr. Speaker, the New Democrats are going to stand against this ill-thought-out proposal by the Liberal government. We will make sure that Canadians know that the Liberal government are considering taxing their health care benefits, and we will stand in this House and fight tooth and nail against this ill-conceived policy that not only will hurt Canadians' health care, but will take money out of the pockets of hard-working Canadians at a time when they can least afford it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would say that it is dishonest to tell Canadians something that members know is boldly untrue. The Prime Minister and this government has been very clear. There is not going to be a tax on the health and dental plan. Opposition members know that, Mr. Speaker. Yet they like to try to stir the pot, and there is absolutely zero merit for it. It's interesting the member across the way talks about he wants this for health care and he wants that for health care. When at the end of the day, there was an election platform from the New Democrats that was very clear, saying that they would not run a deficit. That means, Mr. Speaker, that they would have had to have found billions of extra dollars that they would have to cut, Mr. Speaker, in order to fulfill that election promise. But they haven't been exploring where they would be cutting. All I've heard from New Democrats in the last year is how they're going to spend more billions and billions and billions of dollars if, in fact, they were in power. They are inconsistent, Mr. Speaker, with what it is that they are advocating for. The Liberal government has advocated for health care reform, health care accords. The Liberal government has provided the tax breaks for Canada's middle class and those that are aspiring to be a part of it. My question is, when will the NDP be consistent with their thoughts and policies?
Honourable Member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Well, I can tell my honourable colleague that he'll have an opportunity to see a new Democratic government, and actually a government that Canadians can see that actually keeps its election promises and does what it says it's going to do, not just during the campaign, but after the campaign. You know, it's flabbergasting that any Liberal, especially today, would stand up in this House and lecture anybody in this House about keeping promises. I mean, this government stood during the election campaign, you know, misled Canadians about the deficits it was going to run. It told Canadians it would not approve pipelines under the old environmental assessment process, but would redo them under new processes. They broke that promise and then approved the Kinder Morgan pipeline in my province. This government told Canadians that it would not adopt the health accord escalator clause that had been imposed by the previous government, but would negotiate with the provinces, and then comes into office and immediately imposes that exact same standard on the provinces. So I'll take no lessons from the member opposite about integrity in politics. In fact, what he should do is take the weekend coming up and reflect on why his government is violating that concept so regularly.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Mr. Speaker, and the member spoke about broken promises. I just read a piece on Huffington Post by the member for Beaches East York, who recognizes and apologizes for the government's breaking their promise on the issue of electoral reform. But I want to ask, returning to the topic about the so-called middle-class tax cut. I know the NDP have said, we have said, that people making $45,000 or less, those people definitely belong in the category of either, depending on their income, middle class or those working hard to join it. And yet they do not benefit from the government's tax proposals, and they will suffer under all of the changes being contemplated with respect to tax expenditure. So would the member agree with me on that? And maybe would he also comment on what he thinks about their review of tax expenditures, which are actually going to, perhaps in a less direct or public way, but in a very real and impactful way, raise the taxes of Canadians?
The Honourable Member for Vancouver Kingsway.
I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his thoughtful question, and I agree fundamentally with the premise of his question and the aspects that he raised. Our analysis of the Liberal government's so-called middle-class tax cut is that it gives precisely nothing, not a penny, in tax relief for those earning under $45,000 a year. Now, I don't know what the definition of middle class is to the Liberals, but I know in my riding, families that are individuals earning $40,000 and $45,000 a year, they consider themselves middle class, and they didn't get a nickel from this government. In fact, the proposal of the Liberal government skews higher, that the more you make, if you get $90,000, $100,000, $110,000, $120,000, $130,000 of income, you actually benefit disproportionately more from their tax cut. So that's not a middle class tax cut to me at all. To my honourable colleague's question about the matter at hand here, the Conference Board of Canada, hardly a left-wing organization or a biased one or partisan, has very clearly indicated that the proposal by being under consideration by the Liberal government to tax healthcare benefits of Canadians would result in $1,000 coming out of the pocket of an individual earning $45,000. So it's a lose-lose situation, Mr. Speaker. They don't get the benefit of any tax cut, but instead they actually lose $1,000. That's a devastating problem in an economy like ours where people are struggling right now with affordability issues. And might I just conclude by saying that the Finance Minister, when this issue has been brought up, has repeatedly confirmed that this was actively under consideration by the Liberal government right up until a day or two ago when the NDP and Conservatives started raising and focusing attention on this issue in the House.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Desnathy, Mississippi, Churchill River.
Mr. Speaker, I stand here today to speak about the Liberal government's plan to tax Canadian workers' private health and dental plans. This is very concerning. 75% of working Canadians and 22 million Canadians in total have access to health care benefit plan and would be affected by this policy. People the most who are going to be affected the most will be the people in my riding. This change would particularly affect the coverage of preventative care and services such as prescription drugs, mental health, and musculoskeletal care. This will result in medical insecurity and a lack of follow-up if these changes are implemented. What we New Democrats want, Mr. Speaker, is health care coverage for all Canadians regardless of their income and regardless of their social status. We want more coverage, not less. This is at the very core of our values. We do not want to jeopardize the coverage that already exists. As you know, Quebec is the only province taxing private that already exists. As you know, Quebec is the only province taxing private coverage. Statistics show that since this tax was introduced in 1993, we saw 20% of employers drop their coverage, including 50% of small and medium-sized businesses. I'm proud to represent Desnathy, Mississippi, Churchill River. It is an honor for me to stand in the House of Commons and pay tribute to the thousands of constituents who wake up every day to go to work and make a living to take care of their families and their communities. But hardship also exists in my riding. If we impose this tax on working Canadians, it will result in the loss of coverage for millions of Canadians. The way I see it, the federal government is trying to take with one hand and then what it gave from the other. This is particularly disturbing to me as many of my constituents are already having a hard time making ends meet. A recent report called Child and Family Poverty in Saskatchewan, put together by professors of Regina University, Paul Gingrich, Garson Hunter, and Professor Sanchez, states that 160,000 people in the province of Saskatchewan were living in poverty in 2014. 64,000 of those people were children. The report showed the situation for First Nation families appeared worse, with a child poverty rate in 2010 at 59%. In 2010, of the 55,000 poor children in Saskatchewan, 31,000 were from First Nations or Métis families. It also showed that 69% of Indigenous children on reserve are living in poverty, which is more than 2 of every 3 and much higher than the provincial average. These numbers are staggering, Mr. Speaker. It shows that there is a collaborative failure between the federal and provincial government to address the social shortfalls that these communities live with every day. Instead of laying the path for deterring people to acquire medical and dental health care, this federal government ought to find ways to bring good jobs to regions like my riding. This would combat the startling high unemployment rate and encourage employers to offer the medical and dental coverage. Access to health service is a huge challenge in northern Saskatchewan. Already we have long waiting periods to see dentists, and many people of all ages suffer from the effects of infections and other dental-related issues because they can't afford to get the medical care or prescription they require. What's more, it is no secret that the suicide rate is 3 times the national average in Saskatchewan. Issues as systemic poverty, addictions, high unemployment, loss of language and culture are the accumulated and intergenerational effect of residential school abuse. Now I ask, Mr. Speaker, that action is made to redress the legacy of residential schools and advance the calls to action for Canadian reconciliation as recommended by the TRC. Further to this, Canada must sign the Indigenous Declaration of Human Rights as a step in good faith and concrete action showing that the Canadian government respects and will ensure that the First Peoples of this nation treaty and human rights are implemented to improve people's lives. In the North, constituents resort to drastic measures because they couldn't get the health services they require on time. Many constituents travel and drive hours to attend southern emergency departments hoping to get the care they require. One of my constituents attended 2 or 3 southern walk-in and emergency centers within a short period and was dismissed each time. If it wasn't for his tenacity, he could have had his whole leg amputated instead of his foot due to the spread of the gangrene related to his diabetes. I can't help but wonder, could his foot have been saved if our northern emergency departments were not so completely overwhelmed? In northern Saskatchewan, elders, veterans, youth, pregnant women, and even babies struggle to acquire the health services they need. People are dying from preventable illnesses. Now I asked to consider how the staggering high HIV/AIDS infection rates in northern Saskatchewan are impacted by this issue. The HIV infection rate in Saskatchewan is 13.8 per 100,000 populations, almost double the national average of 7.8 per 100,000. On reserves, the infection rate is 64 per 100,000. This is to say that medication, medical care, mental health, addictions, and prevention services must be more accessible, not less. In my writing, those who will be affected by this added tax are teachers, nurses, our CMP officers, paramedics, construction workers, and everyday workers. These are hardworking Canadians we depend on for the well-being of our communities. The government's move to tax medical care coverage and dental coverage will only deter employers from offering it and further fuel medical crisis that currently exists in my writing. In her mandate letter, the Minister of Health is asked to ensure that health care is accessible as much and as widely as possible. The Kuwaitan Career Development Corporation reported that northern Saskatchewan lags behind other regions significantly in income. The median income for northern Saskatchewan was $16,860 compared to $28,792 for Saskatchewan and $27,334 for Canada. The low-income cutoff, known as the poverty line, was $14,454 for people living in small communities in Canada. There is not enough information to determine the number of the northern Saskatchewan individuals and families living below the poverty line in northern Saskatchewan, but it is likely to be significant given that the median income for individuals is so close to the low-income cutoff. Because of the lack of diversified northern economy, we have seen an increase in job loss in the mining sector and forestry industry. Why this is important in today's debate, for one, northerners' income is painfully insufficient, limiting access to food, fuel, heat for their homes, transportation to go to work or to reach the families, facilities to acquire the medical help they need. Further than that, homelessness is on the increase in my writing, and people are forced to make decisions between food or fuel to heat their homes. Northerners of all ages experience difficulties in their different ways. For instance, recently I brought up the reality of young women and girls who have been missing school because of how expensive feminine hygiene products are in the north. let me just take a moment to thank all Canadians from Saskatchewan, Manitoba, Alberta, and Ontario to help these young women and girls by donating these products. Your generosity has touched me and is very much appreciated. I would like to conclude by saying that this government's responsibility is to protect its citizens. Universal health care is the core of Canadian values. No one should be left behind wherever you are in Canada. Accessible health care should be a non-negotiable. The Liberal approach would force low-income and middle-income families to make an impossible choice and deter them from seeking preventative medical care. This isn't what constituents of Daysnetha, Mississippi, Churchill River want. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for her speech. I'd like to again ask her to reflect on what the government is doing in terms of the impact of the tax changes they're making on those who are of relatively modest means. They have not lowered taxes for those making less than $45,000 a year. In fact, they've raised them through the carbon tax, through the lowering of the amount that an individual can contribute to tax-free savings accounts. And people in my riding are very concerned, in particular, about the impact of higher carbon taxes that they have to pay as a result of the action of provincial and federal governments. So I wonder if she can reflect on that, on the impact of those of modest means, and how we can help those who need the help the most by lowering their taxes. Thank you.
The honourable member for Daysnetha, Mississippi, Churchill River.
I'd like to thank my colleague for the question. Every day when I hear from my own constituents in Daysnetha, Mississippi, Churchill River riding, from RCMP officers to paramedics to teachers to everyday workers, and from low-income earners who struggle every day to make ends meet, I think every Canadian across Canada can really reflect on those words and can understand the impact of not having access to enough food for enough money for food and enough money to cover the other expenses. And it's the same thing across Canada as it is in my riding. Any tax, any of nature, to take away from hardworking Canadians is a very, very not cool, actually, because it makes it very difficult for our Canadians across to make ends meet. I wish the Liberal government can understand how their taxes, how their policies and their broken promises are impacting everyday Canadians across Canada, including my riding.
Well done. Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I'm sure that many of the constituents in which the member represents appreciate the tax cuts that they are actually receiving. The additional child care money that is also being given over and above what was there previously, the additional dollars that are going in their pockets for some of the most vulnerable seniors, many of which live in the member's riding. Mr. Speaker, I want to take a bit of a different approach with the member. She raises a number of issues. Indigenous people are a very high priority for this government, right from the Prime Minister's office to the minister responsible, and we've seen that. Today we're debating a bill or a motion dealing with taxes on health and dental benefits. The Prime Minister has been very clear on this issue. There is no tax on those benefits. So no matter how much the Conservatives or the New Democrats try to talk about that issue, it's not there. I think it would have been a far more productive day had we taken some of the thoughts that were given in the member's speech. And I would encourage the member to lobby her colleagues. Maybe these are the types of issues she could raise in an opposition motion next week or when the NDP are afforded the opportunity, because we agree on the importance of issues in the Indigenous people's community, many of the food issues, related issues, the health care issues. These are all important issues, and I think would be wonderful to see debated.
The Honourable Member for Daysnetha, Mississippi, Churchill River.
I'd like to thank the Liberal government currently for having this chance to answer that. How can this government be more condescending and stand here and continuously lie not only to all Canadians, but to my constituents? I would like to invite you to come to my riding and show you some of the poverty and some of the circumstances that my people live in, that my constituents live in, my farmers who are struggling with making ways to say, how are we going to invite the young people to be attracted to farming communities so that it can be sustainable, to Indigenous municipalities and different levels, to the hard-working RCMP officers and to the hard-working teachers and to the hard-working paramedics and the other everyday workers. I invite the government to really meet with these kinds of constituents and listen carefully, and not break any more promises to assist. I will believe the government when the time comes and it passes that that their tax is not occurring. But this is very insulting and very condescending, being lectured about my riding and my constituents who struggle every day as like all the Canadians across.
I just remind the honourable member that the use of the words that she used, reflecting on the dishonesty of the subject of her remarks, is usually something that we stay away from and frown upon in the course of the House. The word lie and so on is not usually considered to be in the keeping of parliamentary language in the House, even when it's referred to in a broader sense. So that's something just to keep in mind for the future. I'm not going to ask the honourable member to retract it at this time, but I'll just pass it along, perhaps as a caution, for another moment, and for the benefit of all other honourable members as well. It's a kind of comportment that the boundaries of, I should say, that we try to guard in the House of Commons. Now we're going to, just before we go to resuming debate, conformément à l'article.
In accordance with Standing Order 38, these are the questions that the House will abort at the time of adjournment. The Honourable Member for North Island Powell River on telecommunications. The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou on public services. And procurement. And the Honourable Member for Peace River Westlock on the environment.
Debate, and the Honourable Member for Oshawa.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'll be sharing my time with the member for Barrie, Springwater, Oro, Medante. Mr. Speaker, today we are debating the Liberals' irresponsible spending leading to higher taxes for all Canadians. The promise of a modest $10 billion deficit has become an out-of-control borrowing scheme, leaving no one but the taxpayer to pick up the tab. Not only this generation, Mr. Speaker, but future generations to come. The Liberals can repeat themselves like a broken record, that they care about the middle class. But since being elected, they have accomplished nothing for Canadians. And we found out this past week that the Finance Minister doesn't even know what the middle class is. Mr. Speaker, I do, however, think that we could all agree that simplifying the tax system is in fact a good thing. But improving the tax system should not mean more tax hikes that take money out of the pockets of families, workers, and of course our job creators. Simplifying the tax system should not punish Canadians. It should assist them in making life more affordable. Mr. Speaker, we are here to debate the Liberals' attempt to tax absolutely anything they can, even our air, with their mandatory carbon tax. The Conservatives brought forward this motion to be the voice of the taxpayer and call this government out on their attempts to unfairly punish hardworking Canadians. It is thanks to our Conservative Party that just yesterday we saw the Prime Minister apparently back away from his attempt to tax Canadians' health care and dental benefits. We stood up for 13.5 million Canadians, Mr. Speaker, 13.5 million Canadians that would have likely lost their benefits. Also, the Liberals could generate $2.9 billion in revenue to pay for their reckless spending. While $2.9 billion in revenue may seem like a huge loss, Mr. Speaker, this is in comparison to the $23 billion in needed health care delivered directly to Canadians. Mr. Speaker, I want to elaborate a little bit on exactly what taxing these benefits would mean for Canadians. So to start with, it would mean that workers who currently receive these benefits would be stuck with over $1,000 per year in taxes. It would mean a dramatic cut in employer health and dental coverage. Since 1990, Mr. Speaker, we have seen an almost 30% increase in coverage by employers. In contrast, if implemented, this new tax would see a decrease in employer coverage the same way Quebec saw it, a 20% decrease. This tax would not only have a huge impact on Canadians, but would also put pressure on the public health care system. Canadians would cancel their benefits due to high costs, negatively affecting the overall health of Canadians. This would lead to people no longer being able to afford the prescriptions, their dental, doctor checkups, because they would be forced to pay the high costs directly out of their own pockets. This means Canadians who need prescription drugs, mental health services, treatment for back pain and other musculoskeletal conditions, dental care and preventative care will no longer be covered. Mr. Speaker, as a chiropractor, I know how important it is for Canadians to have access to employer health insurance. Services that are not covered by the provinces, essential life-saving services, will become impossibly unaffordable for the average Canadian. And Liberals can't be trusted when it comes to their budgets. The Liberals in Ontario promised not to cut health care, but went ahead and cut benefits for chiropractors and physiotherapists. These were patients of mine, Mr. Speaker, patients that suffered. Mr. Speaker, it's clear to see that taxing health and dental benefits will have no benefits. It is not the way to address fairness and equality. In fact, all it does is target the most vulnerable and add pressure on provincial healthcare systems. When it was leaked to the public, the outrage was immediate. I received many calls and emails directly to my office. When we brought this up in the House, Mr. Speaker, I believe it was over 20 times. The Prime Minister waffled, the Finance Minister refused to answer. That is until yesterday. So that's why we are ensuring they are clear with Canadians and are making them vote on our motion. Liberals have a credibility problem when they talk about balancing the budget. They promised a $10 billion a year deficit. Now we're looking at a $30 billion a year deficit. They promised to balance the budget by 2019. And Mr. Speaker, unbelievably, it now won't happen until 2055. 2055 under this government. And Canadians know the Liberal history. Mr. Speaker, the health and dental tax is just the cherry on top of all the other taxes the Liberals have implemented and all the benefits they've already cut. They put in the carbon tax. Look at the CPP. Income splitting for families, they got rid of that. The children's art and fitness tax credit. Education and textbook tax credits. They implemented a new mortgage rules, making it harder for young people to buy their first home. They've reduced the tax-free savings account contribution amount. They've canceled small business tax credits, and they've eliminated hiring tax credits. Mr. Speaker, and this has taken place in one budget. So, Mr. Speaker, Canadians are justified in asking, and rightly so, what's next? Now Canadians are preparing for another wave of new tax hikes in Budget 2017, and we, as the only voice of the taxpayer, are calling on the Liberals not to raise taxes on working Canadians who cannot afford them. I worry, Mr. Speaker. I worry that this government is making Canada less competitive on the world stage. I'm the Member of Parliament for Oshawa, and I have been for 14 years. We're the home of GM Canada, and we depend on our ability to be able to compete for products internationally. We are proud of our auto manufacturing community, and you can rest assured that I'll stand up for my constituents and all manufacturing communities across the country. Irresponsible actions taken by the Liberals, like increasing the CPP and implementing a mandatory carbon tax in a time when the United States is putting their jobs and products first, is going to force businesses out of communities like mine and send them to the United States or Mexico. We recently saw 600 job losses at the CAMI assembly plant in Ingersoll because they're moving production to Mexico. The provincial and federal Liberals continue to negatively impact Ontario's auto sector with their risky economic policies, and it's only expected, Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, to get worse. Yesterday's reports from the Manufacturers and Exporters Association stated, right now Canada is not a competitive location for investment. My gosh. Increases in business taxes, regulatory demands, energy costs are making it more difficult and costly to do business in Canada. And Mr. Speaker, there's a new carbon tax and more payroll taxes to come. Canada went from the 7th most favorable manufacturing environment to the 10th. And Mr. Speaker, this is what is going to really kill us, all the while America is moving from 3rd to 1st. Something is wrong, Mr. Speaker. I've listened to the Finance Minister and his Parliamentary Secretary say that we're reviewing the tax structure. This is code for we are looking for ways to increase our revenue by making you pay out of pocket. This is their hidden agenda. With Budget 2017 coming up, there's a list of tax credits the Liberals are likely to target, a list that I know many of my colleagues have already shared today, but I will share it with you to remind everyone of the damage that could be done. Non-taxation of employee dental and health benefits, pension income splitting, tax credits for employee stock options, public transit tax credit for students, Canada Employment Tax Credit, Foreign Employment Tax Credit, Volunteer Firefighter Tax Credit, non-taxation of capital gains on our principal residences, dividend gross-up and tax credit, partial inclusion of capital gains, mineral exploration tax credit, and tax credits related to charitable donations. Mr. Speaker, charitable donations they could go after. This list directly targets working and vulnerable Canadians, and it's their pockets that will be emptied, meaning less money for groceries, mortgage payments, and savings. This is a $1 trillion debt, just 15 years with no plan to returning to balanced budget until 2055. Mr. Speaker, my daughter's 15 years old. That means under this irresponsible Liberal government, she'll be paying off their debt until she's 53 years old. Is that fair? This should raise red flags for all Canadians, especially parents and our youth. The Prime Minister has appointed himself the voice for our youth, Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Youth. So why is he making it impossible for them to get a job, to save for their future, and to buy a home? Mr. Speaker, the impacts will be felt into the future, but they are already having negative impacts today. Taxes are already going up. Well-paying jobs are getting harder and harder to find, and as the only party that stands up for taxpayers by calling out reckless, irresponsible, and unnecessary spending, I ask the following question to the government. Mr. Speaker, will they prove to Canadians that they can in fact keep a promise and support our motion to not implement another burdensome tax on Canadians? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Hull Aylmer.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I didn't know that my honourable colleague was not only is an honourable member of Parliament who represents his riding well, but also a bit of a stand-up comedian. I mean, because when I think about it, he keeps on talking about that theirs is the only party that stands up, I believe, if I got this correct, standing up for taxpayers. Well, that's a funny way of showing it, Mr. Speaker. I certainly, honourable member would like to let me know how he stood up for Canadians' taxpayers last year in December of 2015, when we had a government law to reduce taxes for the middle class. Or how about this? What about coming in helping out Canadian families? 10 Canadian families to help them out by agreeing to some of the changes that we brought for the Canada child credit. Please, Mr. Speaker, I mean, I'm trying to think of is this funny? Because it certainly doesn't seem to be based in reality. So I asked my honourable colleague to help me out here.
Honourable Member for Oshawa.
Mr. Speaker, it's always a pleasure to help a Liberal out when it comes to the economy. My colleagues should note that the Liberals seem to be, I know a colleague earlier called them the reverse Robin Hood. So yes, last year they put a little bit of money into Canadians' pockets, but guess what? They're clawing it back. And Mr. Speaker, the ridiculousness, and this is the problem, because the Liberals actually think it's funny. They're smiling about it. They're talking about balancing a budget that their Prime Minister says balances itself. We're finding out now that the Liberals' budget will not balance until 2055. It'll put us $1.5 trillion more into debt. Well, Mr. Speaker, for me, that's not funny. For my 15-year-old daughter, that's not funny. For the next generation, that's not funny. When we're losing jobs, we're losing our competitiveness, that's not funny. This is serious business. This is not a job that the Prime Minister should be learning as he goes. He should know what he's doing. This is totally irresponsible, and we are the only party that is standing up for Canadians and Canadian taxpayers.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Hochelaga. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when I was a child, my family wasn't especially rich, so going to the dentist is something we couldn't do. It was too expensive. I think I was in my early 30s when I first saw a dentist, but fortunately I have good teeth. It's only because I was covered by an employer at the time. You heard that 82% of people with dental insurance are in better dental health than the remainder who don't. You also heard that in Quebec, when the dental health care system was taxed, there was a 20% drop in employer coverage. So middle-income family can't continue with preventive care with that kind of tax. I'd like to ask my colleague this. I don't understand. Does he understand how the Liberals can say that they want to help the middle class and that it's one of their priorities when I have a tax plan like this one that's going to harm the middle class?
Great question by my colleague from Hochelaga, Mr. Speaker, and she's not unusual. In our generation, many people didn't have benefits. I remember my father being in the armed forces. We weren't rich, but we did have benefits, luckily. And we were able to see dentists and different professionals, and we did have that. I was fortunate. And in the last few years, over 30% increase. We've seen an over 30% increase in Canadians having benefits. So when the Liberals start talking about the middle class, I agree with my colleague. They have no idea what the middle class is when they talk about their tax benefits. Like my colleague said earlier today, most of the people that benefit are wealthy Canadians that make over $100,000 up to $200,000 under their plan because they think that every Canadian is like them, and they're not. Canadians don't make money like that. And Mr. Speaker, we all have to stand up and understand that the government has no money. It's the taxpayers' dollars, and we are sent here to be responsible for it. And I want to thank my colleague from Hochelaga because she's a real person and she understands the real middle class. That's who we all should be working for, and we want to hold this government to account. So let's make sure we work together to make sure that future generations are benefiting from the policies we make, and that we don't let this government lead it out to 2055 before they balance the budget.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Barrie, Springwater, Oro-Medonte.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's certainly an honour to join you this afternoon and speak regarding the Supply Day motion today put forward by the Conservative Party. Mr. Speaker, I've had the opportunity to be here now for close to a year and a half and witness tax after tax after tax brought forward by this Liberal government. These taxes have been wide-ranging. They have included, obviously, the payroll taxes, the carbon taxes, removing tax credits for recreation, for hockey, soccer, and organized sports, for the arts, for piano lessons, for drama, and many, many other activities for taking care of your loved ones at home. And certainly what we've seen to date is a trend where Canada is becoming less competitive. Canada is becoming behind the rest of the world, while things are obviously changing south of the border in the other direction, where there is a reduction in regulation and a reduction in taxes taking place. Mr. Speaker, every opportunity I get to stand in this House, I always like to go back to where we started, what brought us here. And so on November 20th, the government was sworn in. December 4th, the Liberal government put its throne speech out. And I would like to quote a few paragraphs from this throne speech in order to give some context to the speech that I'm giving today. Canadians want leadership that is focused on things that matter most to them. Things like growing the economy, creating jobs, strengthening the middle class, and helping those working hard to join it. Canadians want to be able to trust their government. Now, Mr. Speaker, this is not a speech on electoral reform, so I will leave that to the side today. But certainly, I would question whether the policies that this government is putting forward are actually doing the things that they set out in their throne speech to do. Is this increased taxation helping people join the middle class? Is this increased taxation helping the middle class who is working hard? And is this increased taxation creating prosperity in Canada? When you go further on into the throne speech, there's an entire section called Growth for the Middle Class. I'd like to read a little bit out of that as well. First and foremost, the government believes that all Canadians should have a real and fair chance to succeed. Central to that success is a strong and growing middle class. The government will, quote, as an immediate priority, deliver a tax cut for the middle class. This is the fair thing to do and a smart thing for Canada's economy. The government's also committed to provide more direct help for those who need it by giving less to those who not, and the new Canada Child benefit will do just that. It later, which they actually did do last year, Mr. Speaker, it later goes on to talk about creating and supporting economic growth, job creation, economic prosperity, and significant investments. It talks about a secure retirement, EI system, and on the last paragraph of growing the middle class, this is the one that stands out to me. The government will undertake these and other initiatives while pursuing a fiscal plan that is 1, responsible, 2, transparent, and 3, suited to challenging economic times. Mr. Speaker, what Canadians are asking today, is it responsible for this government to create a deficit of $30 billion when they promised a $10 billion deficit, and for that deficit to continue up to 2050? Is it responsible for this government, this Liberal government, to leave our children and their children paying for the decisions that they're making today? Is it responsible for this government who promised to invest $10 billion a year in new infrastructure spending, matching their $10 billion deficit that they promised, yet only deliver half of that? Only half of the economic activity that was promised with this increased deficit. Mr. Speaker, what the Prime Minister has heard day in and day out when he was doing his tour across the country is that it is not. It is not responsible what this government is doing. It is not only hurting Canadians today, it is not only hurting jobs today, but it is hurting Canadians of tomorrow, my children, my grandchildren, and the jobs that won't exist because of the increased spending that this government is doing. The second part of that, Mr. Speaker, was transparency. Now, when we were first brought in, first elected, we knew that there was a carbon tax that would be coming down. The Minister of the Environment went to Paris with, I think, 300 people and communicated to the Canadian public and to Parliament that there would be a carbon tax brought forward. This House subsequently had a motion putting a $50 per ton of carbon tax in place. The bill is yet to be received, but the motion has been adopted by this House. Now, as Conservatives, we call a tax a tax a tax. Unfortunately, my friends across the way in the Liberal government can't seem to figure that out, so they called it a price on carbon. And then they realized, hold on, Canadians understand that a carbon tax and a price on carbon are the exact same thing. So they said they're going to call it a revenue lever. And they used that for 2 days, but all of the media held them to account on it, and so did the Conservative members and New Democratic members across the way. So, Mr. Speaker, we come back after the break for Christmas. We resume our parliamentary sitting, and it is no longer a carbon tax that's referred to. It's not a price on carbon. It is not a revenue lever. What the government is now calling a carbon tax is a pan-Canadian strategy on a clean environment and carbon footprint. This is because Canadians know that a carbon tax is bad for the economy. It's Orwellian. It's completely changing and whitewashing what the government is doing and trying to change the channel. But we know a tax is a tax is a tax. We know that this carbon tax exists. And so I question how this throne speech, Mr. Speaker, which clearly says that they're going to be transparent, lives up to the words that were spoken on December 4th, 2015. Now, the third part of that was suited to the challenging economic times. I'm not sure that the government understands what's going on. Last year, Mr. Speaker, we went month by month seeing changes in jobs. Months where over 30,000 entrepreneurs closed their door. And at the end of the year, we have this as the following picture from StatsCan, that over 20,000 people in the natural resources sector were without jobs this year, that over 19,000 people in the agricultural industry were without jobs this year, that over 70,000 entrepreneurs closed their doors last year, that over 53,000 manufacturing jobs left our country last year. Mr. Speaker, these are the wealth creators. These are the sectors of our economy that help Canada be a prosperous and free country. And at the same time, in Canada last year, over 71,000 new public sector jobs, meaning less people paying tax into the system and more people taking taxes out of the system. Mr. Speaker, it is clear that this government's policies last year were not suited to the economic times, and introducing a $50 fee per ton of carbon is not suited to these economic times. And who pays the most, Mr. Speaker? Those who can least afford it. I know many members in this House know that I grew up with very little in government housing, and quite frankly, there were things that we did without, like a car, many times. But I can tell you this, that those who are struggling to make ends meet, who have a job, who are working day in and day out just so they can provide for their families, will be hit hardest by this carbon tax. It'll make it harder for them to get the gas to go to work and home. It will make it harder for them to put food on the table as inflation kicks in and the costs are increased. Mr. Speaker, it's going to be more difficult for those who can afford it least, for those who need the most help to survive. So what our Conservative Party is doing today is requesting that this government actually have a heart, understand that the taxes that they're introducing, whether it's the payroll tax, the carbon tax, or any of the other cancellations of tax credits, are affecting Canadians and affecting lower-income Canadians the most. Now, Mr. Speaker, as you can tell, I love to speak and I could speak all night, but I know my time is coming to an end. So I will end with this. I would ask the government to change its policies, get in line, and create prosperity in this great country.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for the comments to my colleague from the riding of Barrie, Springwater, Oro-Medonte. If I said that correctly. And I'd like to say to my colleague, isn't it the right thing that our government did that we introduced the Canada Child Benefit, which will see approximately $9 billion of money flow, net new money flow, to families across Canada? Isn't the right thing we did in cutting taxes for middle-class Canadians, which will benefit 9 million Canadians over a 5-year period, provide $20 billion of tax relief? And isn't the right thing that our government did in coming to a historic agreement to enhance and strengthen the Canada Pension Plan for this generation and for the generations to come, including my 2 daughters, Eliane and Natalia? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Barrie, Springwater, Oro-Medonte.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member from Vaughan Woodbridge for the question. It seems that the people of Barrie, Oro-Medonte, all of them know where Vaughan Woodbridge is, just 45 minutes away. I hope that all the member from Vaughan Woodbridge knows where Barrie, Springwater, Oro-Medonte is. But I will say this, that I know that the government's heart is in the right place when they're bringing forward this policy. I'm not debating whether they are trying to do the wrong thing. I'm telling them that they are doing the wrong thing. That when you say to somebody, here's a little bit back or here's a little bit more because you're in a situation that's challenging economically, challenging financially, and then you go and you charge them more for gasoline, more for food, more for everything that they need in their lives to survive, it just doesn't work. And quite frankly, what we need to do is we need to focus on reducing costs for families. We need to focus on ensuring that Canada is competitive going forward. And especially in these times where we have a regime south of the border that's reducing regulation, reducing taxes, we need to ensure that Canada is not just competitive with the United States, we want to be better.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the member from Barrie, Springwater, Oro-Medonte for his speech. Mr. Speaker, we hear from the Liberals talk all the time. They say they want to strengthen the middle class and lift those that are living in poverty to join the middle class. They can't identify the middle class, but they say that they are going to base all their decisions on evidence-based decision-making. Well, today, I've heard from people from the Professional Institute of the Public Service of Canada. They're saying this is actually going to do the counter of what the intention is of these plans. It's going to hurt health and dental plans in the country. We heard from the business community. People are going to trade off. They're going to negotiate for higher wages and give up their plans. So it's going to hurt the health of their employees. We heard from mill workers that can't afford to buy a house, that this is going to increase costs for them. So we're hearing the opposite. So maybe I'll ask the member if he thinks there's any evidence that this will strengthen the middle class or help lift those out of poverty to join the middle class that they haven't identified. Have you heard of any evidence-based decision-making that this is going to improve the health of Canadians? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I just want to remind the honourable members that there is a process. One person speaks at a time, and shouting across the aisle or across the floor doesn't really accomplish much. I just wanted to point that out in case any of you forgot that those were the rules. The honourable member for Barrie Springwater, Oro Medonte.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and certainly I'd like to thank the member for the question, and I would implore my colleagues across the way to show the respect for the new Democratic member that he deserves, being a member of this place and elected by his people in this constituency. But going back to the question, Mr. Speaker, what this government is doing is they're taking, let's say, $10 from a family, then they're giving them a little bit back, and then they're taxing them far more. And it doesn't matter whether it's the health benefits, it doesn't matter whether it's a carbon tax, it doesn't matter whether we're talking about payroll taxes. The reality is that there won't be a Canadian in this country, after this government is finished raising all of these taxes, that is actually going to get more back than they've given. And what they're doing is they're making us less competitive. They're making it harder for entrepreneurs. They're making it harder for young people. They're making it harder for those who are fighting day in and day out to make ends meet. They're making it harder for everybody to be successful in this country, to be prosperous in this country. And that's why we need a change in direction. It is time to change course, and I'm imploring my colleagues to do so. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, as it is 5:15, according to the order adopted by your Honourable House, the motion is to be voted on. It is deferred until February 17th, 2017, at the end of the period set aside for oral questions.
The honourable member for,
I have participated in my debate in Quebec City, and I tried very hard to speak French, and a lot of people have a lot of comments on that. So I'm going to try once more time to speak in French. Monsieur le Président, je crois.
Mr. Speaker, I believe that you will find that there is unanimous consent to see the clock at 5:30.
The honourable member for Calgary Forest Lawn. Comme il est 17h30,
it is 5:30. The House will now move on to private members' business according to the order indicated on today's order paper.
Debated second reading of Bill C-305, an act to amend the criminal code of mischief, standing in the name of Mr. Arya.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Victoria.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise in strong support of Bill C-305, an act to amend the criminal code regarding mischief. I want to thank the member for Nepean for bringing this bill forward. Bill 305 would make small but significant changes to the way we handle hate-motivated crimes against communal spaces. There are many things we can do to stand up to discrimination and make our communities safer for all of us. This bill is one good step in that direction. So I hope we can all work together to see it debated, improved, and passed into law. Mr. Speaker, Canada is thought of as at home and abroad as an inclusive nation, a place that welcomes all people, regardless of culture, language, or religion, with equality and respect. A country where diversity is not just accepted, but celebrated. We strive to make Canada a nation free from racial intolerance and xenophobia, but recent events remind us that we still have more work to do. Here in Ottawa, right here in the nation's capital, we've seen mosques, synagogues, and a Jewish community centre vandalized. We've seen discrimination in communities right across Canada, and in Quebec City this weekend, we saw where hatred can lead. In Canada, racial and ethnic discrimination motivates about half of all police-reported hate crimes. Another quarter of these crimes are driven by prejudice towards religion, and that number, sadly, is rising. In just the last 3 years, hate crimes against Muslim Canadians have more than doubled. These statistics shouldn't cause us to despair. They should call us to action. Bill 305 expands the protection we give to communal spaces against vandalism driven by hate and discrimination. As it stands, the crime of mischief in our criminal code is punishable by up to 2 years imprisonment. But where that mischief is motivated by, quote, bias, prejudice, or hate based on religion, race, color, or national or ethnic discrimination, close quote, it becomes punishable by up to 10 years behind bars. This is only the case, however, when the crime is committed against religious property. It does not apply to other community spaces. So Bill 305 would extend these legal protections to more communal places, including daycare centres, seniors' homes, schools, town halls, and sports arenas, granting them the same protected status as places of religion. Let's be clear. This is not just some arcane criminal law question. It's about our values. It's about supporting Canadians' right to live without fear of discrimination and enjoy spaces free from hateful vandalism. It's about making it clear that hate-fueled vandalism is a hate crime regardless of where it's committed. A second benefit of Bill C-305, Mr. Speaker, is that it expands the list of discriminatory motives for hate crimes to include, quote, gender identity and, quote, sexual orientation. Mr. Speaker, 10 years ago, New Democrats pioneered legislation calling for the inclusion of gender identity as a prohibited basis for discrimination under federal human rights law. I want to acknowledge the incredible hard work and dedication of my colleague from Esquimalt-Saanich-Sooke, who advanced the cause this far. And I want to thank all members from all parties who have joined that cause along the way. Because of the efforts and advocacy of thousands of Canadians, that cause succeeded in passing Bill C-16 recently, a milestone in Canada's commitment to inclusion and protection for all. However, as it stands, the wording of Bill C-305 before us today is inconsistent with Bill C-16 in that it includes gender identity but does not include gender expression. For the sake of clarity and consistency, therefore, I would propose that both be included and protected by this bill. We know that 1 in 6 hate crimes in Canada is motivated by discrimination towards sexual orientation, gender identity, or gender expression. That's 1 in 6. These are not the most common hate crimes, but they are the most likely to be violent. I believe in an amendment at committee to mirror the language used in Bill C-16 and change gender identity to gender identity or expression would strengthen the bill and affirm our policy of zero tolerance for transphobic discrimination. These and other amendments can be considered at committee, but I want to thank again the member for Nepean for opening the door for much-needed conversation on hate crimes in Canada. Better laws can counteract these offences, but changing laws is obviously not enough. We need to teach empathy in our schools, tolerance in our workplaces, and openness and inclusivity in our community centres and spaces. We have responsibility now more than ever to stand up to discrimination. The roots of prejudice are lack of understanding, and that is within our power to change. We know that Canada is not immune to the disturbing trends we see south of the border and across Europe. We've seen how playing with fire and fear and division can spark violence. But we've also seen acts of great strength. We've seen citizens speaking up for their friends, for colleagues or complete strangers, refusing to let differences divide them. Now is the time when we must look to that strength and reaffirm our commitment to building a safe, resilient, and welcoming Canada for all. We know what happens when we fail to stand up to those who seek to divide us. This week, 6 Canadians were murdered in a mosque, targeted because of their faith. That act of violence shook our country and triggered an outpouring of support for our Muslim friends and neighbours, as Canadians gathered in vigils across the country to remember the victims. But we cannot ignore that the hatred that led to a gunman in a mosque in Sainte-Foy, Quebec, is not so different from what drives a teenager to spray a swastika on a door in Ottawa, or a commuter to hurl racial slurs on a streetcar in Toronto. It is critical, now more than ever, that we condemn not only these acts, but also the divisive rhetoric that inspires them. At a time when so many are fearful, we can lead by example. We can do more to protect the diversity we are so quick to call our greatest strength. Every individual in Canada has the right to live without fear of persecution. This bill, Mr. Speaker, is one more step to ensuring that right is protected. So I urge every parliamentarian to commit to that cause and support this bill. Thank you.
Reprise du débat, l'honorable debate, the honourable member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, first of all, I'd like to underscore the efforts by my colleague who's just helped us see the clock. This was a laudable effort and very nice of him to speak to us all in French in this House. Normally, Mr. Speaker, I'm very pleased to rise in the House to discuss various bills, be they government bills or private members' bills, as is the case today with Bill C-305 by my colleague, the member for Nepean. Let's be clear, Mr. Speaker, it's not the content of the bill that leads me to rise today. It's the fact that today, as a society, we have to adopt a bill like this. The tragic events that happened in Quebec City Sunday remind us of the need to protect fellow Canadians from hate crimes. It's our role as parliamentarians to take action, as is the case with the member for Nepean, so that we can do something when these kinds of crimes occur. Mr. Speaker, Bill C-305 seeks to amend Section 340 of the Criminal Code that criminalizes any action that is a hate crime when it comes to a synagogue, a church, a cemetery, or other place of worship. This goes even further. It seeks to broaden the criminal code to include other property, such as schools, other educational institutions, cultural or sports facilities, seniors' residences, and other facilities. Mr. Speaker, this is very timely. It seeks to fill a deficiency in Section 430 of the Criminal Code. If someone motivated by hate against a particular group commits mischief against religious property, such as a house of worship, that person could be prosecuted and found guilty under Section 430 of the Criminal Code. If the person is found guilty, they could be in prison up to 10 years. However, if that same person is motivated by the same hatred toward the same group and commits the same mischief at a school or a recreational facility, a senior's residence, that individual could not be charged under Section 430 of the Criminal Code and would not be liable to imprisonment for up to 10 years. That individual would probably be prosecuted under general sections of the Criminal Code about mischief, and the maximum penalty is 2 years in prison. Let me relate a very specific case where the person was not imprisoned for a heinous gesture. Unfortunately, hate crimes are committed regularly. According to Statistics Canada, there are almost 1,300 hate crimes that were reported in 2014. In addition to those, StatsCan says that most hate crimes are not reported. People prefer not to report and not make a big case out of it, not make it public, and not look after this kind of crime. So it's tolerated more and more. We tolerate the intolerable until even more violent actions are taken. In 60% of cases, the hate crimes reported involve mischief. Mr. Speaker, allow me to read you a few excerpts from L'Actualité magazine, January 31st, following the tragic events in Quebec City. The title of the article in L'Actualité is Hate Crimes Against Religions Are on the Uptick in Quebec. The article says that since Sunday, there have been more calls at the Radicalization Prevention Centre, as well as the Montreal Police Force. The Quebec Public Safety Minister's office has seen a huge number, over 100 hate crimes against religious groups in 2014, which was only 70 the year before. Hate crimes against Muslim religion have been on the uptick in the past 2 years. They started to keep tabs on this in 2013. 20 such crimes were against Muslims, 35 in 2014, an increase in 15. The Montreal Police Force also estimates that hate crimes against a religion are on the upswing, 55 in 2016 compared to 24 in 2013. The article does not list the religions targeted, but I don't think that's the point. Be it one religion, one group, or another, these gestures are all unacceptable today. As I mentioned earlier, while many such crimes were not reported to police, all the mischief crimes that were reported did not lead to criminal charges or guilty finding. The Montreal Police Force also indicated that since the beginning of this week, it got many calls from citizens denouncing Islamophobia or hate speech on Facebook or Twitter. Many of these comments were criminal in nature, threats, for instance. But the good news, Mr. Speaker, is that since Sunday, people are looking into this. They are reporting. They no longer allow such comments to go unanswered. Be it in front of a church or a school or on Facebook, such comments should not be tolerated. Mr. Speaker, at the Radicalization Prevention Centre, they had 14 cases of hate crime reported regarding sexual orientation or ethnic origin, 16 Islamophobic comments, total of 30, half were reported to police. Many people don't report hate crimes. They're embarrassed. They don't trust the police, according to this organization. I was going to tell you about a case. It was one that happened in Sherbrooke in 2014. A resident of Sherbrooke committed mischief against a mosque and a halal grocery. He got a fine of $500 for having erected posters that said no to Islam, referring to the Quebec Charter of Values by the Premier at the time, Pauline Marois. What's even more disturbing is that gunshots were seen through the storefront owned by a Muslim in Sherbrooke. This person was only condemned to $500 fine and 2 years probation. So, Mr. Speaker, these are actions that merit greater attention and that underscore a deep malaise and disorder and dysfunction in our society. We have to look into this. Each of these things is important to avoid escalation and tragic events as we've seen in Quebec City on Sunday. Mr. Speaker, it's very rare that I do this, but allow me to quote one of my colleagues opposite, who this week was very eloquent in a way that touched us all. A few words by the member for Louis Hébert that I wish to share with the citizens of Mégartic-Clérable. I'd like to repeat his own words today, and then I quote, I also want to ask their forgiveness. I ask forgiveness for having observed their stigmatization and ostracization and have tolerated hatred and mistrust by my peers. I didn't do enough. If words have consequences, so does silence. Unquote. I congratulate my colleague for Louis Hébert for his comments, and as a member of this Parliament, we have to look at what the member for Louis Hébert said when he said silence also has consequences. The fact that one does not act as a parliamentarian also has consequences. So I'm very, very pleased with this private member bill by my colleague from Nepean, Mr. Speaker, because it breaks that silence and helps us take action, things that we can do as parliamentarians to put an end to these hateful things that happen in our country. Bill C-305 adds another measure to things we can do against hate speech, hate crimes, and I want to support it 100%. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I am also pleased to join in the second reading debate of Bill C-305, an act to amend the Criminal Code concerning mischief, which was introduced on September 27th in this House by the member for Nepean. I'd like to begin first by thanking the member for Nepean for bringing this important issue before this chamber and to give this Parliament an opportunity to speak to it. I also wanted to thank and commend the member from Victoria and the member from Mégantic-Clérable for their remarks, which I think were very timely and appropriate as well. Mr. Speaker, we have been tragically reminded of the impact that hate in all of its manifestations can have on our society, the horrific attack on the Centre Culturel Islamique de Quebec on Sunday night, and the hate-inspired acts of terror which occurred that evening, taking 6 of our fellow citizens' lives, injuring so many, and tragically traumatizing a community and a nation, must deepen our resolve to confront and prevent hate in all of its manifestations. Mr. Speaker, in my experience, the issue of hate does not immediately manifest itself in acts of terror and murder, but far more often is expressed in acts of mischief. And our failure as a society to confront and deal appropriately with these acts, to denounce them in our strongest forms, and to resolve them appropriately through appropriate serious consequence, can have the effect of encouraging through a complacency. And so we are reminded of the importance of dealing with this issue. And as parliamentarians, I believe that we can all agree that hate crimes in all of their forms cannot be tolerated in our country. They are a fundamental attack on our values and our principles and on each and every one of our citizens. A crime of hate against any Canadian citizen is a crime of hate against all Canadian citizens. Our Charter of Rights and Freedoms guarantees that everyone in Canada has a right to equal protection and equal benefit of the law without discrimination, and our government is committed to protecting that right. The amendments proposed by this bill will strengthen that message that hate crime will not be tolerated in Canada. I would now like, if I may, to turn briefly to where the current law stands in Canada. Currently, there is a specific hate crime of mischief committed against property primarily used for religious worship, which is found in subsection 430, sub 41 of the Criminal Code, mischief relating to religious property. It is a hate crime, Mr. Speaker, because the offence is only committed where such mischief is committed out of bias, prejudice, or hate based on religion, race, colour, national or ethnic origin. The maximum punishment for this offence is 10 years imprisonment. Subsection 430, sub 41 of the Criminal Code was enacted as part of the Anti-Terrorism Act of 2001, which was also known at that time as Bill C-36. Today, hate crime is restricted to property that is primarily used for religious worship, such as churches, mosques, and synagogues, and also includes cemeteries. However, during the committee hearings on Bill C-36, some witnesses, while approving of the creation of specific hate crime of mischief, argued that the crime should be broader in scope. And if I may cite some examples, Mr. David Mattis, lead counsel for Brynith of Canada, in his testimony at that time, argued that sex should be added to the list of hate motivations and also that the crime should be expanded to cover schools, organizational buildings, and cemeteries. As well, on November 6, 2001, before the same committee, Mr. Ed Morgan, who was at that time chair of the Ontario Region for Canadian Jewish Congress, testified that all religious property should be protected by the hate crime mischief offence. He said, and I quote him, "Not just sanctuaries, not just synagogues or churches, but all religious structures, religious centres, religious schools, religious community centres, cemeteries, which are a particular target for hate crimes and desecration, ought to be covered as well." He also argued at that time, and again I may quote from his testimony, "The grounds of group identification ought to be expanded to include, for example, hate crimes against groups identified by sexual orientation or gender. Gay bashing is a hate crime, as would be an attack on a women's centre every bit as much as on a religious community centre." As a result, subsection 430 sub 41 was amended by the House of Commons Committee to add cemeteries to the list of properties primarily used for religious worship, but not the other kinds of properties that had been cited in the testimony, such as schools or community centres. As well, a proposed amendment to add sex as a ground of hate motivation was rejected at that time because it was seen as not relating logically back to the purpose of the hate crime mischief offence, which was to protect places of religious worship, unlike other hate motivations of race, colour, religion, or ethnic and national origin. Mr. Speaker, Bill C-305 proposes to add to this mischief offence additional kinds of property. These are buildings or structures used for educational purposes, for administrative, social, cultural, or sports activities or events, or as a residence for seniors. As well, the list of hate-motivating criteria would be expanded by adding two new ones, sexual orientation and gender identity. Mr. Speaker, I wholeheartedly support the principles behind this bill, that our criminal law should clearly denounce all hate-motivated mischief. However, it does bring forward some questions about the potentially broad scope of the proposed crimes in this section, which are previously discussed during the first hour of second reading by my colleague and the member for Charlottetown. The private member's bill in its current form could potentially capture numerous unintended buildings and spaces, such as sports arenas or coffee shops. These buildings or structures are currently protected by the general offence of mischief. Additionally, in order to ensure consistency with the existing hate speech provisions in the Criminal Code, as well as those amendments proposed under Bill C-16, Gender Identity, which is currently before the Senate, we need to more closely look at this proposed legislation. And therefore, the government will support Bill C-305 with a view to amendments to address the potential overbreadth and consistency with other provisions of the Criminal Code. We believe that Bill C-305 should receive second reading and be sent to committee for further study. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to take this opportunity to once again thank the member for Nepean for his commitment in bringing this matter forward. It is a timely piece of legislation. It is work that demands our closest attention. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, sir.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Flamborough-Glanbrook.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I hope that you and all of my colleagues in the chamber would just give me the opportunity. Everybody's alluded to the terrible event, the tragic event, the terrorist event that happened in Quebec City just days ago, but I just wanted to mention the names of those people who are no longer with us. Khalid Balkasimi, Azadine Sufyan, Abu Bakr Tabti, Abdelkrim Hassani, Abrahami Berry, and Mamdou Tanoberi. I think it's also important to note, Chair, that 5 of the 6 of these men were fathers, and they have left by the research, and I hope it's absolutely accurate, but we've done all we could to find out that 15 children are left without fathers. So it's poignant that we be debating this bill tonight, Mr. Speaker. At the outset, my remarks on my remarks of Bill C-305, I'd like to remind the House the words of Martin Luther King, Jr. He said, "Hate cannot drive out hate, only love can do that." Bill C-305 seeks to amend the section of the Criminal Code that applies to hate crimes. As we debate the merits of this bill, we should bear in mind that the antidote for hate is not merely legislation, indeed it's love. However, as members of Parliament, we cannot legislate that citizens love one another, although we often have the opportunity as leaders to encourage our constituents to be tolerant, accepting, and compassionate. Furthermore, it's our responsibility to ensure that the legal framework is in place so that those who commit acts motivated by hate are held to proper account. Last weekend, we marked the International Holocaust Remembrance Day. As we remember the 6 million Jews who died in what the Jewish people call the Shoah, I was reminded of my recent visit to Israel where I toured Yad Vashem, the Museum of the Holocaust. If you were to go there, Mr. Speaker, you'd enter a building that shows the timeline of anti-Semitism, how it grew, how it became socially acceptable, and how that paved the way to allow Nazis to take over Germany and to come up with what they called the ultimate solution. As we look back at this time in our collective history, it's clear to see that any kind of racism, when allowed to brew, when allowed to fester, when allowed to grow, can turn into these kinds of atrocities that all of us despise and all of us would clearly condemn. It is incumbent upon us to enact legislation that would help extinguish hate before it metastasizes into a more virulent form, which is what this bill seeks to address. In the wake of the terrorist attack on September 11, 2001, misinformed individuals firebombed the Hindu Samaj temple located in the riding that I represent, a temple meant for worship and prayer. This destructive act was meant to send a message of hate to Muslims, although it actually hurt the innocent Hindu community that gathers there. This is the type of act we should seek to avert before it happens by teaching and demonstrating tolerance while ensuring measures in the criminal code are in place that could target the early signs of this type of behavior. Before I delve into details of this bill before us, I'd like to offer one further reflection. Mr. Speaker, I've been afforded the opportunity to serve as a member of the Subcommittee for International Human Rights for almost 11 years now. This role has opened my eyes to what hate looks like unchecked when it's taken to its extreme. Hate has ravaged the lives of the Middle East, South America, Africa, and virtually every corner of the globe. It's taken the form of genocide, sexual slavery, torture, kidnappings, and other horrific acts. In Canada, hate does not often take these extreme forms, but these tragic events abroad should also serve as a stark reminder that hate must not be allowed to take root. In fact, it must be given no oxygen whatsoever in the public square. With these reflections in mind, I'd like to thank the member from Nepean for bringing this bill forward. He's identified a gap in our statute respecting hate crimes and has proposed Bill C-305 in response. Presently, the Criminal Code provides for a penalty of up to 10 years for mischief related to religious property based on bias or prejudice against a certain race, religion, or some other identifiable group. In legal terms, mischief broadly refers to destroying, disfiguring, damaging property or rendering property dangerous or of no use. In plain language, houses of worship are legally protected from damage or disfigurement brought about by hate. In contrast, if a similar act of hate is committed against a university, a daycare center, a community center, or a senior's residence, charges would be laid under the general mischief section of the Criminal Code, but would only carry a sentence of up to 2 years. Bill C-305 seeks to close this gap by extending the legal protection afforded to houses of worship to a wide variety of other property critical to our community lives. It is my view that the Criminal Code should be consistent and tough as it relates to hate crimes. If a person inflicts damage upon a building to propagate a message of hate, such offenders should bear the weight of our criminal justice system wherever it is. For this reason, Bill C-305 is deserving of our support at second reading in order to send it to committee, where it should receive due consideration, including a robust inquiry of witnesses and a thorough examination to ensure that any unintended consequences are avoided. This work should also be done in a timely fashion in light of the recent events. The horrific attack at the mosque in Quebec City, as I've already mentioned, Mr. Speaker, this past weekend, is the latest example that hate still plagues our nation. On Monday, many members of the House gathered by the Centennial Flame to honour the victims and to stand in solidarity with the Muslim community. These events should serve as a reminder to us as legislators that we ought to redouble our efforts to root out hate. Additionally, at the end of 2016 in Ottawa, 3 synagogues, a mosque, and a church were spray painted with racist graffiti. I have every confidence, Mr. Speaker, that these actions and others like them are being met with the vigilance of our law enforcement officials. Meanwhile, we must make sure the law responds to these acts appropriately, no matter where they take place, be it a university, a high school, or a senior's home. This bill will give our police the tools they need to combat hate in all of its forms everywhere. Indeed, if we support Bill C-305, we will send the message that hate will not be tolerated in Canada. I look forward to supporting this bill when it comes for a vote, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Brampton South.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to rise in this House to speak on Bill C-305, an act to amend this criminal code, mischief, and even more pleased that I'll be seconding this bill that my colleague, the member of Nepean, has put forward. I have had pleasure working with my colleague in pastoral parliamentary friendship groups and discussing a number of other issues. I have seconded this bill for many other reasons as well. This bill is a strong response to hateful acts like the tragic shooting in a Quebec City mosque this past weekend. As a mother of 3, my children were taught that Canada is a country of multiculturalism and acceptance. Multiculturalism and religious freedom are core part of Canadian identity. Although there are those who have a different worldview, multiculturalism and pluralism are still challenged today. There are those that believe that they can scare people into falling backwards into the past. I know that at this time, some leadership candidates for the Conservative Party are promoting ideas that would only divide Canadians. I have long been proud that multiculturalism has stood in the face of that view. It has been part of our national fabric for decades. Multiculturalism is why people move to Canada. It is a country of harmony where people can freely start new lives and raise families. It is at the core of what attracts people in other countries to want to build a life here in Canada. In my riding of Brampton South, my office often gets calls from people all over the world asking us how they can move to Canada. While countries from other parts of the world try to shut down their borders of Syrian refugees, Canada has opened their borders and homes to let them in. And we worried about how fast we could take them in. Never forget that our inclusive, remarkable country today was only possible because of immigrants. Canada is the nation of multiculturalism. It is not just a country of tolerance, but a country of acceptance. And that's important, acceptance, where those of different faiths, cultures, and ethnicities can coexist with one another without any fear of discrimination. These acts we have seen recently do not make a difference, despite how the offenders hope they might. These acts do not reflect the Canada that Canadians know and love. Some of the recent heinous acts we have seen in various communities have been committed by youth under the age of 18. I'm baffled to see that there are people, particularly youth, that are getting the message that is okay to promote message of hate and racism at synagogues, mosques, and schools. I do not want my children to live in a world where they cannot feel safe in their country because of their culture and religious background. I want to tell a quick story about one of my volunteers who is also a constituent of my riding. Stephanie identified herself as a Canadian of Chinese, Vietnamese descent. As a child, she was a target of bullying and racism among her peers in daycare and elementary school, simply because she was the only student who did not look like them. She hated going to school because she felt that she wasn't safe at a place where she should feel safe. She told me it all started to turn around when their class had a day where they learned about each other's culture and really grasped multiculturalism. Over time, most of her peers started to treat her better. There are always a few outliers who do not change. This bill understands that we need to be conscious, respectful, and to defend our brothers and sisters of different ethnicities, religious, and various backgrounds. People are not born racist or hateful. It is a taught, and people can unlearn it as well. I come back to it because these recent acts in the region sadden me. Hearing that messages of hate are being spread in a country where people should be free to be who they are away from intolerance, bias, and hatred. Hate speech and hate-motivated mischief is toeing the line between our right to freedom of speech and unfiltered hatred. This should not be tolerated in Canada. These acts have used the symbol of hateful regime of the past to scare people. In Canada, such a great, welcoming, open, free country, our citizens shouldn't walk in fear in our communities. It causes fear in communities such as my own, and it means that parents have to explain to their children very difficult things about what is going on. Kids are told sometimes to be vigilant of people who might want to hurt them just because of their identity and how they pray. We have seen this hate before, and we must work together to combat it. This is why this bill will take the next step in focusing on the next issue. Bill C-305 expand the definition of mischief to also include other places as well, particularly buildings established by a religious community that were previously not included or treated. This will ensure that equally protections and equally benefit of the law without discrimination. These are the principles, particularly freedom of religious and protection of that freedom by the government, echoed with the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedom. We need to firmly state the message that hate crimes such as one in the vein and spirit of what we have recently seen in Quebec City will not be tolerated in Canada. These institutions, gathering places, and places of worship we are protecting in this bill are the fundamental backbone places in each of our communities. In each of our riding, we can point to how a park where the community gather like a Chinguzi in my community or an education institution like Sheridan College in my riding, or any number of landmarks we can point to make a real difference in bringing together our various communities. We need to stand up for those groups who are being discriminated against and the culture of fear overall. In a world where many live in fear, Canada can be a beacon. This government stand up against that fear and that approach. This optimistic spirit drives our ministers and our Prime Minister to be more open. We cannot stand idly by. This is our opportunity to stand up and speak out. We are not making false choices like pitting safety and free speech against one another. We are making a choice where everyone wins. I'm glad to see support from around this House so far on this bill. I would like to commend all the groups who were involved in working on this bill. For years, this discussion around safe space has been happening and this bill makes a really step forward on this. This bill has been supported by a number of important groups, and I want to take a moment to recognize them. The Center of Israel and Jewish Affairs, the World Sikh Organization, Coalition of Progressive Muslim Organization, Canada-India Foundation, Canadian Rabbinic Caucus, Association of Progressive Muslims, Baha'i Community of Canada, Multicultural Council of Ontario Seniors, Ukrainian Canadian Congress, Ghanaian Canadian Association of Ontario, Presbyterian Church of Canada, Ahmadiyya Muslim Jamaat, Armenian National Committee of Canada, Canadian Polish Congress, Jamaican Canadian Association, Reconciliation Canada, Anglican Diocese of New Westminster, Roman Catholic Archdiocese of Vancouver, Vivekananda Vedanta Society of British Columbia, Temple Shalom BC, International Society for Krishna Consciousness Vancouver, Akash Singh Society Vancouver. This bill speaks up in favor of those who some would want to silence. This bill is something I think this Parliament should be very proud of us into law. Again, I want to commend this author of this bill on his work to advance this discussion. Together, we can make a real difference for Canadians by voting for this. I encourage all my colleagues to think of those places in their community that they want to protect when they cast their ballot on C-305. I know I will when I stand and vote yea on this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Before resuming debate, I just want to remind the honourable members that there is debate taking place in the room, and it just seems to be a slow rumble that kind of gets louder. Whispering is fine, just it seems like it's nice to see everybody getting along. This must be something with the new year. We had 2 bills go with unanimous consent. We've got people talking, but we do have to listen in on the next speaker, the honourable member for Nepean.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honour to rise once again to speak about Bill C-305. I do so with a very heavy heart in the light of the recent horrific attack at a mosque in Quebec City. It pains me to see such hate-motivated act taken against our fellow Canadians. Hate such as this has absolutely no place in Canada. Bill C-305 is one of the small steps we can take to eliminate hate-motivated crime in Canada. I would like to thank my colleagues from all parties for their interest and contribution to this debate. Mr. Speaker, I would like to remind the quote from Martin Niemöller, the prominent Protestant pastor who emerged as an outspoken public foe of Adolf Hitler and spent the last 7 years of Nazi rule in concentration camps. He said, "First, they came for the socialists, and I did not speak out because I was not a socialist. Then they came for the trade unionist. I did not speak out because I was not a trade unionist. Then they came for the Jews, and I did not speak out because I was not a Jew. Then they came for me, and there was no one left to speak for me." Bill 305 will recognize that hate motivated by bias based on gender identity and sexual orientation carries the same weight as crime committed against religion, race, color, national or ethnic origin. This bill expands to include schools, daycare centers, colleges or universities, community centers, seniors residences, and cultural centers, because the impact felt by those victims of hate crimes cannot be limited to just places of worship. The public properties proposed to be included have either all been subject to hate crime or are vulnerable to being a target of hate crime. Whether it is places of worship or property or other property, the negative impact of the hate crimes on the community remains the same. Also, Mr. Speaker, under this criminal subsection, if a person is found guilty of an offence, there are stiff prison terms. While I agree education is the best long-term solution, I also believe a strong law and punishment act as major deterrents. At this point, I would like to quote Dr. Martin Luther King on the interaction between positive law, morality, and culture. He said, "It may be true that morality cannot be legislated, but behavior can be regulated. It may be true that the law cannot change the heart, but it can restrain the heartless. It may be true that law can't make a man love me, but it can restrain him from lynching me." So while the law may not change the hearts of men, it does changes the habits of men. And when you change the habits of men, pretty soon the attitude and the hearts will be changed. And so there is a need for strong legislation constantly to grapple with the problems we face. So it is very important, Mr. Speaker, that we have a strong and robust law for hate crimes. Again, I agree, education is important, but I am equally confident that good law is also required. Mr. Speaker, it is heartening to note near unanimous support I have received from all sections of society. I would like to recognize and thank the Center for Israel and Jewish Affairs for their ongoing support and their efforts to mobilize other stakeholders. Bill 305 takes a strong step to making our neighborhoods and communities a safer place to live. Think of the strong message we would be sending to all Canadians that not select people, but all people of Canada can feel safer knowing that this Parliament has taken concrete and strong measures to protect them. I request my fellow members to support this important bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
La Chambre est-elle prête à se prononcer?
Is the House ready for the question? The question is as follows.
Seconded by Ms. Sidhu, Brampton South, moved that Bill C-305, an act to amend the Criminal Code, mischief, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? No. Okay, all those in favour, please say yea. All those opposed, please say nay. Nay. In my opinion, the yeas have it. Okay. Pursuant to Standing Order 93, the Recorded Division stands deferred until Wednesday, February 8, 2017, immediately before the time provided for private members' business. In accordance with Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House now adjourn. The Honourable Member for North Island Powell River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On October the 25th, I asked the Minister of Innovation, Science and Economic Development about the broadband funding and the challenges of high-speed internet in a rural riding, such as the one I represent, North Island Powell River. Today, I'm glad to have the opportunity to follow up on this issue. As you know, Mr. Speaker, high-speed connection remains very expensive, and the speed and access is inconsistent across my riding, North Island Powell River. This unfortunate reality is common outside large urban centres. Whether it is the backbone or the last mile missing, it is a strain on our economy and restricts many opportunities. I'm pleased to hear the Minister has rolled out a new federal funding opportunity called Connect to Innovate. With $500 million over 5 years starting in 2016-17, I'm hopeful that this will truly extend and enhance broadband service in rural and remote communities. I have invited all the prospective applicants from my riding to take advantage of this source of funding and was pleased to see the deadline was extended. This funding was supposed to invest only in backbone infrastructure. The problem is that many rural and remote residences cannot connect due to the last mile issues. I was glad to hear the Minister heard our concerns and decided to include funding opportunities for the last mile as well. Backbone infrastructure in this new funding program. I also want to applaud the regional districts in my riding who have taken up a leadership role on this file by studying the gaps and making a strong case for improved telecommunication in our region. I recently had the pleasure to meet with local telecom providers in my riding. They painted a very grim portrait of broadband in rural and remote regions and are hoping to feel some meaningful support by this government. For decades, it has been the local providers who've managed to be innovative in providing the services to a very difficult marketplace. And this wasn't done without risk. They are committed to providing a service to the communities. They provide good jobs, and they are important jobs to ridings like ours. I rallied the Minister of Innovation, Science and Economic Development to recognize that the betterment of broadband can't solely be done by one-time funding. Smaller operators need wholesale resources to help fund services on the edge. They need spectrum and access to land for relay sites at affordable rates, and meaningful, unobstructed access to wholesale resources. In short, they need the support of government at all levels and those of Industry Canada and the CRTC. Will the minister listen and commit to helping them? Recently, I sent a mail out to the members of North Island Powell River on broadband, and I was pleased to see the level of feedback. I want to thank my constituents for sharing all of those stories. People in my riding are dismayed by the price gouge, and I've also heard from local businesses that could expand, bringing needed jobs into our riding, but they require better high-speed connections to do so. Others attested that the most remote and rural communities and First Nation communities are severely impacted by marginal access in the internet, especially for the important online learning that they need. Mr. Speaker, many of my constituents are concerned that this new federal funding will end up in the large telecoms pockets exclusively. They want to see real solutions on the ground to their homes, to their businesses. A collaborative effort from all stakeholders to create more accessible broadband. How will the minister ensure that this happens?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Innovation, Science and Economic Development.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to respond to the statement made by the Honourable Member on the importance of broadband service for rural areas in Canada. Mr. Speaker, broadband networks are the foundation upon which Canadians are building a competitive digital economy. This broadband infrastructure gives us access to global markets and job opportunities. This same infrastructure opens up new paths to education and training, delivers Canadian culture across the country and around the world, and connects us to our friends and family. We fully agree with the Honourable Member for North Island Powell River on the importance of broadband. It is vital to Canada's digital future, and it is vital that rural and remote communities be included in that future. During our consultations in support of the Inclusive Innovation Agenda, Canadians emphasized the importance of improving high-speed broadband coverage. We have some new figures released in October of this year showing continued improvement in Canada's broadband networks. 96% of Canadians now have access to internet speeds of 5 megabits per second or faster. 75% of Canadian households have access to internet speeds of 100 megabits per second or faster. We also see the private sector announcing their gigabit network investments that will truly transform our digital landscape. These statistics are encouraging, but they also highlight the digital gap facing rural Canadians. It is unfortunate but true that the economics of serving rural and remote communities are far more challenging than for urban areas. Adding to the importance of this challenge is the high level of need in these communities. For some of our most rural and remote communities that lack medical facilities, educational institutions, and robust job markets, the possibilities for digital solutions are limitless. This is why we see a role for our government, working with partners in the private sector and with other levels of government to improve connectivity. The Connecting Canadians program is one initiative that will help close the digital divide. Projects were announced in 2015 and 2016 will benefit 300,000 households in rural and remote parts of Canada. In December, our government was pleased to launch Connect to Innovate, a new program that will provide up to $500 million to build high-quality broadband networks in underserved areas. Mr. Speaker, working with partners across Canada, we are investing to bring transformative change to rural and remote communities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For North Island, Powell River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just recently, the CRTC decided to deem access to the Internet as an essential service. This is a major step in the Canadian telecommunication history. I suspect this will have some profound consequences on our infrastructure and services over the next decade. This makes sense. As Internet usage is growing across our country and its practical applications are increasingly varied. Mr. Speaker, the job market and services are more and more web-dependent. Like many resource-based economies trying to expand and diversify, our riding's local economy needs broadband access to adapt. The CRTC decision to make the Internet an essential service is a step in the right direction, but we need a target and a plan. My constituents need to know, how will this specifically impact rural regions and the many smaller providers in those regions? When can we expect details on how this new ruling will be shared?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Merci encore une fois, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you again, Mr. Speaker. We all have a role to play in building Canada's digital future and ensuring that rural communities are included in that future. We are aware, Mr. Speaker, of the decision made where high-speed services were declared to be essential services. The private sector, provincial and territorial governments, as well as federal departments, can and are making serious efforts in this file. Recently, there was a federal and provincial contribution of $180 million to high-speed internet in southwestern Ontario. This project was spearheaded by the Western Ontario Wardens Caucus and supported by our government, as well as that of Ontario. This is an example of what we can achieve when we work together. The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm honored to be able to participate in tonight's session. I would, first of all, like to congratulate the Parliamentary Secretary for his new position. I'm looking forward to working with him on the many issues that are arising in the department. First of all, I would like to talk about the Phoenix payroll system fiasco for the benefit of people listening to us. It started in February 2016 when the Liberal government decided to approve the implementation of a new payroll system, a new computer system which was supposed to allow everybody who works for the federal government to receive their pay every 2 weeks. This was a very broad, serious change given the number of civil servants there are at the federal level, more than 300,000, and the payroll system in place had been there for more than 40 years. This was a serious change which had been set up by the previous government, the Conservative government, in 2016. They were not able to determine the readiness of the system. The government decided in February to approve Public Services and Procurement. The department approved it, and Soon after, there were problems. Some civil servants had not been paid. Some were not receiving the pay that corresponded to their position, whether it be paid leave for a maternity leave or an increase in pay after a promotion, and others were simply not receiving the right amount. They either received too much, which was hard for them to understand, and some were receiving less. Over the months, the situation became exponential. We went from a few thousand cases of civil servants experiencing those difficulties with their pay to tens of thousands of cases. And July 5th, 2016, there were 80,000 inventoried cases. At that point, after 3 months of pressure from the government and all parties, including the Conservatives and NDP, the minister held a press conference on July 5th and indicated that there were 80,000 cases to be managed. These were all individuals experiencing problems with their pay, problems which I outlined already, and indicated that by October 30th, all of the backlogs would be resolved.
Now, here we are in February, already February 2017. Right now, there are 13,500 cases in the backlog. I have 1 minute left, Mr. Speaker. Oh, it goes so fast. It's unfortunate. The problem here is not government procedures. I'll go very quickly here. The problem is the lack of accountability. The minister says she was not made aware of the Gardner report that was presented to her department many months ago. It said that the Phoenix system was not ready. The minister said she did not see that report, but she approved it anyway. So this minister did not respect her responsibilities. And if she did see this report, and that's my personal opinion, she went ahead knowing that the system wasn't ready. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Services and Procurement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my honourable colleague for his greetings and his speech. First of all, we agree on one thing. It's completely unacceptable that federal government employees are not receiving the pay they deserve. As the member for Gatineau, you will understand that it goes without saying that many people in Gatineau were directly affected by the deficiencies of this system. We see it every day, and I'm listening to them carefully. But I do want to list a few items that were addressed by my colleague. The Phoenix problems don't go back to February 2016. It's because of the fact that the previous government saved $70 million, put it in the budget as if it was a done deal, and fired about 100 payroll advisors and left us with this unacceptable situation where there was no more former pay system, and we had to rely on the Phoenix system and its development. We had to put it forward and implement it. Even though we're not at the root of the problem, we do accept the responsibility for remediating the problems caused by the previous government, and we take those problems very seriously. We're working hard to help federal employees solve their payroll problems. That's why rapid processing of payroll problems is an important priority for the Department of Public Services and Procurement, and I'm proud to be Parliamentary Secretary for that. The objective is to handle these requests according to service standards. Here are the measures we've taken concretely. As the backlog diminishes, and is 7,000, not 12,500, the payroll advisors at the payroll center are reassigned to deal with the new requests. The reassignment of resources allows us to handle the demand more quickly, reduce delays, and solve delayed payments. We put an emphasis on disability and maternity leaves. The unions asked us to look after that in priority.
The pay center, government employees will notice that their pay transactions are being handled much faster. And finally, new transparency measures, a lot more transparency measures that were contemplated under the previous government, are being introduced to keep employees informed of the progress being made. Starting very soon, monthly information about pay performance will be posted online, and this will let employees see how well the pay center is meeting its service standards. Finally, Mr. Speaker, as tax season approaches, there's an added focus on addressing overpayments so that employees' earnings are reported as accurately as possible. Employees are being reminded to call the call center to ensure that any overpayments are handled as a priority. With more resources and increased efficiency at the pay center, government employees will notice that their pay transactions are being handled much faster. Employees will also soon have access to detailed information online about all payments they received in 2016. This will help them verify whether the taxable earnings stated on their tax slips are correct.
We continue to cooperate closely with all our partners, the CRA, the Treasury Board, Secretariat. The department also continues to cooperate with the unions in many respects to help them solve payroll problems. Our government is aware. The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Mr. Speaker, it's unbelievable. My colleague is talking about new measures of transparency. Do you know what happened this morning? A journalist told us that 150 employees that are experiencing problems related to Phoenix right now have had to use the Access to Information Act to be aware of what was going on with their own payroll problem and to find out when it'll be solved, what calculations were erroneous in their own cases. They have had to have recourse to the Access to Information Act. I don't know what the measures the member is referring to are, but obviously not much. I'd like to get back to what I said initially. The real problem here is the lack of accountability by the minister, and it seems that she is not managing her department. First of all, she said yes to the implementation of Phoenix in February 2016, whereas 3 reports, including the Gardner report, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. The member opposite talks about accountability. Every 2 weeks, we send the Deputy Minister to give a report about this problem to anyone interested, including the public servants, with fresh statistics that are updated every 2 weeks, and we see that progress is being made. I'm incredulous before the fact that a member from the party opposite is asking us about the Phoenix pay system when they are the ones that implemented a system without allowing us to use the prior system that did work, without giving us any other option. We had to use this system that was so poorly designed, and now we have to remedy that. That's what we've committed to do, that's what we will do, and our public servants will see the results and will see progress in the coming weeks and months.
For Peace River, Westlock. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and rise this evening to question on the Minister of the Environment to get a clear answer on my question from the December 2nd exchange that I had. In my riding, I like to call it the promised land, so to speak. It's a land flowing with milk and honey to some degree. It's also a land filled with promise. It's one of the youngest ridings in the country, and it's a very vast landscape. It's about half the size of Norway. It's about the size of Iceland. It's 3 times the size of the Netherlands, with 100,000 people that live in my riding, and many of them are employed in primary industries, logging, agriculture, and the oil field. Now, we've seen that the implementation of the new carbon tax has had some significant impacts in northern Alberta in terms of jobs. Now, I'm going to focus a little bit in my remarks here now on the forestry sector. I had the opportunity over the Christmas break to ride along with my cousin in his logging truck for a day. That was a real opportunity. Drove out into the bush, loaded 45 tons onto a logging truck, and hauled it 120 kilometers into Whitecourt. There we unloaded it at the big sawmill there. Got to see some huge equipment in action, got to participate in a little bit of the banter that happens on the CB radio and things like that. And it was just fascinating to see all that heavy equipment in action and all the people that it takes in order for you to be able to buy a 2x4 at the Home Depot for $4.50. So it was fascinating to watch. And I also had opportunity to meet with folks from ANC, which is the Alberta newsprint company. They operate a large paper factory in Whitecourt. And I also took a tour of the sawmill, Lacrete Sawmills up in Lacrete, Alberta. And all of the people that I met, they told me that this is an industry that operates on very slim margins, and it's commodity based. And so unlike a lot of other businesses, they don't have the opportunity to turn around and pass the new expenses on to their consumers. The price of a pound of paper is the price of a pound of paper. The price of a board length is the price of board length. And they are subject to those prices because they're international prices. And they say when the carbon tax comes in, that makes a significant cut into their profitability and also the jobs. Now, it would be one thing if this was the only thing that was happening to the forestry industry in northern Alberta, but it is not the only thing. We also see the electrical rates are changing significantly in northern Alberta, and we also see that softwood lumber agreement hasn't come into play, so people are worried about that. And we also have a caribou range plan. And I know that I've contacted the minister's office a couple of times, and stakeholders from my ridings have also contacted the minister on this issue as well. And so we are looking to the Environment Minister to give us a reprieve on not only the carbon tax but also the caribou range plan initiative that is coming forward. I know that they said that there's a hard date of October of this year that there has to be a range plan in. We're looking for a reprieve on that date so that we can get a good range plan in place, especially in light of the new carbon tax that is coming into play. So thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our government is committed to creating a cleaner, more innovative economy that reduces emissions and protects our environment, all while getting our natural resources to market through pipeline approvals and creating well-paying jobs for the middle class and those working hard to join it. Unlike the Harper government, we understand that the environment and the economy must not be competing interests, but indeed shared priorities. After a decade of complete inaction, our government has put in place the measures required to reduce emissions, grow our economy, and create good middle-class jobs. These actions include accelerating the phase-out of coal, developing a clean fuel standard, taking action on short-lived climate pollutants, and yes, putting a price on carbon pollution. Mr. Speaker, in December, First Ministers met to finalize the Pan-Canadian Framework on Clean Growth and Climate Change. This plan identifies actions that will allow us to meet or exceed our greenhouse gas emission reduction target of 30% below 2005 levels. After 10 years of the previous government only talking about targets, our government took action. Informed by consultations with Canadians across the country, Indigenous peoples, and industry, this plan will create the clean growth economy necessary for the collective health, prosperity, and security for this generation of Canadians and the next. Mr. Speaker, to address the heart of the question, a price on carbon pollution hasn't just been endorsed by some of Canada's largest employers, but by Labour, people of all political stripes, and many other corners of Canadian society. For example, Mark Cameron, former policy advisor to Stephen Harper, who said, quote, "Federal carbon price looks like a good start." Mr. Speaker, I couldn't agree more. The President of the Canadian Labour Congress commented that the carbon pricing announcement is an important and necessary step for our government to take towards meeting our Paris commitments. And Mr. Speaker, he's right. As the Prime Minister has said, you can't make a choice between what is good for the environment and what is good for the economy. The choice between job creation and environmental protection is a false one. In today's world, economic development and environmental sustainability must go hand in hand. Strong environmental policies, including a price on carbon pollution, are crucial for generating the type of support that is required for major projects and ultimately for Canada as a whole to get resources to market in an efficient and sustainable way. Our focus is on taking real, concrete and lasting action to reduce our emissions, grow our economy and create good middle-class paying jobs. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Peace River Westlock.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to hear that they are taking real concrete action. One of the real concrete actions that I would really appreciate is a meeting with the minister, with my stakeholders from my riding. We've been advocating for this for quite a while. I'd really like to see this. 20,000 people in my riding are directly involved in the forestry industry. The spin-off jobs that comes from it is about 173,000 jobs in northern Alberta. It's a huge part of our economy, and it's an imperative that we get what we need done in terms of a range plan that works for everybody. I don't deny that the environment and the economy go hand in hand, and that is why in northern Alberta we have what we call forestry management areas, and those areas are under a 100-year plan in order for them to harvest the trees in a sustainable manner, taking into account the species that live within those forests. And we have a good plan in place. We just need to ensure that we don't get a top-down approach from the federal government. Thank you.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I agree with my colleague opposite that the forestry sector indeed is a very important part of our economy. And Mr. Speaker, I do want to say that we are focused on supporting middle-class Canadians and their families at every stage of their life. Not only did the Conservatives vote against the Paris Agreement, but when it comes to middle-class Canadians, they opposed our government reducing taxes for 9 million Canadians, a Canada Child benefit that helps 9 out of 10 Canadian families and will help raise 300,000 children out of poverty. But, Mr. Speaker, that's not all. They also voted against enhancements to student loans, which will help 250,000 Canadians. Our government is focused on both protecting our environment and growing our economy while helping the middle class and those working hard to join it. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. La Chambre demeure donc.
The House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 o'clock a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.